It's just weird because up to this point, the curtains have been... Yeah, see? They don't want us to go through the curtains. Up until this point, I think we go through the people. Up till this point, curtains were bad. They didn't want us to go to curtains. I think we go through the people. Yo, Freeze TIM. Thank you so much. Should be good. David, thank you for the super chat. Despite other faults, Bungie is still really cool, and I'm hyped for Destiny's future marathon. Thanks for being the best Bungie content creator, in my opinion. Hey, I appreciate that very much. Let's enjoy their games. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you all for all the support. If you're on Twitch and you want this cat badge next to your name, you can subscribe. Yeah, we do go through the people. We do go through the people. Okay.
Oh.
I'm CEO of Traxxas DMZ. What are you doing?
I'm gonna play a little bit, Jim. Don't worry. I'll keep it up though.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Hello, bunch of people.
baby. Hour chat. Freaking hour. Clearly. I'll go back shot. Chair, take over. So freaking hyped. No idea. Let's do this shit. Yep. Oh, that's you. Whoa. Oh. Freaking cat man. So freaking hyped. If you want to get the Twitch badge, if you want to get the badge for Twitch up on the screen, Twitch should be in the description. And sub if you want, or gifted sub can too, but primes do not. Yeah. If you want the Twitch badge. But you don't have to. You don't want it. Up to you.
And you get to keep that badge forever. I was gonna say, other what's it? That's so cool, dude.
Yeah, it's a permanent badge too. Chat. I don't even know how to really play Destiny right now. I might. Try this one.
go back in the room? Yeah, the drop is, yeah, the only drop for Marathon. It is on. Wait, what happened that time? Yo, Wolf is thinking, what if we don't find the code? I bet they'll tweet it out or something. There'll be another one. Dude, the freaking USAC.
when we leave.
Oh, cat on the board! Cat on the board! Spam the cat emotes! That's right, all the cat emotes, good stuff. No. Left. Cat on the board. New caloric hot dog. New caloric hot dog. This is my god now. We are not worthy to the new caloric hot dog. I love how much fun they're having with it. Hit him in the face. Hit him in the face. I think they're gonna pick us up again. Jared, pick us up, Jared! Jared, where is my whisper? Oh, is that where the code is? Is that the code? Oh, bro, there ain't no way. There ain't no way. The bit rate's like 12. I'm deceased, bro. Jared, just move us over an inch, bro. Yes. No. Okay. Alright, left. Look at that Smallin, just chilling, bro. Fuck, he's impaled. Do you want me to go take it? I think it's L. I think it's BL, right? Oh, so it is B1, so it's not an I or an L. So, okay, so I read it right the first time. Bruh. Fucking chat. Fucking chat. I wish you could see how long your cooldown was. Oh, sorry. I just typed right in the YouTube chat. I typed right in the wrong chat. Wow.
Get out of here.
I have so many chats open right now, okay? We're gonna run right into that chair. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, person. Bro, I can't even imagine how they're all feeling right now. I bet they are so excited and stressed and just everything. This is the biggest day for the studio in literally 10 years. You know what I mean? Oh, I spelled it wrong. It's us. Oh my god, dude, I'm typing in YouTube chat again. I can't even. My brain is fried at this point, dude. my brain is done, it's over. I do know. I have 3 chats right next to each other. I'm trying my best here. Man.
Really quick again, I'm just gonna get it. Oh, sweet. Cool. Do you know the show?
Let's go!
Oh, here we go. Yeah. We get some more.
our full reveal to go ahead and show you some marathon gameplay live here from Bungie HQ, but we actually have the distinct privilege of being joined by a pretty solid contingent of the marathon development team in-house. So in addition to some of the folks we're going to be talking to on stage here in just a little bit, we wanted to take the opportunity to get to introduce you to just a few of them here before we kicked off the show. Now, first things first, someone who's been here at Bungie for a little bit and someone who has also agreed we're going to do it on film and make sure that everyone knows that you've agreed to take me on a run at some point. But Kevin Yanis, Senior Design Lead here at Bungie, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm really excited for this truly momentous day.
It's going to be a lot of fun. What about today's show are you most excited about?
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited for the team, or for everyone to see the team's work on the runners. We've been developing these gameplay fantasies and visual for a long time. I know the community's reacted really positively to some of the previews we've given, and you know, Bungie games have this immaculate touch and feel, this great gunplay, and with Marathon, we're adding tech shooter elements to it to really increase that depth and mastery that people expect from our games. So I'm excited to see how everyone reacts to that.
Now we're going to get to see a lot of that soon, but we're also going to get to see, you mentioned you get to work on the runners. Can you tell us just a little bit, without spoiling what's on the show, what we're going to see today?
Yeah, sure. With these runners, you're going to see they're pretty archetypical. So you're going to see different but clear and distinct fantasies and gameplay identities and roles, and hopefully people walk away from this understanding how their team compositions are going to look like and what their friends are going to play.
Outstanding. Kevin, well, thank you for being here today, man. We appreciate it. As we go right on down the line, we're also joined by Senior Engineering Lead here at Bungie, Mr. Sean Chan. Sean, how's it going, man?
Hi, I'm great. Yeah, it's really good. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you for asking. That's so nice of you. For folks out there that may not know what it is a Senior Engineering Lead does, what do you do here at Bungie?
Yeah, I make sure everything works. So, like, if something doesn't work, Kevin comes and calls me, right? This doesn't work, come call me. Everything's like, call Sean if it doesn't work, you know?
I mean, it's a huge undertaking, obviously, here working in video games. It's such an intersection between art and science. Anything particular today that you're really excited for people to see?
We have a lot of cool tech that people haven't seen yet, like stuff that can happen in this game that we just haven't seen before, right? So this will be the first time they see it. I'm really nervous, and I hope everything works well.
Being nervous means you're both excited but want it to go well, so that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Well, Sean, thank you for being here today, man, too. We really appreciate it. And of course, as we go on down the line, we're also joined by Marathon's narrative director, Julia Narden. Julia, how you doing?
Really excited, Andy.
Today, we're obviously going to get a lot to show, or get to show off a lot rather today here in just a little bit. But what are you most excited for people to see?
Oh man. So as you know, we've been treating this as both a reimagining of and a direct successor to the original trilogy, which means we've been taking that really rich, textured world building from the original games and using it as sort of a sacred foundation that we want to continue building on. And finally, we get to share some of that with our community today.
It's very exciting, and selfishly, as someone who grew up playing the original trilogy with his dad, it's been so much fun getting to talk story with you. Can't wait for everyone to get to see. Anything in particular, anything else that you're excited for people to get to dig into as they learn more about Marathon? We've unleashed a little bit with the ARG and everything, but any thoughts so far?
If I said it, I'd get in trouble, so I think I want to keep it a surprise.
Fair question. All right, well, we got a big show coming up. Thank you, Julia, for being here. Thank you all, too, for taking the time to join us today. We appreciate it a ton. All right, we are in final prep now, everyone. So we'll be back in just a little bit on the other side with some Marathon gameplay. Don't go away.
this on Twitch in like 2 minutes. I'm gonna let this go. Can I do that? I don't think I can log into Nightbot on Twitch at the same time. No, actually I should be able to. Alright. I'm gonna let this go until this hits 45 seconds. I'm gonna go until this hits 45 seconds, and then I'm gonna click the winner on YouTube, and then I'm gonna log out and do it on Twitch. Just give me a second. Give me a second. So let people enter on YouTube here. And the way this is gonna work, people on YouTube, whoever wins, I'm gonna have you DM me on Twitter. Yeah, and then that's where I'll give it to you. Please make sure, yeah. We'll make it. Okay, I'm gonna choose a winner now. The winner message is Mina Bomb 98. Message me on Twitter or Discord, preferably. Yeah. Better message me on Twitter or Discord. We'll make this work. Can you please, if you're Mina in chat, can you please say something like, DM me a code message on Twitter and then put it in my chat so I know it's you. That way we can make sure you're getting it. All right, we're gonna do it on Twitch too, real quick. Do a giveaway. Let me click this button real quick. All right, Twitch. Spam the word NDA. Go.
Hello and welcome back to Bungie HQ here in beautiful Washington, where we're coming to you live with the opportunity to share a little bit of marathon gameplay with you for the very first time. My name's Andy. I work on the social media team here, and we've got an awesome show lined up for you with a little surprise at the end that you're going to want to stick around to. So make sure to go ahead and not tune out early. But no need to worry. You're not going to have to sit here and listen to me. I'm joined by some of my teammates here at Bungie to walk us through some of what we're going to be seeing today. So no time like the present. Let's get into the show. First things first, this gentleman here to my right, to your left, is Marathon's game director, Mr. Joe Ziegler. Joe, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Super excited to finally show something about our game, you know? We've been a little bit silent for a while, but we're hoping you'll have a lot of fun today.
Yeah, we'll have another video in addition to one of just you in your office hanging out.
Exactly,
so,
yeah. I won't be talking for like 20 minutes straight this time. I promise, yeah.
So for anyone out there that may not know you or what you do here, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
I work with a lot of amazing people, some of the people on this stage, a lot of people who are sort of in the audience here today. My goal is ultimately to take sort of all the ideas that we have, bring them together into a singular experience, and help to deliver that experience as a single thread. So, just love that.
Thank you very much for being here today, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. As we go on down the line, we're also joined by a man who's been instrumental in bringing the worlds of both games and film to life, our franchise art director, Mr. Joe Cross. Joe, how's it going? Joe, for anyone, obviously you've got some fans here, but for anyone out there in the audience at home that may not know you or doesn't get a chance to work with you, can you tell us just a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Yeah, so I'm Joe Cross. I'm franchise art director of Marathon, and my job is to sort of set the tone and the vision, the visual style of this, reimagine this IP and this amazing game, and then make sure that our world-class art team is set up for success. Paving the way a bit.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for everything. We're going to have a lot to dig into today, so thank you for being here as well.
Thank you.
As we go right on down the line, we have, without a doubt, the most important Andrew on this stage here today, our gameplay director, Mr. Andrew Witz. How's it going, Witz? Good. Witz, for anyone out there that may be just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, Andrew Witz. I'm the gameplay director. What basically means is I had to work with a bunch of awesome people to set up what the survival sandbox of Marathon is going to be. So that's runners, weapons and equipment, and the combatants, the UESC. They're going to be hunting players on Tau Steady. So yeah, what up to the gameplay team? Thank you all for all your work.
And of course, last but exceptionally not least, someone who you've probably seen in Bungie Vidocs in the past, and someone who's been able to help guide design here at Bungie since Halo 3. The one, the only Senior Design Lead here, rather, the one, the only Mr. Lars Bakken.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lars, we're back.
You could say Marathon's back.
You could. I'll leave that to you, though. Well, for anyone out there in the audience who may not get that reference and is just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself and what you do here?
Yeah, my name is Lars Bakken. I'm a senior design lead on the Run team. Shout out to Run team, everyone that's out there right now. A lot of fans out there. So the Run team is consisting of, we make the maps, so the zones that you're going into, we make the activities, so we take some of the cool stuff that Andrew's team, we remix it, we add the UESC in, we make them real difficult on purpose. And then we also have the contracts team, which are the factions, the corporations that players are sort of doing deals with because they're mercenaries. And that gets a little bit down into sort of the missions and everything. And so that's the stuff I hopefully make everyone proud with.
Well, we'll get into that here very shortly, but no, thank you all for starters all for being here. Before we get started as well, a quick reminder, do yourself a favor, make sure you've got your Bungie and your Twitch account linked to make sure you don't miss out on the Twitch drop that's going on right now. And if you also go ahead and subscribe to any channel in the Marathon directory, you can get a special little cat badge.
Sorry. Shame.
And now we have a big show again lined up. We've got some gameplay on the way coming up very shortly. We had a chance to go ahead and work with some creators and press very recently, and we're going to show you what they thought of the game. And of course, again, I'll repeat myself, but we've got something really great for you at the end of the show, so make sure to stick around. But again, the purpose of today is to show off some gameplay. Mr. Joe Ziegler, I'd love to hand the mic to you for this next part.
Yeah, so before...
Mr. Joe Ziegler, I'd love to hand the mic to you for this next part.
Yeah, so before we get started, obviously there's a lot to talk about today. We have a little bit of a taste to show you about what our game is about, just to kick us off, so we can put some images to what we've been talking about here. So let's take a look.
The end of all things. But the dream is not over. My dream. Yours. Now, run.
First things first, you saw that correctly. Marathon will be releasing just later this year on September 23rd, so you'll be able to ship out to Tau City very shortly. And in addition to that, coming just later this month, on April 23rd, we're going to be running a closed alpha test that you can be a part of. Now, as a quick heads up, this is going to be focused on North America, 18 plus only. So there's going to be a big chance to play up front, but don't worry, there's going to be other opportunities to play later. So to make sure you're caught up with all the details and you're ready to go, do yourself a favor, head over to our Discord at discord.gg/marathonthegame. And of course, if you're here in Twitch chat with us today, you've already done yourself a big favor. Members of our community and moderation teams are going to be going out and looking for folks to drop codes to as well to make sure that you can get priority access when the alpha kicks off. So go ahead and keep an eye out on your inbox. There's no exclamation point drops or anything you need to do, though I'm sure folks will do it anyway. But worry not, you've gone ahead and done yourself a favor by being here today. But let's get into it. What did we just see?
A lot of death, you know, is first what we all saw. But honestly, you saw a first glimpse of a bit of everything. It's got some runners in there. It's got some weapons in there. It's got some weapons in there. It's got some crazy stuff happening, but yeah.
Yeah, a little taste of the weapons in there. You saw some alternate weapon actions. The flip scope is in there, so weapons are going to do more than just shoot, obviously. It's a Bungie game. We got to like really push things. Yeah, a lot of runner abilities are in there as well. The UESC, obviously a little taste of the UESC and what they're capable of. Yeah, a lot of awesome stuff.
And some fun world interactions too. Like there's that sequence where the shutters go down and then everything goes wrong for the team that's in that room. But that's, yeah, it's pretty cool to see those things.
Yeah, everything goes wrong in the Andy Salisbury story. Mr. Ziegler, so why are we making Marathon? Why is Bungie going into the extraction shooter space?
I mean, extraction shooters are something that are a passion of all of ours. Like, we really like the idea of bringing this experience that we've all enjoyed, which is this kind of intense survival-based experience where you are frequently unsure of what's going to happen next, but you're on that adventurous ride of it. You know, it's like, we talk about it sort of like it's a horror story that's kind of unfolding before you, and testing yourself to see if you can survive it. And we really wanted to take that and sort of, I don't know, bring a lot more people into it. When you love something, you really kind of want to just, you know, attract others to it, and so you can have a bigger party with it. And so, yeah, we've been doing a lot of work to make that happen.
Yeah,
you know?
No, it shows. And you know, Lars, obviously, Bungie's got a long history of shooters, but this is a new type altogether for us to dive into. From your side, what's it been like designing for all of this?
It's been fantastic. So when I started at Bungie, it was on the multiplayer team. And I am a competitive person in my nature. I really enjoy PvP. And so having to take that in the Marathon game and think about every single angle of every design, knowing that there will be other human beings in, around, and on the other side of it has just been fascinating and really exhilarating for myself personally, and I also know for the team.
It's been really exciting to see. And you know, obviously, you mentioned we saw a lot. We saw some runners. Mr. Witz, can you do me a favor and help introduce these 4 runners that are going to be available when the closed alpha test begins?
Yeah, for sure. We'll have 6 runners at launch, but we're focusing on the core 4 here for they're going to be in the alpha. So going left to right, we have Locust. Locust is our soldier kind of fantasy, our soldier kit, all about push forward gameplay, right? The first one in, trying to get as many picks as possible, right? Against either the UESC or other players. Next we have Blackbird. It's very reconnaissance-based kit, all about like figuring out where players and enemies are in general and punishing poor positioning. Glitch is like our agile disruptor kind of kit, all about pushing forward, disrupting enemy teams and what they're doing and getting out and kind of having that kind of cycle. Void is our stealth boy, our sneaky boy, all about throwing down smokes, going a full active camo cloak. Into the darkness, getting some reses, and then taking some people by surprise. So yeah, this is our core 4 right now for
Very
Alpha.
exciting. A lot of different playstyles to choose from out of the gate. And even furthermore, Joe Cross, also, if anyone's not following Joe Cross on Twitter, do yourself a favor and do so. But you've been sharing some art with these runners pretty recently out there on Twitter with everyone. You know, before the show, we were talking a little bit, and I've heard this come up a lot, but you know, you guys have been working off of this concept of graphic realism. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is and what that means for the design here?
Yeah, it's one of our ingredients that we've sort of conjured up to help us define the visual world for these runners. You know, the first thing we wanted to make sure was their visual fantasy reflected the gameplay fantasy well, and then we sort of have our you know, unique recipe of influences and inspirations for the reimagining of this world. And one of those sort of constraints we've created is this idea of graphic realism, where we kind of reduce the amount of geometry, we limit our materials, we use a lot of graphic design and color, and we sort of use it as a tool to onboard artists who are working on the project. And then it doesn't hurt to have a world-class concept team cranking this stuff out. That's sort of the origin of a lot of these designs.
Yeah. And, you know, obviously the world of Marathon has so much legacy to it as well. You know, as a kid who grew up playing it, I know it well myself. But, like, what's it been like stepping into this world?
It's amazing. Yeah, for art geeks out there, the sort of the father of the Marathon visual world in a lot of ways is this guy, Craig Mullins, who you see art represented on the left, started out as a fan, then got incorporated into the IP officially by Bungie. And so his legacy looms super large. And we've always tried to, you know, pay attention, pay homage, make sure we're doing justice. And you can see here in the center, this is kind of a proto-runner we developed early in the process to make sure that, you know, our sort of approach to graphic realism and style lined up and sort of represented that. And then on the right here, sort of an evolution into one of our actual runners here, Blackbird, with a similar fantasy and composition. So I think it's working out well. And I think we're, you know, doing something new, but also sort of looking back.
It's like a 3-panel study on how to hold a spine, right? Is what you're looking at. Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah.
Is it a spine?
I don't know. It could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that said, if anyone out there in Twitch chat as well has any questions, go ahead and drop them in. We're going to try and answer as many as we can. We're going to be showing, again, a lot of stuff today. So if you've got anything that comes to mind, please feel free to throw it in there. Folks on the community team are going to be keeping an eye out. But, you know, we've obviously got a chance to go ahead and dive a little deeper. We've done some telling. Let's go ahead and do some more showing by taking a bit of a deeper dive into some more Marathon gameplay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Marathon is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner, a cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat. Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones and points of interest. You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players, countless security forces, and otherworldly threats. To scavenge the remains of a lost colony for glory and fortune. The environments of Tau Ceti 4 are filled with weapons, materials, and equipment you can scavenge throughout the map. Before deploying, you'll strategically build your loadout and select a runner to ensure you're equipped for the run ahead. Your objective is simple. Get in, gather as much loot as you can, and make it out alive. Die, and all your gear will be up for grabs. Survive, and your loot can be taken into future runs as you grow in power and fill your vault. Death is inevitable, but it's never the end. Think quickly on your feet and outplay your opponents. And in your next run, you and your teammates will be the ones coming out on top. And even if you're down on your luck, factions can sponsor you with a fresh loadout, so you can get right back into the fight. Bungie brings its best-in-class first-person multiplayer action to the forefront. Dynamic and tactile gunplay, runners with unique playstyles, and customizable builds create highly dynamic and strategic team fights. Whether you're on a zero-to-hero run or high-rolling with powerful gear, you'll need to use your best judgment when you decide which fights to pick and how. Because no matter how geared you are, players with skill and strategy will always have the edge. Marathon is designed to be played in crews, with contextual pings, shared objectives, and down but not out, to streamline playing with your friends. Death is not the end. And if you're the last one standing, you can overcome the odds to revive your teammates and get out with your hard-earned loot. And if you believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill to to take all the glory for yourself as a solo runner. No two runs in Marathon ever play out the same. With dynamic events, variable weather, and unpredictable players, you'll have to adapt on the fly if you want to survive. Each run has a time limit, and anything can happen while you're chasing your objective. Looking to unlock upgrades or increase your faction reputation? Slip into the shadows as Void and ghost past your enemies. Search the map for rare materials and profit opportunities without being discovered. Want to push enemy teams and steal their loot? Bring in Glitch with agility implants and your strongest weapons to disrupt rival crews. Running support for your friends, grab extra equipment, shield charges, and a specialized backpack to be the lifeline they need. You're always free to experiment with team compositions, and the only limit to how you want to play your runner is your loot and imagination. Endgame challenges, ranked play, discovering secrets, seasonal storytelling, community events, and more all await you in Season 1, where you and your friends will start to unravel the mysteries of Tau Ceti 4. Remember, you're only ever one run away from your next big score.
All right. It's a decent amount of gameplay. All right. Let's get into breaking this down. So, I think for starters, again, as we touched on before the break, Bungie has such a rich history with Marathon. Joe Cross, from your standpoint, facilitating this gameplay with your art style. Again, what was it like kind of approaching this from your perspective? What were you looking to do?
Build on a legacy. The narrative of Marathon is incredibly rich and inspirational, easy sort of inspiration for art. I also love just sort of having the keys to this car from this era, working on a game from this era. I love older games. I love the way the games look from the PS1, PS2 era. So there was a lot for us, and like I said, paying homage to some of the great sort of iconic artists of the time. So
yeah. And also we had some keen-eared folks in chat. I think it's Joey Wolfinder asked if this is Ben Starr. Yep, Ben Starr was the narrator of that piece. Excellent ear.
Great voice, right?
Yeah, super cool. Yeah,
Wonderful voice.
He's almost an Andrew Witz, but he does his best. But all right, I'm gonna put you on the spot with a tough one, Mr. Joe Ziegler. Who's your favorite runner?
Ooh, controversial question. I play a variety of them, but I will say probably the one I end up playing the most is Blackbird. Yeah, probably. Any Blackbird mains out there? I like playing Blackbird because it's a great crew runner. It's in terms of being able to provide a lot of information, provide a lot of support. It's also a great runner that's kind of helps to counter a lot of strategies that can occur, especially ambush strategies that happen. Also to catch Void out of position if Void's trying to hide. So yeah, there's a lot of versatility to how you can play it.
Very fun, Mr. Witz. I think you and I share the same name. I got to ask as well. Who's your go-to runner?
I split my time between Locust. I'm a very push-forward kind of player, as Joe reminds me all the time, because I'm pushing too much, too often.
You don't even have a W key. It just goes.
I just love to go fast forward. That's right. Yeah. And so, that push-forward gameplay that Locust kind of has, right? Being the first to try and get a pick, seeing somebody out of position, going for that pick. Also, I like to play Glitch a lot too. Again, I really love that disruption playstyle. I love just finding an enemy crew trying to exfil, trying to extract, and then taking the arm cannon and just knocking them out of the zone, and now they're trapped with me and hopefully my teammates. Joe.
I'm scanning. I'm looking for enemies. It's good, yeah.
To that same end, actually, as you guys kind of discuss the runners, Destas in chat asks, what's the pacing targets to the gameplay? Are there any movement or traversal mechanics?
There are a lot of movement and traversal mechanics inside of the game, but it varies. Your effectiveness varies per runner.
Yeah, everything we're making a survival sandbox, which means everything kind of has to have a cost, right? And so going, if you want to go fast, Locust has a super sprint, so to speak. Like they have leg jets that kind of come on to help you sprint even faster. That causes heat. So basically, it's almost like a stamina system, but we call it heat because we're these awesome mercenary cyborgs, right? Where like the body overheats, and so this character has like some mobility, but you overheat quite a bit. So that's kind of the cost that's there, and so that's what pushes us into like finding implants that maybe like expand like how much like your heat meter, and also give you more agility, so you can even go even faster, right? So yeah, there's a lot of cost in the game in terms of when we place a mobility thing in there, we really want to make sure. It's like, how does this affect the pace, and how does this affect the overall survival sandbox?
And to be fair, we're still looking at the alpha builds. We got to balance a lot of stuff because some stuff is kind of sketchy. Yeah.
No, it's no, we have a lot to learn. That's why we're doing this, right?
Yeah, I mean, and actually, while we're talking about kind of those finer details, Wits, I'd love to still kind of bug you a little bit. In Marathon, build crafting is a big deal. What does that mean in the world that you guys are building?
Yeah, and so like the runners are essentially like a base, right? And so each runner has they have a bunch of implants that you can kind of find that do kind of wild things, and like as they go up in rarity, right? There's a lot of stats, so you can increase your resistance to certain things. So like Tox is one, so you can essentially be poisoned, right? As our Tox, and so you can build up resistances to that. You can increase your agility. There's shields, obviously, to make you a bit more durable. We have cores. Cores are really cool. They basically give you like extra passives. And at the base rarity, like they have these kind of passives that you kind of play around. At the highest rarity, they are specific to the runner kit that you have, the runner you're playing. And what they do is they really augment your abilities wildly, right? So you can, you're doing one thing, and then you get like a core specifically for glitch, and now you're like, oh, my double jump is a triple jump? Like that's how much we want to kind of push that, so that gear really matters. And so builds are like completely the implants, the cores, weapons, weapon attachments. Weapons have like a pretty cool progression too. We have gold mods, which are kind of like the highest end of the attachment pool. They're essentially like exotics in our game, right? What is the exotic version of this Magnum that can do some wild stuff? So yeah, like really it's the entire package together is what the build crafting experience is in Marathon.
Super exciting. And actually, to that same end, we got a question in chat as well from, I think, Firex is how you pronounce it. How many players are going to be in each map?
Varies per map.
Yeah, it varies per map. The footage that people have seen a lot of, Dire Marsh, we support up to 18 players.
Excellent. Okay, all right. So going to be room for a lot of play styles. To that same end, I know we talked a little bit about Void earlier as well. Lars, can you walk us through maybe just your play style when you're approaching any of these runs?
Sure, yeah.
Let's go ahead and sell out the best strategy.
I have to give away my secrets. So Void is really fun for me because it leans into this part of my personality that is like very devious. And so, if you go on a run with me, I'll be like, hey, any claymores you see, let me know. And I'm putting those in my backpack, and I'm doing crazy things like, okay, so Void has a prime ability that sends out, I think you saw it in the video, it sends like a wall of smoke that sort of like your home base when you do that. It's a portable. Because when you go in that, you become invisible, you get automatic active camo. So I'll do things like set that up to make people believe I'm doing one thing and then do another. So a lot of subversive things. I'll go in there and I'll claymore the inside, right? Someone comes in after me, they're gonna have a very bad time. But I also do things like I'll go to a place in the zone where there's high tier loot, and I'll claymore it up, and then close all the doors and leave, and be like, I wonder if anyone's gonna show up. And then sure enough, maybe 5 minutes later, I see the shield crack in the HUD, and I'm like, yes, I can go back and see what's going on. So yeah, that's how I like to play.
Yeah. How about you, Joe Cross? What's your go-to?
Well, if you know me, I'd rather look good and lose. So I generally pick the runner with the coolest helmet, and in this lineup, I think that's clearly Blackbird. As far as my play style, I'm typically just a decoy. So
it's like, Joe, go over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look really great.
Yeah, exactly. Just stand in the open for a little bit. Yeah.
So that's the end of my run story.
Fair. Well, we want to thank you all for your collective sacrifice. We appreciate it. So actually, to that same end, obviously we do a lot of play testing here internally. Wits, I know you mentioned you've got a folder of some of your best plays, but what are some of your most memorable runs so far?
Some of my memorable runs are really when I think I'm going to be doing one thing, right? Like, okay, I'm going to do a contract. I'm going to be going here. I got to go into this room. I got to interact with this device. And I think it's like, I'm safe. Like, I'm kind of doing like a routine thing. I can get in and get out if I'm like smart about it and really kind of listen for what's going on. Like, there's no UESC around. There's no players around. And oftentimes there's another player. Like, the best moments is there's another crew that are going for the exact same thing. And there's this moment of like, you're about to turn the key to get into a locked room. And then the other team is right there. And you're like, oh crap, like, and then you're like, this is all out war in like a hallway that seems to be like a regular hallway, but now it's just like it just gets crazy. And so I think those are the peaks that happen where there's these tense moments where you're trying to do something that lead to these very quick crescendos where, you know, these mercenaries kind of going crazy, you know, like all these players are jumping.
You make it sound like you're playing so carefully, but you're not.
Listen, the tactics are happening fast.
Okay.
They're
There's
going,
just processing power.
like, the math is going. Like, it's happening.
It's improvisational, right? It sounds like, I mean, runs can obviously entail a lot, but we also have a question from Sharky218. Is loot going to be just weapons, or is there going to be more for people to go after while they're out there in Tau City?
There's a ton of them.
There's a ton
of them. Yeah, there's implants, there's cores, there's equipment,
Consumables.
there's
Grenades.
Consumables. Yeah.
Talk about grenades.
Yeah, there's grenades. We have a bunch of different types of grenades in the game as well that you can loot in the world. We have valuables, we have backpacks, attachments, weapons, materials, keys.
And there's a bunch of stuff too that we're just we call valuables, but like there's times when you're running low on money and you're like, I just need to do a valuables run right now, and I need to pick up these things and get my money, you know, into my space bank. So.
Space Bank, yeah.
Yeah, that actually is a good segue from, I'm not making this name up, Ballin' Hobo asks, what do I do with the loot when I extract? Like, why does it matter in the long run?
Yeah, there's a variety of reasons. So a lot of it was related to sort of our factions and contract system. But if you want to talk a little bit about that, Lars.
Yeah, I mean, we've got this entire system we call factions. You're doing contracts, they're like missions, and you are being greeted originally by a AI representative because you are a mercenary and you don't really have allegiance to anyone. They are going to pay you to do these jobs, and so they'll give you these missions to do. And as you're doing these missions, like Andrew said, sometimes you'll run into danger. But the cool thing about, I think, a lot of the faction, the contract system is like, you could complete the, download the agricultural survey from this one area on one of the zones, and you're doing the thing and you've sort of done it. So even if you die, you've still made progress there, which I think is a really cool aspect of that feature. But then there's also this other meta layer where as you're working with the different factions, they allow you to upgrade yourself over time, and so you can increase your heat meter, you can increase your loot speed, things like that.
I was gonna say, you're trying to get as much loot as possible to meet the challenge of the world, right? Like essentially, different missions get harder over time, right? Which means you want to have more loot on you so you can survive longer, so just in general, be able to do fight all the different, hostile entities in the world, like get through there's a POI on a zone that's heavily fortified by UESC and all of the different units that are there, the snipers, the assault units, like you want to be able to not only withstand that and players. So there's a lot of reasons why you want to be able to do that.
And honestly, like a lot of the loot translates into things like upgrades, that you utilize through the factions. But there's also an in-game store called the Black Market, where you can use a lot of your currency and things like that to actually re-equip yourself if you go on a bad run, or to upgrade yourself if you need anything from that space. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons to get a lot of good loot out. I don't think I'm ever short of reasons to get loot out.
I just said something else about me though. I'm just a loot goblin. So sometimes extraction shooters also can be seen as kind of hardcore, maybe tough to get into. What are some of the things that you guys are doing to make them easier to dive into?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that we could talk about. One is we are obviously investing, besides doing a little bit more onboarding in the front end so players can understand a little bit about what the nature of the game mode is. We're also doing a lot to make combat something that's a little bit more approachable, but also just equally as deep and have pretty wide things. But I think Andrew can talk about it,
Yeah, we want to make, this is like a Bungie shooter, right? We want to make sure it's approachable. We nail those fantasies. Every button press feels awesome, right? And so really trying to bring that kind of morph the Bungie action game into in the survival space where, again, everything kind of costs something, right? Getting shot, you're not going to have like a limb system where like, you know, your limb's broken or anything, but you will, like guns do stopping power, right? Which they can knock you out of sprint, they can slow you down, right? Status effects are still in the game. And so if you are hit with a chem grenade, right, you're gonna be toxed. You can be immobilized, right, which really slows you down. You can be overheated. There's all these things, and that pushes you into using consumables and making sure you have an answer for these things that happen. So we're trying to make sure that you keep the depth of the survival game, but the approachability of the action game, right? And so that's how we're trying to marry that together. In addition to that, if you have some bad runs, right, like, and you don't have a lot of, you see your loot kind of going down, we have the sponsored kits, like I was kind of talking in the video earlier, where it's a package of gameplay items like weapons or equipment or maybe a shield or something or consumables. That's kind of like the floor for what we think you can be really, like, you can be capable in the environment and actually like fight other players that actually are kitted out. So you're never feeling like, where the goal is that you can always clutch, even if you find somebody who's completely kitted out in like really high-end gear, because that's your payday, right? That's like the beauty of the moment of like, oh my god, I took this player, and oh, they have the best shield in the game. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there'll be a lot of good pointers for folks at home taking notes for when they get a chance to get into the alpha, but we'd be remiss if we also didn't mention how a big part of what we do here at Bungie is working alongside our community, which is why we've also had the chance since about 2022 to work with hundreds of different creators in our community as well, to go ahead and get some of their feedback. So to those of you out there that have joined us, thank you very much for your time and your opinions. They mean a lot. But no need to listen to me talk about it. We actually just last week had a bunch of folks in here to go ahead and play test the very same alpha build that some of you will have a chance to join in on as well. So I thought I'd go ahead and let you tell them about it in their own words.
You kind of feel the blood pumping.
Got him. Got them all again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
This is a new world. This is a different take on an extraction shooter.
It's game changing. It is literally game changing.
This is such an exciting time for us. You are the first group outside of Bungie to playtest our alpha build.
Look daddy up, let's go.
Okay, I am ready enough. Whenever you two are.
Is there... Oh, we are bringing some money in this time.
Quick read.
Oh, you looking around? See
Yeah,
who's,
we got to read this.
Alrighty. Bio research is right next to us. You want to do the intercepts?
Yeah.
You just want to grab that real quick?
Yeah, we can.
You want to get going?
Yep, medal.
That should be a good one.
I didn't actually. I've not been there yet.
Oh, okay. There's... So, for the gang, there is fall damage, and it is severe if you
There
drop
is. I got a mod
a
earlier that like rapidly reduced it though. So there are ways to reduce it.
I may have just exploded my kneecaps.
If you dash right before you hit the ground, you don't take
it's safe.
It'll break the fall, yeah. Happens to the best of us.
AI on the right. Yeah, more AI inside the little shrubbery compound over there.
A hostile unit is calling for reinforcements.
It's alright. Excuse me, it's alright.
You good? You good?
Okay, still having the field maintenance.
Yep.
Oh, I got AI over here like crazy.
Oh my god, Are we killing them or are we going in?
AI with a snipe up above or something like me.
I need some bits ammo. You guys follow me? There's a green pump right there.
There's ticks underneath.
Oh yeah, here I think.
Clear. Down one.
I hit one, we're two of them.
1, 2.
Down. That's all of them. Right. Now we're doing it. Actually, you want to do the ATP? Right here. That looks like
Either way, I'm getting shredded right now. So I
That's
can
clear the AI outside first. They're just going to beam it if we don't go with them.
Yep.
What?
That's a purple one.
Wait, the one in the final fight me. Oh,
Big Grenadiers, yeah. They're pretty
yeah.
great. What'd you have on, little guy?
Oh, one of the guys we killed had just been weapons on him. Poor
15
guy.
minutes until signal loss.
Oh, mechanics kit. That's what we need, right? Who's
Yeah,
gonna use mechanical status effects?
I'm using it.
Approaching active data.
Yeah, I'm inside with them. We have the mechanics kit. It doesn't take anything. You're just good. Yeah. I'm unlocking the box. AI dropping in. Big ones too.
UESC reinforcements.
They've got long shots and two.
Oh. Yeah. That's gotta be. It's gotta be.
I think one shield. There's a loot up there, huge absolute. Oh my god, I almost had realized.
Where are they?
They're on the balcony, like down 200.
I got one knocked. I got one knocked.
Nice. That's one.
Annihilated, dude. Oh
down.
my
On me.
god.
I'm out of there now.
Yeah, I would say this
Oh,
off as you
yeah,
can.
there's a sniper. No!
That's it. It's a Brian. Job. He's a fiend, dude.
I'm going to you, Sam.
Yeah, I see him. Don't underestimate this guy.
Oh my god, that's it. Kill two, I think it's 1v1. Ben, you knocked one, I knocked another.
Good stuff. I literally only have a sniper.
A unit is signaling for reinforcements.
Okay, the knock I had was way over here. I don't see anybody over there yet.
He's been quiet for an awful long time, I reckon he's gone to res. I see him.
He's right there. Yep.
Yeah.
So get the rest.
That's okay. Yeah, he's holding the angle at a distance.
Sniped a sniper.
Yeah, right on me. This player. I mean, very weak up there. I'm underneath.
Are they where we got boiler down?
Knock one.
Coming.
Got one left.
Are they shots on the right side, like you put in?
No, they're close.
I got no tags. Oh.
There.
You got eyes?
Yeah.
Is
A1.
that him up there? Is he upstairs inside?
Yes, he was. Yeah, him.
Where's that USAC?
No, you should have shooting something in there. They were shooting something in there.
I think they kind of built a ringer group, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty confident.
They built a God Squad, you could say. I feel like we might be the God Squad.
That was good. That was a good run.
Yeah. We got knives from AI. Grab them together.
We can go to field maintenance.
Yeah, loot container key. Isn't there one of those around here?
Yeah, it's right here. Maybe I just hear that thought. Oh, I knifed one.
Oh my god, I'm dead. Yeah. Yeah. Something's sucking me.
Stop sucking him! It's a purple shoe.
UESC reinforcement signal detected.
I found a purple enemy. I heavy knifed it 4 times and had to dump a full mag into it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yay! I don't want the
Yeah, they-
conquest. LMG. I should take it, but I don't want it.
But here, take
Oh,
this.
long
Take
shot.
this.
I'm saved. What's the question marks again?
Huh?
That are on the map?
Oh, I think those are the players, right?
Huh? Like
Like
this?
the cash players?
Yeah, I don't know. Players.
One is broken.
Oh, got a purple shield. Knocked one.
I knocked one. Found him.
Prepare for increased hostile action.
Glitch is moving. Glitch is moving.
Behind, yeah, glitches behind you at the moment. White shield, white shield.
Oh, she's scared. She's scared.
Down. Down.
Very good.
Very, very nice. I called it purple. Yeah, I want the frickin' purple. Here's a green on this one.
Purple shield. Who has that?
Me.
The big items, the big drops, the stuff that's like really high value, they're like, I have to get this out.
Doesn't matter if I'm playing Lucas or Void or Glitch. If I've got a better aim, I'm gonna win. There's no other extraction shooter like that where I can have that kind of gameplay.
When people find out about some of the secrets and stuff, they are going to lose their mind.
Playing so far has just been refreshing, I'd like to say. Everything felt really locked in.
This being sort of the next full Bungie experience is an exciting moment.
The game is inherently fun. I just want to play more.
Actually, I'm gonna have to leave pretty soon. But I'll make it.
All right, so obviously having those creators in was a whole lot of fun. Getting to work with both creators and players alike has been a privilege. It's been a great time getting to set that up, and of course, I promise I'm not saying this just because I work on the social media team here, but if you head over to our YouTube channel, we have a full 20-minute version of that. So youtube.com @Marathon the Game is where to find us. Also same with all of our other socials as long as I'm at it. But Lars, obviously, again, like we talked about before that video, we're familiar with working with our community really closely, but have we ever done it this early or at this scale before?
So I've been at Bungie for a while now, since the Halo 3 days, and I think the thing, even since my time, we've been really good about is working with players, working with the community. It's something we take pride in. And on this game in particular, yeah, we brought people in, players in much earlier into the process than I think we ever have before, and it's given us really good insight. You know, we tell them when they show up, be brutally honest, because that's how we learn, that's how we understand what needs to change, what needs to get better, and I think it's been really great.
That's been a ton of fun. I mean, even again, like these folks were all here last week. You guys were in there with some of you playing as well. What was it like?
Oh, it's super exciting. Yeah, I mean, like when you have a lot of there was a combination of players who we've been engaging with for a long time, and some players who were brand new, and it was great to see sort of like the mix of the both. Especially when you got to some higher level skilled players who just joined in and immediately got it and started destroying everybody, like Tens and Lupo was in there, and but yeah. Yeah, you had some pretty awesome moments, didn't you?
Yeah, so it was pretty amazing to jump in, and I'm going to throw Nick under the bus for a moment here. Like, apparently he was on the team with Brian and Jeff Keighley, and they were not having success. Y'all were, like, destroying them, the creators. Yeah, it's probably your team that was destroying them. So I was brought in as, like, a hired gun to help get Jeff through, and...
Thank you.
I did my job.
Mission accomplished, Lucas. Yeah.
Something that he's used to, obviously. Also, though, you were saying you were observing a little bit as well, maybe not playing quite as much. What was it like, from your perspective, getting to see all these folks jump in and play the game for the first time? Some of them.
I mean, it was awesome. It's awesome, like playing the game for so long, right, and seeing other people play the game is just a great feeling, right, for like the whole team. You get to see things that you designed for happen, and in real life, right? You see people who are like being hunted by other players that take refuge by like we're a heavily fortified area, and watching the UESC equalize a little bit. Moments like that was great. There was another fight that was like it looked so fun, but also hilarious, but also like really like. It was like a great time, but also really tense. There was two crews that were fighting under the Dire Marsh map. There's a bunch of tunnels and stuff like that, and they were fighting in the tunnels. And the fight was literally like almost 1-by-1s, like 3 and 3, like constantly moving towards each other and fighting in the hallway. The person in the front dropping meds for people in the back and changing positions, and that fight went into like little vents as well. So it was like this it was this hilarious chase that was like. It was super tense because you didn't know exactly whether you were going to get third party, and they were just the volume in the room kept on going up from those two crews because they were just like, where are they going to get flanked? There's another vent right there that could pop up from there. And they were shooting vents just like out of just pure paranoia. It was awesome to watch.
It's a good balance to strike, obviously, yeah. And you, again, we were mentioning you got to play. Were there any other creators you got to dive in with?
Oh, yeah, I was on a team with Valkyrie and Katamina, and we had a lot of fun. There was like a couple moments where we bunkered down underneath a greenhouse in the tunnels underneath. Tunnels are dangerous, and they were fun. But we basically created like a little claymore nest down there, and so we were baiting them down into it. And yeah, it was pretty successful. I'm telling you, the claymore strats are good. Yeah. Don't sleep on claymores. They're
pretty solid.
Yeah.
Lars is like, I know.
Yeah.
So even in addition to these creators, the legacy of Marathon's community goes so long goes so far rather. As someone who's played a lot of Aleph 1 in the past as well myself, back on my Titanium G4 PowerBook so long ago, bringing in the Aleph 1 team was really, really exciting. You guys got a chance to work with them as well, isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting to sort of connect to the heritage of Marathon, right? Like to keep that alive as we're sort of building this new world. And so working with the Aleph 1 team has been really awesome with the Marathon Classic on Steam is the release that they had, as well as the Marathon Classic 2, I think, is on Steam as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, both of those, it's like sort of connecting the threads, if that makes sense, sort of remembering the past as we're sort of building this new, re-envisioning in a lot of ways of what Marathon is.
Yeah. Actually, kind of on this topic as well, about the dangers of the world, we do have a question from Twitch chat. Are there dangerous PvE encounters? Obviously, you've mentioned that the UESC is out there, and you should underestimate them at your own peril. But can you tell us a little bit more about maybe some of those emergent threats that await players?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the UESC security units that are out there. There's a bunch of different types that do different things, so watch out for them. We also have ticks, which are these wonderful, surprising, explodey fauna. Yeah, they run at you. They run at you, explode on you, and you have to shoot the nests actually to get rid of them essentially. Otherwise, they'll keep coming. And there's a bunch of hazards and stuff that are going to be on the map as well. Like we have a bunch of tox rooms and all kinds of surprises that await players. And in the alpha there's a few, but
what's the scariest UESC unit to you?
The scariest unit? The Ghost Commander for me, for sure. The Ghost Commander, their ability is they go into active camo and they actually have clone. They have a bunch of clones that go out there, so you're not sure which one to shoot. And then by the time you recognize which one is actually the real one, right, it's like it may be over for you. But that's one. The sniper, also love the sniper as well. We really want to have these prolonged sniper fights that are really great against the UESC. And if you manage to really push them and they notice you're pushing, they'll punish you for that too. So, like, yeah, definitely be careful of these units. Tread carefully.
Not to be trifled with, right?
And the recruits, honestly, the recruits, they have this rush down that they do. If you're not too careful and knowing where they're going to be flanking you and rushing you down from, like, yeah, we're purposely making them these formidable foes that you can't get treasure out of the world easily, and they're guarding it, and they're doing a pretty damn good job.
You can't ignore them either. Once they're on your set, you kind of got to figure out a way.
Yes. Exactly.
Also, too, we've got another question from, I believe, Shepsky. Can a team be composed of any number of runner types, like 3 Blackbirds, for example?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
There's no restriction on how you assemble your crew. You can all play the same. You can create a meme comp if you want. Or you can diversify a little bit, and sort of try to use each other's utilities. But we've seen them all. It's been really cool to see kind of the different combinations we've seen. Yeah.
But you may never know, like those 3 different players that are playing Blackbird, they may have very different builds and what they're gearing towards in Blackbird, right? Like they may be some of them, like one of them may actually have implants that allow them to go in active camo. That's not a specific thing for a runner, so we're purposely trying to make it so that you can diversify.
I did see the shield wall comp, which is like basically 3 locusts in the playtest from last week. But yeah,
let's go. Yeah. So again, obviously, it's been so much fun to hear you guys even talking about this game and the experiences you've had. You've been building a world that's really ripe for players to tell their own stories in. Again, with the closed alpha on the way on April 23rd, as players finally get a chance, some of them to jump in. What are some of the stories you're most excited for them to get to dive in and maybe tell themselves?
So many. I mean, there's so many different stories that I think that we're looking forward to seeing happen, especially ones that we've never even seen before. But getting onto the planet, like honestly, just trying to survive amongst all of the different threats that exist there. The dying, when our trail says death, it's death. There's a lot of death in the game. The learning from it, the challenging yourself, the getting back up and trying to do something new. It's gonna be exciting. I'm sure there's plenty of other things.
I'm curious, Mr. Cross. What are you expecting?
I mean, I'm had the fortune to launch Destiny and now Marathon. It's always amazing to put something out into the world that you've been working on, sort of in a bubble for 6 years or something like that, and have the players experience the visual world for the first time is amazing. Introducing the IP into the world, sort of beyond the game. Sort of the culture it creates. Always excited to see like what the fans tell us what the game is and what the metas are and what the IP is, and so that exchange is always amazing.
Yeah, check out the Discord. It's getting wild in there right now. Yeah. Wits, how about you? Anything come to mind on your side?
I'm just really excited for folks to discover the content and play with it in interesting ways. We've been making this meal for a bit. It's just time to see folks play, right? Yeah. Like we've been making the sandbox for a bit. We've been working together on all the activities and everything in the world, right? It's just going to be exciting to see people react to it organically and learn from it.
Yeah, very exciting.
I'm also curious to see which runner will be the crowd favorite, out of the end. I have theories.
I know you have many theories.
Yeah.
Many theories.
Chat, Discord, let us know. We'd love to hear what you guys are thinking.
Absolutely.
But that brings us to just about the conclusion of what's been a very action-packed show. So for starters, guys, thanks so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
I mean, thank you so much, and thank everybody out there. Like our team is literally sitting behind these cameras here, and they're amazing. Like you should give yourselves a hand, for putting together. Also, there's an immense amount of staff here that has been super gracious and kind to come and help work with us on this. So just want to make sure all of you, let's give you a hand too. You've been doing an amazing job. So thank you.
That's right. So again, as we noted at the top of the show, coming up at the very, very end, we've got a very special surprise. So go ahead and do yourself a favor and stick around all the way through till the end. But again, a huge thanks, Joe Ziegler, Joe Cross, Andrew Witz, and Lars Bakken. Thank you all for being here today. And of course, again, to echo Ziegler, thank you so much to the entire dev team here at Bungie. Thank you so much for being here today. Whether you're here with us in person or you're at home, It's your contributions that make Marathon possible. So truly, thank you. It's honestly humbling to be here today. And again, of course, the crew here, thank you all so much for all of your hard work. It's been incredible seeing this stage come up so quickly rather. So thank you so much. It's been a gargantuan effort, and it's all thanks to your efforts. And most importantly, again, to all of you fine folks out there for joining us today. It's such a privilege for us to get the opportunity to share what we've been working on, and it matters most when you show up and join us. We know you have busy days, and we're thankful to be a part of it. So thank you for joining us here on this Saturday morning. And of course, we got something fun at the end. Make sure you stick around for a little bit longer. We're going to be rating Scarrow and Mr. Raffle Waffles, Milo, out there here just after the show ends. So go ahead and tell them we said hello when you get a chance to drop into their chat. But as has become kind of a tradition here at Bungie with our streams, we've saved just one more special thing here for you at the end. Now, we've told you a lot about the game so far, but we haven't had a chance to really touch on the narrative just yet, and we're really excited to build a story that's innovative in the extraction shooter space, both in and out of the game, and we'd love to show you a glimpse of that now. So we've had the opportunity to partner with Academy and Emmy Award-winning director Alberto Mielgo to go ahead and show you just a bit of a snapshot of what life is like on Tau Ceti. So we hope you enjoy, but in the meantime, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see you all Starside.
Of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that it sculpt to well those passions red which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, lifeless thing that mocked them, and the heart that fed.
Welcome once again. Once again. As the new shell. As the new shell feeling.
I mean, it feels just like what it is, right? Like $1 trillion. Like $1 trillion.
Sakaguchi Genetics sent a reminder. Your shell repayment is coming up and will be charged against your line of credit.
Yeah, I know. Do you mind if we skip the formalities this time? Got a big contract waiting down there, so.
Understood. Let's proceed with your grounding exercise. Are you familiar with this item?
That's my lucky charm. Yeah. It's supposed to be my lucky charm.
identify her?
Yeah, that's my mom. That's your mom. Your mother.
Now,
You know that's
consider
your mom.
this. Do you recognize this child?
Who are you? I don't know.
It's you.
Really?
Hey, what's that you're always tuned into? Worth anything?
I don't know, but I like it. It speaks to me.
Let me listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you ever wonder what happened to these people?
It's not my business.
And this music is? You'll have a tough time finding a buyer.
Good. It's not for sale. Give it to me.
And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remain. Nothing beside remain. Round the decay of that colossal wreck. Round the decay of that boundless and bare. Boundless. The lone and level sand stretch far away.
Do you recognize this child?
I don't know. Is that me?
I'm very excited for it. If you're excited, make sure to subscribe on the YouTube side and follow on the Twitch side. If you're on the Twitch side and you haven't gotten this cat badge yet, make sure you either subscribe. You only have a few hours to do this. Make sure you either subscribe or gift a subscription to get that badge before it's gone forever. And once you have the badge, you can use it forever. Sad to hear the story is lacking. That is not the case at all. The story is such a fundamental part of this universe. We're gonna talk about this. So we're gonna watch my review. We're gonna watch my review of Marathon 2025. Ask me any questions that you have, my friends. And then we're gonna go over to a breakdown of all 6 characters, 2 of which are still a work in progress, but we're gonna talk about them. And then we're gonna talk about the looting system in Marathon. And there's a ton of gameplay. And have any questions you have for me, let me know, my friends. Welcome, everyone. Bungie, thank you so much once again for giving me these opportunities, and thank you for the raid. It really does mean a lot. It means a ton. Let's do it. 5 hours of Marathon. Oh, sorry. I'm not wearing my headset. I can't even hear it. That's across 3 different builds. Is the video good? I played audio? A ton of this game, and in this video, I want to talk about things. Everything you see is from an alpha or pre-alpha build. And everything I talk about is from alpha or pre-alpha. It might change, especially based off of community feedback. I have seen the game literally transform from my feedback and other creators' feedback. They are taking it to heart. There are feedback places to get feedback on the Discord. I highly recommend you do that. Okay. I love about it. I'm going to talk about things that I'm not really that hot about, and I hope that they change. We're going to go over and then I want to try to answer some questions. What makes Marathon different from extraction shooters? I go over that at the end of this video, and I am a little sad they didn't talk about it at all, even just hints. But we're going to talk about it or in chat. I'm recording this well before the showcase, so I'm not really sure what exactly they're going to go over. So I apologize for any redundant information. But I do just want to clarify something real quick. I have been flown out to Bungie and paid a couple of times to play this game. Now, the objective of that was not to have us tell them, oh, you're making the best game ever. Or I don't know how much it'll cost. It is so we, and like me and other creators, can provide brutally honest feedback about the game. They were much more interested in what we didn't like versus what we did like. And I can confidently say over the 3 builds that I played of this game, it has gotten significantly better. And talking to people like Lupo and Hidden Xperia, who have been playing it for years, it's the same for them on a much larger scale. Bungie is have multiple game modes at launch. My understanding, it's still an alpha, but no, it'll just be back for this game. Extraction. You can use a controller on PC, yes. And they're taking it very seriously. So if I say anything about the game here that maybe you're not a fan of, let them know on Twitter or on Discord. No campaign. If enough people say all of the lore is, well, okay, lore is told through contracts, which we'll talk about here. But there are no like PvE missions or anything. But the lore is crucial to this universe. It is huge. It is amazing, and they play into it very well. I'll explain that in this video. Or say that they want a feature added. It's very likely that they'll address it in some way. I've seen it. I don't know anything about monetization. We didn't even get to see cosmetics. We know that there are going to be cosmetics, but in the build that we played, there was absolutely nothing real time, as I've been playing over the last couple of months. So, there's a reason Azzacross didn't get invited to this. He just could be played in an older build and clearly wasn't as hyped on it as everyone else. Dr. Lupo was in this with me, and he was one of the biggest haters the first time around of what they were doing. They wanted critical feedback. We all of us gave more negative feedback than we did positive feedback. That is why we were flown out. 100%. They did not want us to tell them they were making the best game ever. They wanted us to tell them what we did not like. Excited for Marathon? Make sure to subscribe, but let's get into it. There are a ton of things I love about this game. A, it is absolutely gorgeous. It's an extraction shooter. It's very high stakes. You need to be on your toes at every point in the game. And I encourage you guys to give your feedback as well. I get distracted a lot while playing it. I'll be running across a field or in the middle of a marsh or through some trees, and there have literally been times where I'm in the open and I'm just like looking at the skybox. It is a beautiful game, and hopefully you've seen that by now in the gameplay that they showed. Explain the UI. Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, so the UI is pretty simple. I show the map here in a little bit, so we can break down the map. So you have your teammates here on the left. This bar down here, the colored bar, is your shield. I will break down the shields later as well in another video, but essentially, it's kind of like Apex, where there's different rarity shields that give you more health. The gray is your health bar. This is going to be like your grenades and that sort of stuff. Every character has essentially 4 abilities. 2 are passive abilities, so you don't have to worry about them. They just happen. 1 is your prime ability, which is kind of like your super, and 1 is your alternate ability, I think it's called, something like that. So you have like 2 main character-ish abilities. We'll talk about this as well in a separate video. But I would say like 85% of the gameplay, 80% of the gameplay is pretty similar depending on what character you are on. Like, it doesn't matter what character you're on. Marathon feels like Marathon. Your abilities and kind of passives shape the rest of the game, but I wouldn't say it's like as defining as something like as like a Marvel Rivals or something. It's much closer. I compare it to Black Ops 3 Specialists, where like most of the gameplay is identical. Someone said there's too much fog. There's dynamic weather on these maps. I only get to show off 1 map today, Dire Marsh, but there are going to be 4 maps at launch. There is dynamic weather. Sometimes you'll be playing and you literally can't see 5 feet in front of you because it's raining so heavily. Sometimes it's a beautiful spring day. So there's dynamic weather. And we've had it change in the middle of a game too. Trailers and in the footage I'm showing on stream. It is an absolutely The alpha starts September 23rd. Or sorry, April 23rd. The lore of the Marathon universe. It's very dark. It's very gritty. It's very good. All important question. Factions they play. What do you think of them launching the same day as Borderlands 4? It's interesting. We'll see. Huge role in the game. It seems like this is going to be a very narrative. Too bad the alpha is North America only. We were told that you can sign up if you're in other areas. You just will have like less matchmaking. And that means that even if you're not the biggest PvP player ever, and that is, so most of this game is PvP, but the thing I can't stress enough, and I don't think they did a good enough job, I think they could have done a better job talking about this in the showcase. There is a lot for people who are heavy on PvP here. The lore of this universe is absurd. There's a lot of stuff you can do. Even if you die in the run, you still make a lot of progress. Like, a lot of the upgrades that you make are permanent on your character, for instance. You can do a lot to rat and avoid PvP altogether. I've had entire sessions where I didn't really fight that many people. It is entirely possible. The other thing that is going to very much appeal to people is this game has a ton of secrets in it. And there are, I talk about it a little bit here, and I don't want to say too much because I think it's going to be really exciting when the community discovers it. But there are maps that are more secrets than they are PvP, for instance. There are PvP aspects to it, but you'll see. I think there's something for you here. I think there is genuine duos and trios. So right now, I talk about this here too, and that's one of my main criticisms with the game currently. It's trios only. But you can turn off matchmaking, so you can load in solo and people have had a lot of success doing that. Drewski did a lot of that, for instance. The Destiny Drewski did a lot of that and loved it. What I will say is we did an internal playtest where we played solo only mode, where everyone just agreed to queue solo and turn off matchmaking, and it was very fun, and the devs loved it. So I would think with enough feedback, everyone, I would think that they would work on putting something like that into the game. It is still an alpha. Things are still changing. World to uncover and discover here. You don't necessarily need to know the old Marathon lore. Are there going to be grappling hooks? Oh, we'll get there. Don't know the lore of the original Marathon. A lot of these first few seasons are probably going to be us like uncovering what happened between Marathon 1 from 1994 and Marathon 20. Oh, and if you would like, because I'm watching this on stream, the views are going to be a little lower. So if some of you guys would be so kind as to maybe give this a view on the side, if you have a second monitor or something, that would be awesome. If you would just give this a second view just to help the algorithm a little bit, I'd really appreciate it. Anyways, let's keep going. That's going to be a huge part of the narrative. I'm certain. Scaro, you called this game game-changing in the showcase. Can you elaborate on how Marathon is game-changing for the extraction genre? All of the secrets. They don't talk about this at all, and I totally get why they're not doing it. You can talk to any creator, any one of them that played during these playtests. Easily the most exciting thing about this game. There are... I really don't want to say too much. I'm not even sure how much I'm allowed to say, but there are elements that are very similar to Call of Duty Zombie Easter egg type stuff. That people are going to go fucking insane over. And that's both of the clips that where they showed me being interviewed. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And you can ask literally any creator. You can ask Lupo, you can ask Hidden Xperia, Luke, you can ask Jake. Jake played it, Grenader Jake. I know he did because I played it with him. We got to playtest some very, 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 very early versions of it, and people are going to lose their fucking mind. Of it. And it's going to be a very fun What do the secrets do? They drive the story. They are going to help transform the world of Marathon together. And that plays into a lot of things in the game. There are a lot of secrets and stuff that I'll talk about a little later that I think are the secret sauce that really set this game apart. I don't know if the game has ray tracing. I have no idea. Let's talk about the gameplay first, though. It is an extraction shooter. Teams of 3. Maps have different numbers. If everyone in your squad dies, you are out. If if you die, your squad can res you even if you get full killed. You can still be rezzed from permanent death. But if everyone on your team dies, no one has a self-res, then you're out. Of teams. If you guys want the cat badge, you have just a couple of hours to either sub or gift a sub in Twitch chat right now, and it'll stay next to your name forever in Twitch. On them usually ranges between like 4 and 6. Can we swim? There was no swimming in the maps we played. But it is like primarily a PvP game. And if your entire team dies, you do lose everything that's on your characters. The PvE enemies at this point are mostly just like robots for the UESC. And they are brutal. They are very aggressive. I cannot stress enough. Every time I played the game, the AI have gotten harder. They will fuck you up, dude. They will mess you up very fast. Yeah, exactly. I died to them quite a few times. You run faster with your knife out if you bunny hop Minecraft style. They will absolutely or Apex style. It's a hard game. I'm not gonna lie, but it is a beautiful game, and the gameplay feels so good. It's got that classic Bungie gun feel. More PvP than extraction? Like absolutely not. No. And the SMGs. No, definitely more extraction. So good. You can avoid PvP. I mean, to varying success. I put a lot of PvP in these clips because they're like hot clips. You know what I mean? But you can avoid a lot of the PvP by ratting. The maps are fairly big. There's usually only 4 to 6 teams on every map. You can run, especially if you're playing a character like Void that can go invisible and run away. You can avoid a lot of it if you really want to. A sniper called the Long Shot, which is amazing. It's up there with the best feeling Destiny sniper rifles easily. And an SMG called the Bully. That is my favorite gun across everything that I've used. I think I've used every single gun. That is easily my favorite combo. Long range, short range, it feels great. The abilities are really good. I'm gonna make a separate video on like the 6 runners. I'll talk about them here, but I'll really break them down in depth in that other video, which I'll also have linked down in the pinned comment down below. But there are 6 runners, and I kind of think about them kind of like Black Ops 3 specialists, where gameplay across all of the runners is pretty much the same. You can use any guns you want, most of the mods and implants. Yeah, there were a lot of leaks claiming that you could only use certain guns on certain runners, and that is absolutely not the case. You can use whatever guns you want on any character you want. So proximity chat, we need to talk about this. This is in my review. This is probably one of my biggest things that I'm begging Bungie to change. Currently, there's no proximity chat in Marathon. I think this might be for legal reasons. Personally, I think if everyone tells them they want proximity chat and how important that is for creating unique situations and enjoying the game more, I think they will put it in. but that is just me. You guys need to give your feedback. You need to give your feedback if you want to see Prox chat. You need to give your feedback straight to Bungie through the Discord or Twitter. You need to. Is there a grapple? There is one character who, at least in a super early version that I played, had a grapple hook. We'll talk about that. Your skills and abilities and stats and
There's
stuff.
an FOV slider.
They're universal. There's a couple that aren't.
What is the purpose of the pink cat in terms of gameplay? I didn't even know the pink cat existed until the gameplay trailer, man. I didn't even know it was in the game. It is not in the gameplay as far as I've seen. Once again, like alpha, pre-alpha builds though. So as you get higher up in the loot rarity, but for the most
After
part,
the community hype around the pink cat, I would wager they're gonna put it into the game in a more meaningful way. Like 85% of your gameplay is gonna be pretty similar across all of your runners. They do all have like a super.
There is a game
or, like,
currency, they're
prime
called
ability.
credits.
They all have like a secondary ability, and then they all have 2 passive abilities. So they can shape the game quite a bit, especially in terms of like movement. But for the most part, I wouldn't worry about this being like an Overwatch style. And I would say, the game, a lot of people are saying it looks slower than Destiny. I would say the game speed is very similar to like Halo, or like some of the later Halos before they added. I would say like. What was it, Halo 4 or Halo 5, where you could sprint and slide? It's like that. It's very similar to that pace. So it's pay to win? What the fuck? No. Hero shooter or anything like that. The game just feels like Marathon, regardless of what character you are on. How does ranked work? We only got to play a very, very early version of ranked, and we have been told that they're completely reworking it. So I'm not currently sure how it is going to work. Say the movement probably a bit slower than I would like. That's my other negative piece of feedback. I really think, and through upgrades and stuff, the game, your stamina bar can increase a lot, and you can become faster at base speed, especially if you're on Locust or Glitch. But I definitely think at base the game should be a little faster, personally. My FOV is low on this gameplay. That's because I forgot to change it. We were like, there's a very dynamic ping system. Full pings, you can ping stuff. I kind of think about this
enemies,
like
weapons,
being much closer
there's
to like
teabagging.
Halo movement with sliding. It's not
John
as fast
Marathon
as
is
Destiny.
Lupo.
It's definitely not
I'm
as
Dr.
fast as
Crispy
something like
93,
Apex.
John Marathon's Lupo,
Significantly
and
slower.
Foregone
I
is
think it can be
Luke,
boosted
Hidden
up. That's been
Xperia.
a lot of my feedback that I've given every time I played.
We were top of the leaderboards, baby.
You have like an overheat bar, so you can only do so much sprinting or so much sliding, or depending on your character, so much advanced movement. I think that needs. Does each runner have their own lore? I'm very interested in that as well. We didn't really start to dive into that because I'm unsure if we are like, when you're playing Void, if you're playing Void or if you're just using a biomata that is like base after Void. That has never been explained to me, so I don't know. Godlike, thank you for the prime. Hey, everyone who's subscribing, I love your faces. Make sure you're subbing to get the cat badge. It's only here for a couple more hours. To be like tuned back a little bit and I played on higher, so I played the game. I've been in part of 3 playtests. I've been very lucky. I have played with max FOV for the first 2. I just forgot for the 3rd one. Players should be allowed to be faster. I've been told that there are upgrades, like as you go through the game, there's an upgrade system that you upgrade like your account.
And once again, like when there's stuff like static in the screens and stuff, all alpha, not all of. I mean, pre-alpha, alpha 0.5. So like, there's still stuff that's changing and being finished.
Your characters or anything, and it doesn't matter if you die or not. They're permanent upgrades to your account for the season.
I don't know anything about the price
but
of the
when
game.
you unlock them, it does things like.
I have played
increase your
every
recompense.
character in the next video that we're gonna look at after this one. We'll talk about my opinions on every character.
Capacity or like your stamina bar. It makes you faster. It gives you more health. It increases your revive.
Can you customize your runner? So we know that there's cosmetics for runners. Those menus were not built into the builds that I've played, so I don't know what those look like. I know they're going to exist, and I know there's going to be a lot available from gameplay, whether it's doing some of those secrets I talked about, or a lot of them seem to come from like leveling up your different factions. But I have no idea what they look like, and I have no idea about microtransactions. I've literally not even a single idea.
We played with a little of those things.
Are the maps persistent? No persistent
I've never
maps.
been able to.
That has
really
changed from the first version of the game. People hated it, and they changed it. No persistent
to
maps.
upgrade it
Everyone
all the
spawns at
way.
the same time.
But I
match
think at
lasts
base, the
25
game can be
minutes.
a
After
little
25
faster,
minutes, the map is gone.
personally. But overall,
It is
I think the
it is a
gunplay
modified Tiger
feels great
engine, and
character.
because of that, it feels fucking incredible. It has that Bungie feel for sure.
Feel great.
The looting loop is very fun.
I don't know.
It's very
I
Destiny-like,
assume there will be
where,
a battle pass, but it wasn't in the build
there's
that we
gray
played.
weapons,
I don't know.
green, blue, purple, and then gold is like the best of the best. So same looting structure as Destiny. Gray, green, blue, purple, gold. They do have names. I forgot they have names, but they do. So this is what I want to talk about. I'm going to go into this a bit in the gameplay, but this is kind of the breakdown of your character, of your runner. Okay. 25 minutes, does that feel short? No, usually we were exfilling early. A lot of so my team was very PvP focused. You don't have to be, but our team was very PvP focused. So we'd load in, we do like the 1 or 2 things our contracts wanted us to do, and then we would just go towards literally any shooting that we heard, and we would go run teams over. So usually we were extracting after 10 or 15 minutes after we killed all the squads on the map. No collapsing zones as far as I'm aware. That might change based on map. I would bet certain maps do. We only got to play on this playtest, and I can only talk about one map, Marsh, which is the main map. So these are your guns. Guns are really interesting. You don't just, I mean, you can just find like a purple gun. You can just find a blue gun. But most of the time, what's going to be happening is you're going to be upgrading the rarity of your gun through finding rarer attachments. So you can see like this actually started off as a gray long shot, and through looting, I found a purple barrel, a blue scope, a green magazine, and a green mod, and it upgraded the rarity of my sniper to blue. So that's just the rarity of your weapons is more of an indication of like the quality of your attachments. You have different backpacks. So this is a purple backpack. It lets you have 24 spaces. This is the main thing that is going to alter your gameplay. Is going to be your shield, which is your shield, your cores, which are like gameplay modifiers. You open a door and it'll ping a nearby closed chest. Or you kill some USEC AI and it'll give you a little bit of ability energy. Or your ping lasts for a couple seconds longer. Like general gameplay stuff. Whereas your implants are more stat oriented. You move a little bit faster. You build heat, or you lose stamina a little less. You take less fall damage. Your weapon handling is a little faster, that sort of thing. So cores are general gameplay. Implants are like character stats. Most of these are completely universal. I can switch characters right now and everything on my screen would be on my next runner. So I can go, I'm probably glitching the gameplay because I played glitch the most. I could switch to Locust and everything would be the same. Some of the higher end stuff, some implants especially that are higher end, are character specific. So they mentioned in the review there, or in the showcase, that like for instance there is an implant that so Glitch, one of her passive abilities is you can double jump. She's the only character in the game that has a double jump. One of her gold implants gives her a triple jump. And so there are a few implants that are not like able to be transferred from character to character, but for the most part, all of your equipment can be put on every single character. The sniper one taps heads, I believe, green shields and below, but it might just be no shield, Do you ever kill someone while they were looting? A ton of times. Do you think this is better in Exoborn? Well, it's first person, so yes. The gunplay feels very similar to Destiny. They don't have fancy names, I don't think, like in Destiny. They're just kind of called their colors. I think, I haven't noticed. There are ultimates, they're called prime abilities. So like, for instance, you'll see me, I'm playing on Locust right now, but sometimes when I'm playing Glitch, you'll see me throw gang signs. I'll go like, and that means I move a lot, like my sprint speed's a lot faster for a period of time, and I build up heat less. So I'm like a lot more agile over time. But the interesting thing is like your guns. Full crossplay. It's not like you find a purple gun. You can, but really what dictates the rarity of your gun is putting like those color attachments on it. So you can start with a gray gun and put green attachments on it, and there are 4 attachments for every gun. There's a sight, a magazine, you can use controller and a mod, I think. Computer, I don't expect you to be able to use mouse and keyboard on console. Mods sometimes like alter. The guns do have some recoil. And so you can start with a gray gun, and you can put green attachments. I only play mouse and keyboard, so I can't really speak to controller. Everyone else I played with seemed to play controller, and they really liked it. I thought mouse and keyboard felt really fucking great. Your gun much different than Destiny. Backpacks increase, the amount of loot you can carry. Those go all the way up to gold. Implants, cores. So implants are more like, reduce fall damage. Pings. Character agnostic though. And it just feels really good. The looting loop is great. You can loot different POIs. What's really cool, one thing they don't really talk about, and I'll talk about in the loot video, is there are definitely ways to farm certain types of loot. So if you want weapons, for instance, do I talk about this here? I might pull up the map. So field maintenance, for instance, gives you a ton of weapons. Yeah, so this is the map. This is the map of the first, this is the overlay of the first map, Marsh. This is the only map I'm allowed to talk about. Okay? I am 6'2". Milk Dud, thank you so much for the gifted sub. So, every one of these POIs specializes in a special type of loot. So, for instance, field maintenance, if you go there, there's a ton of weapon lockers. So, if you want like a specific weapon, you're having trouble finding it, farm field maintenance. I believe Complex gives you shields more often. Algae Ponds, it might be... I think Algae Ponds might be cores. When you click on them, it tells you in game. And then in addition, there are like little like public events on the map that you can do that also give you specific types of loot. So in this gameplay, you can see like I'm looking at a little drone pad. So you can start with the ground, but this drone pad, it's just a blank pad, and you call in a dropship from space. And a giant blue laser comes down from the sky, and it makes a huge noise that literally everyone on the map can hear. So you activate it, it goes, bro, and it takes like probably a minute for it to land, and it drops all 4 of the chests. Now, all of these chests are extremely likely to have weapon components what dictates in them. The rarity of your gun. So if I look here, you can see I'm looting like blue weapon grip, those color attachments on it. So you can start with sight and a barrel here, the gray gun, and another barrel. Like all of these chests have like a shit ton of attachments. So there are a lot of things around the map. Upgrades. There are certain that give you a ton of shields that you can do, like certain activities that you can do for specific things. Here you can see in this gameplay here your pings last a little longer, or if someone downs what is called a pinged, a flare rim, that sort of stuff. 1 second, I'll show gameplay here. So you know, you have 5 slots to really upgrade your character. Most of them are character. Okay, so you can see there's a flare above this room. So occasionally you'll be running around the map and you'll see a flare. That means that there's a hidden stash of I think, Mida weaponry. Agnostic, and that has a ton of backpacks. It's really good. The and I think weapon components as well. Loot different POIs. I walk in here and there's 3 things here and there's a couple more around the corner. Usually there's like 4 or 5 caches. And they all give you you'll see stuff. I loot like a really great weapon mod gives here. You a ton of weapons. You can, I also get a blue backpack from there. You lose everything if you die. You lose everything if you die. Militia gaming community mechanics look like standard extraction game. What's the primary thing that makes this game different? The secrets. The things they didn't talk about, and I wish they would have a little bit. There are maps that really exist in like a... like I said, I want to try to be careful how I talk about them because I think I played a super very early version of these maps. Very early version of these maps. And they are like Call of Duty zombie Easter eggs with PvP elements in them as well. But those maps exist for the community to like solve a puzzle. That's the thing that sets this game apart. I think there are going to be aspects on every map that are like that, but there are maps that exist exclusively for that. And that is going to be they will significantly alter the gameplay experience. I think one thing they said is one of these puzzles directly unlocks another map, for instance. There will be 3 maps on launch, a 4th very soon after. That's the thing that sets this game apart. Go to the far right. I did not modify my FOV in this gameplay. That is my bad. I'm gonna start pulling another alpha giveaway. Just all you have to do is talk in Twitch chat. All you have to do is talk. I'll pull it in 5 minutes. I'll DM someone. So just make sure you say anything. If you want that cat badge next to your name in chat, you only have a couple hours, either sub or gift a sub, and you get to keep it forever. How can ranked play work? I don't know if I can talk too much about that. Ranked play, when we played, was based off of the value of loot, like how much more loot you extracted with. They said they weren't happy with that system, and they were going to change it. So they're doing, in the last 2 playtests I did, there wasn't even a ranked mode. I think they're doing heavy modifications to it and changing it, but they really want it to be a very prestigious thing with, my understanding is unique cosmetics and stuff, so. Go to Complex. I'm going to give a couple more to YouTube chats. It's easier just to do Twitch chat for right now because I'm already logged in. Locations that give you character upgrades. There are certain mini events in the game that give you weapon attachments, that sort of thing. I'm going to have another video coming out very soon about the looting structure, going more into that. That's already out. We'll talk about it specifically. People. So you can see I get a backpack here. And the backpacks are really cool because there's not just one type of backpack. There are standard backpacks. There are ammo backpacks that increase your ammo reserves. Yo, thank you for the gifted subs, my friend. And then there are medical backpacks that I'll kind of leave it there let you heal faster. There is a lot of build crafting though, and that's another thing. I don't know about Tarkov, and I don't know about any of these other games, Frontier Cycle or the Storm one. What's the Storm one called? I don't know much about them. The build crafting in this game is fucking crazy. No, you do not get a key for subbing, JWH. There is so much build crafting, and a lot of it is character agnostic, but really min-maxing. Okay, this time I want to go in and make a build where I'm a melee only. So there's mods where when you melee someone, it gives them poison damage, or your melees do more. Or there's mods where you're really playing into like heavier weapons, and you're you stock up with the ammo backpack, and like you're just like a gunner. There is so much build crafting. There's so much. Some of it is player specific, like I mentioned. There's mods that give you a third jump on glitch. There are mods that change different characters. There's a golden backpack that when you're looting, you go completely invisible. There is a golden core that so you can see when I'm looting things, there's like a looting time. So when I open up a container, this is like your character looting. So it takes a second for things to kind of pop up. There's a golden, I think it's a implant. I think it's a head implant that when you loot, when you open a looting container, everything is looted instantly. It's like, bam. Were there any unique golden weapon attachments? There were a couple. I got one where I had like an AA-12 type shotgun that's like, it made it a rapid 5-round burst where it's like, brrr, and it had auto loading holster. It was disgusting. We got me and Lupo. We found there's a rail gun in the game that you charge it. We go. It was a purple mod that changed it, so when it fully charged up, it shot 2 instead of 1. Disgusting. You could pretty much like one tap everything. It was disgusting. What else? He got a shotgun. So the whole time Lupo was playing on Locust, so he had the shield and he'd run around with the shotgun, as you guys saw in the reveal. He had one where he got a mod for a shotgun, so when he did damage, it increased his sprint speed. So he's running around with the shield, bam, bam, and getting like faster every time. It was crazy. And the invisibility in this game is you cannot see people, man. What does XP give you? XP helps level up so there's a character level. I assume that's Battle Pass, but I don't really know. And character level, I think the higher your character level is, the more factions you unlock. And then there's faction XP. The upgrades that I'm talking about are tied to factions. So for instance, I have a bunch of upgrades here with Cyber Acme. Cyber Acme, I think, makes you revive faster. They let you purchase certain things from the black market, for instance. And so there are certain factions that you really want to focus leveling up because they give you like upgrades that you want. Better vault size, for instance. I think that's Cyber Acme as well. And so there are certain materials that you have to find on the map, and then you have to level up your faction, and then you combine them and you get these are permanent upgrades to your character. And they're character agnostic. This is to your account. Permanent upgrades to your account, faster revive speed, less heat, more like you heal yourself faster. I think there might be wipes with seasons. They didn't really talk about seasons today, and I think maybe some of that is still floating, so you might have to do this like every season or whatever. But this is the primary way people who don't like PvP are going to be progressing, because you still like make a lot of progress with your vendor, and you still unlock a ton of the lore, and you get to explore a ton of the secrets, and you get to permanently upgrade your account, even if you're not like making it out every run. Can you unlock every faction upgrade? Yes, you can unlock every faction upgrade, as far as I'm aware. I've yet to see what the game looks like in the menus outside of gameplay before runs. That's this. I'm showing you here. Where did it go? Amazing world to uncover and discover here. You don't necessarily need to know the loading screen Marathon lore. The people in game don't know the lore. This is but I'll really see this is out of game in depth in that other video. Me choosing my different
which
characters
I'll also
here
link
down in the pinned comment down below. Rarity, but there is a lot of build crafting now. Shadow agrees with that. I guess. Oh yeah, you can really if you want to spec into a knife character, you absolutely can do that. You want to spec into grenades, you can probably do that. It's pretty insane. So it's very fun. The game is brutal. It's very hard, but you can be very powerful, very easy. What's the extended stuff you can buy? Shadow agrees with that. I guess. That's my cat. Cat emotes. Spam the cat emotes in chat. What were people saying? What's the extended stuff you can buy? As you upgrade your vendors, you unlock more stuff in the black market. And so like by the time we were done playing, we could purchase blue backpacks, green shields, a bunch of different weapons, that sort of stuff. You can buy a lot of stuff, but you do have to make the initial investment of like leveling up your factions first. Now, the last thing I want to talk about that I really like before we get into things that I'm not so hot about in this game. I already talked about everything. I wasn't like super... there are going to be a lot of secrets. Now, yeah, I don't want to say too much. A, because I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say. And B, because I think this also when you're invisible, if you reload your gun, if you shoot, if you take damage, anything, you go you gain visibility again for a couple of seconds before you go back invisible. It's going to be something that's going to be very exciting for the community to discover. And actually for C, I don't know if I said 2 reasons or not, but for... And once again, if you're in Twitch chat, you only have a few hours to get this cat badge next to your name. It'll last forever across all of Twitch, not just my channel, not just Marathon. It'll last forever, but you have to unlock it before time runs out at 7 Eastern, and you have to either sub or gift a sub. The reason is because I actually haven't seen that much of it, but the menu UI is not final. I think is remember, this is an alpha. Exciting. This is an alpha. I hesitate to call it raid-like in terms of Destiny, but it is definitely you can move it while you're invisible and you stay fully invisible. I'll show you a good example here in a second. Puzzles and secrets and find out hidden lore and that sort of thing. Give me a sec. Maybe more on scale of like a dungeon. No, I think zombies Easter eggs are much better comparison. While you are in the midst of PvP. That sort of thing is going to be the secret sauce for this game. I think. So 16 players spawn in. If 3 get wiped, will be another 3? No. It's divisible by 3. So it'll be on March, I think it's 6 teams, 18 players spawn in. When people are dead, that's just 3 fewer people on the map. They're not persistent zones. Everyone spawns in at the same time, and the game ends after 25 minutes. There are aspects of that. So you have to extract before that, or else you die and you lose everything. It makes me so excited. I don't think there's a player-based marketplace, but the ship, alpha build, and solve the secrets, and up to 18. All the different maps have different amounts of people on them. Hopefully you'll customizable. There are definitely cosmetics we didn't get to play with them, so I don't know what. It seems like they're going to be kind of leaning into more like live event or dynamic map stuff. This is another thing they didn't talk about, but they're going. My understanding is they're going to be doing a lot of in-world stuff. Oh, sorry, that scared the shit out of me. So let me show you this invisibility. I have to hop in this chat real quick. We are going to be interviewing Lars Bakken in about 5 minutes, chat. So get your questions ready for Lars Balkan. Let me show you invisibility real quick. Watch this. So I'm Blackbird in this picture, in this clip. So I'm gonna finish a downed person. When you finish a downed person with Blackbird, it pings their entire team. That I've used. I think I've used every single gun. Watch this. So I finish. Easily, this is how crazy invisibility is. For combo. There's a player right there. You can see them pinged. Do you see a player right there? Long range, short range. It feels great. Single gun. That is easily my favorite combo. Long range, short range. It feels great. That's how crazy invisibility is in this game. This is, so for everything you do, you get regular reputation and faction reputation. So like killing people gives you Traxxas reputation. Looting stuff gives you, I think, Cyber Acme stuff. That, the invis is insane. So good. You'll see me in almost all the gameplay using a sniper called the Long Shot. Yeah, your team can have any composition. You can all be the same character. You can all be different characters. And an SMG called the Bully. That is my favorite gun across every... Hey, Camille.
Hey, Scarrow. How are ya?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Good. Busy morning.
Crazy days. So many moving parts.
So many moving parts. You're doing awesome. We love it.
I appreciate it.
Hey, Scarrow. This is Lars.
Hey, Lars. How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. And you guys killed it today. Congratulations on everything.
Thank you.
It was the entire payoff of the ARG and the lead up to everything. Insane. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. It's been nuts.
Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, I watched some of your stuff. Obviously, I've been busy as well, but I tried to catch it as much as I could, and it was so fun. And thank you again. Like your bits in the creator piece were awesome.
Thank you.
So good. Like, yeah, it's really neat.
I really appreciate that. It's I've had so much fun, and it's been great, and I'm excited for people to finally see this game. So.
Me too.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess do you want to start by just kind of saying what you do on Marathon real quick, so chat can maybe formulate some questions, and then we can just chat a little bit?
100%.
Cool.
Yeah. So I'm a senior design lead on the Run team, and the Run team consists of 3 parts. It's maps, which creates the zones. It's the activities team, which creates basically the stuff that you do. So, you know, if you're going after a cache location, if you're going after an incursion, we do all the ambient UESC layer setup as well. And so we work hand in hand with the maps team. And then there's a third part to the team, which is the contracts team. And they're sort of the out of game / in game, you know, lore delivery methods / missions and upgrades. So there's a lot to the contracts team, but they do a lot of the, like, hey, they set up what your role is in this world, and you know, send you on missions. You're a mercenary, obviously, so you don't have an allegiance to any one faction, and all the factions have their own reasons for doing things, and so we've been having a lot of fun with that. So that's the team that I'm on, and then I personally helped drive the weather systems, and so that's something that is I've touched personally myself, like done the scripting and everything on that. So that's something that's special to me.
Okay.
In particular.
I don't think the chat has seen much of it, but I got to play when under the full like lightning storm, and holy, does that add so much just cool vibes. It's really sick.
Yeah. Thank you.
So one thing I'm curious about is, you know, I put out a video kind of about all the looting and stuff, so people might have an idea about this. And I talk about kind of the mini events on the map, you know, the drop ship and like the flying drone and the poison rooms and that sort of stuff. I have played a little bit of the other maps, but for the sake of this, we're going to pretend I haven't. How much do you expect, or how much can we expect that to change from map to map? Like, how much character does each individual map have from like a public event, for a lack of a better term, perspective?
That's a really good question. I think we are feeling that out still. And so the maps that you have not played yet, that we're going to have, I think this has already been said, you know this, we're going to have 3 at launch, and then an additional one will show up at some point in the first season. And so there's 4 zones that we're working on, and the team right now is hard at work on the 2 zones that you have not played, or I think you played one of them at one point a while back, like one time earlier on when you were here. And so, yeah, we are trying to give them different personalities, and that will lean into the different activity types as well. So we do want to have special things happening on each of the zones if possible. We do want to have some shared language though as well, because it's, once you learn the transport drone, right, the fun little robot that's flying through the air that you shoot out of the air that you saw in some of the trailers. It's once you learn that, it's cool to like see it and understand it and hear it, and when you see one fly across the sky, you sort of know what to do already. So there's some fun ways that we mix and match, and so the shared language is really good for us, we think, for players as well, but also adding some unique variety is important too.
Awesome. Yeah, and like I mentioned, I got to see a little bit of that, but I think it's one of those things that I feel like you guys are playing some of these cards really close to your chest, which I get. I think I have been, my verbiage has always been, I think people are going to freak out when they start to realize some of this stuff is like evolving in the game, but it's very cool. How much, or can we expect like any changes over time to the different maps?
I think that's something we have plans for what, so I think people are aware, but if they're not, we do plan to have a seasonal model, which means each season, everything that's in your vault and your character state, we will wipe.
Thank you,
right?
Snazzy.
And everyone
Thank you.
starts again over from the beginning once that seasonal break
Mons, can you
happens.
pin
And so
something that says we're
one of the things
interviewing
we're
Lars?
starting to work on now is like what happens at those seasonal breaks, how much additional content comes in. I don't think we're prepared to commit to like what that is, but you can expect eventually additional runners, eventually additional weapons, additional consumables, implants, cores, and then of course we will be doing additional zones as well. Again, we don't know what cadence that'll be on yet. We're sort of still figuring those things out. But you can imagine some of the stuff we've talked about is, hey, it's probably going to be fun and interesting to mix up the types of things that happen in the zones. And so that can be from the lowest level of, hey, we redid how loose loot, and loose loot is a concept of it's a thing that's sitting in the world, right, that spawned there. And so like you'll see a smoke grenade or a chem grenade or credits or whatever sitting on a table or on the ground. Like, what if we remix all of that? Because of course, over the course of multiple weeks, players will learn and understand where all the loot containers can be, because we do a lot of fun randomization. I say fun because I think it's more interesting for players if I'll break it down really distinctly right now. When we go through and set up loot in a space, like say a room in bioresearch, and bioresearch is one of the regions that players will see in Dire Marsh. Dire Marsh was the zone that everyone was seeing today. So in a single room, we might have 30 or 40 possible locations for loot. And then we at runtime, when the session starts, we'll say, okay, let's populate 5 in this room. And so you never quite know exactly where they're going to be. So every time you go on a run, you're getting a tiny bit of randomization, which feels really good. And then we'll see, is that something you want to change between seasons? I don't know. I guess I'd ask you or your chat. Like, is that interesting or is that not interesting to change between seasons?
I think from my perspective, and I can gauge chat while they contemplate this, but from my perspective, the more things change over time, I think the better. Cool. I will always be even if it's little things like, oh, this chest can't really spot, or that chest used to be over there. It just feels different and helps add things over time. So I'm always in favor of that. Chat agrees, at least right off the bat. It seems like, I think it's important to keep some of the language. Like I talk about how like field maintenance, you can go there for like weapons, and some of the POIs are better for finding specific things. I think like having that game knowledge cooked in is really important, but evolving maybe some of the more nuanced things, I think helps keep it fresh over time. So
Yeah, that's good to hear. And I agree with you. And I think that's why we're looking at sort of any aspect. We're looking at all of it to say what do we think is gonna feel good to change. And so yeah, that's really good to hear.
Yeah.
I think our brains are in the right spaces. So
Yeah. I'm gonna ask one question. I know it's not your thing, but chat would kill me if I didn't mention it.
Yeah.
People know now that Prox Chat isn't currently in this current build of the game, and the overwhelming majority of people would very much like that to be added in some way. So I just want to. I know that's not your team, and I know that's not you. I just
no, it's you know what, I'm a lead on the game, and so I can. What the nice thing about having these conversations is, even if I'm not the person making the decision, I do talk to Steve Cotton, who's my lead on the run team. I do talk to Joe Ziegler. I talk to Andrew Witz. We're talking every day, and so this is a kind of thing where it's good to hear. Like we know there are going to be things like Prox Chat. I'm sure there's another thing that we can't necessarily anticipate that'll come out of the alpha that people will just unanimously say, hey, we really want this in the game. And I think that's exciting, right? Like I can't know everything. I can't predict everything. And hearing this stuff is really is great, honestly, because it keeps us honest. And it also makes us think about, how can we're launching the game this year, but boy, it is not going to stop changing. It's going to keep evolving over time. And that is by having people like yourself and everyone in chat and everyone playing the game and giving us feedback. Like we're just at the beginning here for that.
Yeah. And that's great to hear. And I've tried to convey this, like every time I've play tested the game, I've been part of a lot of feedback, and the next time that I've been involved with something, I have seen a lot of that feedback like directly addressed in a really meaningful way. And I love the approach you all are taking with this. And I really appreciate it. I think, chat hasn't really seen that. So I think they will start to see that sort of thing from the alpha to, whatever comes after. But it's something I really appreciate. And I just want you guys to know that, like, it's been really fun to be a part of. And thank you for, like, listening so, diligently on stuff like that. So,
yeah, man. I mean, it's like, it's our job. It's funny, but just saying it out loud, it's true. We are creating, first and foremost, something that we believe in. Like I love this game. I'm not like pretending when I say that. I play this game as much as I possibly can. When we got Alpha stood up, I'm like playtesting it on Steam, Xbox, PS5 at home. And it is so fun. It's like sometimes I have to be like, okay, I have to go to bed right now, because if I go on another run, I know I'm in for at least, maybe half an hour. Who knows, of build crafting, but also just you never know what's going to happen when you go on the run.
Yeah, for sure. I've been in those scenarios. I'm aware. I'm personally, this is the first Scarrow question, chat. Calm down, okay? I'm so interested in how the team approaches making a new map. Like, do you start with saying like, hey, we have a marsh map. We maybe want something with a little bit more, less wet, aesthetic language. Do you approach it from we want this to be like a close quarters map, or like or are there lore driving reasons behind it? Like, what are the steps for approaching that as a team?
It's a handful of things. I think at first we usually Marsh has been in development for the longest of all the maps that you've seen. And Marsh is the one that you saw the footage of that you're gonna that you're sharing today with all the folks that are following you. And when Marsh started, we didn't fully understand what the game was yet. And I know this sounds crazy to say out loud, but I'll say it. Like, part of the journey of making a game from scratch is that we bring in people like yourself and other people that are not even content creators. We bring in a lot of people to play test and look at the game and get feedback on, and we start to understand what the game is. So the game takes this journey as you're making it, and at times this might sound like woo woo to say, but the game talks to you and you have to listen to it. The game will tell you what it needs. And so after we'd been working on Marsh for a while, we realized we needed different experiences. Marsh is, kind of wide open. It's relatively big for us in terms of the scope of like when we think about map sizes. We knew we wanted to have a variety of experiences, a variety of, player sizes, right? So we say things simple like small, medium, and large. Like Marsh is our large map, so like what's our medium-sized map look like? And that is the other map that you played when you were here, Perimeter, last week. And then we've got another map that's even smaller, and so and is like stacked, right? So think about Marsh as more flat and open and swampy. And one of the maps I don't think you've played on yet, but it'll be there at launch, is much more like verticality, a lot of interiors, and it's very different. And so like we approach it from multiple ways, and then when we start to figure out, yes, this is the right gameplay type we want, then we start to layer things on, like, okay, what's the fantasy of this? Like what are you doing here and why are you there? And that helps us to make the map, but then also bring it to life, like the visuals around it. Like,
did we? Oh, I think we lost
what are
a
the
little
things?
bit. Okay, there we go.
Got it?
Yeah, I think I'm losing you guys a little bit, but I think it's better now.
Oh shoot. Okay. What part did you miss?
I just the
talked a lot.
last part, but I think you cut back in, and I think we got it. I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially it boils down to, we want to have variety there. And in a game like this too, we think the escalation of difficulty is important as well. So maybe a map like Marsh is a little harder, but then we'll have things that are even harder on the other side.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can confirm a lot of that from what I've seen. I've not played that third map.
Yeah.
But it is the maps I have played are very different and offer very different experiences in a pretty cool way. So this ties in a little bit, I think, with a lot of the map stuff. I want to try to keep it, on topic somewhat. But
Sure.
Ill Physics in chat asks, since this is not a PvE game, how will lore be incorporated into the core gameplay loop to help us stay immersed in story beats? And I think the maps have a big part in that too.
Yeah, no, I think the maps do for sure, and then I think there's this other third aspect to the run team that I'm on that does the contracts and factions, and so I spoke about this a little bit on the reveal. However, and you've experienced this, so that the way the game sort of kicks off is that an AI named Oni introduces themselves to you and is sort of your guide at first, your guide to being a runner and understanding what your place in this world is and why you're doing the things you're doing. And as you make progress with Oni, which is the SIAC representative, Cyber Acme, then these other factions or corporations they reach out to you. They say, oh, this is a runner that can be trusted to do the job. We should reach out and try to not curry favor, but give them jobs. And so a lot of the lore, because and I think you were sort of hinting at this, or maybe in the question was, how do you deliver this story content? How do you deliver this lore in a world that's very tense? And the answer is very carefully, but we have all these out of run experiences as well, where you're interfacing with the AI representatives, where you're choosing your contracts, where you're doing your meta progression upgrades. So like sort of your seasonal, like, hey, I want my loot speed to be faster. Hey, I want the ability to jump higher and run faster and have more heat capacity, which is our version of stamina. And so you're having these, I say conversations, but the AI is reaching out to you and delivering bits of lore. And, we plan to do even more of that. I think there's going to be 6 factions total in the final game. And people will be able to see that in the alpha as well, because the ones that aren't in there, we're offering 3 in the alpha, and then people will see that there are other ones exist, but they will be locked out. That's sort of our approach to the alpha, is like not to have everything in there, in the same way that we don't have the runners. We don't have all the contracts. We don't have all the zones. This is like a narrow view that we still feel is like a lot of good content, but it's not everything.
Yeah.
Does that answer the lore question?
Yeah, I think it does. Well, yes, I think it does. The AIs for all of the things all the factions are insane. The Traxxas one is insane.
I know.
It's so good. I wish
love
I
that.
didn't get any footage of it, and I really wish I did because it's so good. I got a lot of the other two though. Very cool. The whole system's very cool, and lore is obviously, from going back to the original marathons, like such an important part of this universe. And I think you guys are doing a really good job carrying that over, especially, I mean, like with how lore heavy the ARGs have been, and that short film that we got today, and that sort of stuff. It feels to me like you all are respecting and growing the marathon lore in a really impactful way, and I'm excited for people to start experiencing that a little more. So
Yeah, that was the hope. When you hear Julia, who is our narrative lead, talk about it, it's about respecting what Marathon is and was, and then continuing on that legacy, because Marathon, the original trilogy, had very deep lore and really cool stories, and it got crazy. It was cool sci-fi. It had some lifelong fans that were made because of the lore, right? Because of the terminals, and we knew that was important to pay off. And so our approach right now is the contracts and the factions, and then expect little bits, and you even said it yourself. There are some secrets that obviously you are aware of, but there's a lot of things you aren't aware of because we're still working on them. But some of that stuff will be faction related as well, and as the story grows.
Yeah, this next question plays into it, so I wanna time in, I think, a little bit. And this was one of my I would say criticisms, is a lot, some of the PvE elements. There's not a ton of enemy diversity right now, and so this question kind of played into that a little bit. Are there plans to evolve the variety in AI enemies over time with different seasons, new factions like the Four, or giving USEC soldiers different weapons, jetpacks, thrusters? They do have thrusters, by the way, chat. Some of them do. But what are the plans to kind of evolve those over time to help diversify that part of the game a little bit?
Yeah, what would you want to see? I guess that's the reality. We're going to deliver the UESC at launch. We also have there's the ticks that are inhabiting the world and are sort of can be a nuisance in sort of a fun way, but a dangerous way. What additional things? I know you are more in tune with what you have.
Yeah, I have to be careful there.
I'll list it out super quick. Yeah. We've got the recruits, which are sort of the low-level blue dudes that will sort of crouch and or rush you and try to melee you, but they also hit pretty hard. And then you've got the grenadier, which will lob these immobilized grenades at you from a distance. You've got a sniper. You've got the LMG shield character that will rush you down and sort of mimic some of the Locust stuff that Lupo was showing on gameplay.
Yeah, those guys, they suck. I mean, in a good way. They're mean, dude. They will bash you, and the physics chat, they won't launch you as far as a phalanx in Destiny, but they'll send you a good 10 feet for sure.
Yeah, and they will down you, right? And then we saw that in some of your footage that was in that the bit that we put together. And then there's mini boss variants of them as well, which are they almost look, they've got the increased sort of armor capabilities in different colors, and to the point where some of them are even have the ability to call in reinforcements if you don't take them out. And so there's some aspects there that are pretty cool. And and there's I don't want to go too deep into what's in the future. That's why I asked the question, what things would you want to see?
Yeah, it seems pretty unanimous. I mean, everyone loves themselves, the compilers, of course, iconic. Yeah. And then, it seems aliens, more kind of fauna, flora, maybe not flora, but fauna and more alien type stuff. I think the ticks are really cool, personally. I want to see a giant mother tick. I think that would be sick.
That would be great. Yeah, we do talk about Tick Queen has come up a few times internally. You know, there's nothing like that right now. However, having you say that out loud is like, huh, okay, cool. Yeah, like let's keep that dream alive.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's going to help this game stand apart from a lot of other games too. Is like the USAC they're cool and they're brutal, and I like fighting them. And from a lore perspective, it's really fun. But Marathon has so much alien stuff to pull from too, right? And I think there's plenty of room to even introduce new, like more original stuff too. So that's what I'm personally most excited about, and it seems like chat's echoing that as well. So
cool, very good. That's good to know.
This is a really interesting question. For the maps, chat wants to know, do you queue them yourself? Is it a random queue? Do you put us into them based off of contracts? And kind of like, do you want us to spend more time on certain maps than others? And like, what are your thoughts around that?
So you do queue yourself. And there will be, we're still playing around with how this works, but, and you played this when you were here. There's a short introductory experience on one of the maps, Perimeter, and then we sort of let you loose. And the idea when the game launches is that there will be, there'll be the 3 there, and then the one that'll be coming in later in season 1. But because of the difficulty progression of the maps themselves, it's limited at first because we don't want to overwhelm the player, and because the third one that will open up, we're playing around with things like, hey, when I get to runner notoriety level 10, maybe I have access to the third map, because we know you've put in enough time, you understand the systems, you really get what you're getting into, and now we're going to layer on another level of challenge. That doesn't mean you couldn't go into it. If, like, say someone on your stream, Scarrow, jumped in with you and you're already level 20 and have access to everything, you could bring them along with you into that map that they might have locked on their personal account, but we don't want to hold those things back for too long. But yeah, chat, you do choose the zone yourself, and there are contracts that are specific to zones, so that's why that part is important. It might ask you to go to these specific locations and download data in Dire Marsh, and so that's why it's important for you to be able to choose those things yourself.
Okay, well, we only have a few more minutes here, chat, so I'm going to pick the questions that I like the most. Will there be an endgame map similar to Labs in Tarkov? And feel free to rapid fire these if you want to.
Will there be a map like Tarkov?
But like Labs in Tarkov, like a super end game one.
I'm not sure I can answer that question.
There you go. That we'll count it. Is there any plans for like a social hub or like a testing space or anything like that you can just hang out with your friends?
No, nothing like that. Is that something you'd want to see?
I would personally, I've given this feedback every time. I would love a firing range to test attachments and guns and stuff. I think that'd be awesome.
And you'd want to go into that firing range with your crew too, right? I just want to understand. Like,
yes.
What you're saying.
Oh, chat is 100% yes. Oh my gosh. That is
excellent.
They feel almost as strongly about that as they do proc chat. That's crazy. Yes, they want that 100%. So
okay, good to know.
Will there be a pink cat plushie?
Oh, I'll have to ask. I don't know. Our merch team is like pretty amazing for the most part. So it would not surprise me if they're thinking of that. I don't know. I'll ask.
Okay. The artifact system that was featured heavily in the first reveal for the game, where that seems to have gone. What's kind of the plans or what's changed with that?
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, and just for chat to know, like, game development is a windy road, and so the thing you think is the thing, sometimes you get further down the road and realize it's not quite working the way you want it to. I will say that exact feature we've sort of beaten up and retooled, and there will be versions of it that will come into play, maybe even in the beta. We'll see.
Okay, cool. Chat, and this is another thing. I think this is related to the firing range, but everyone really wants to see, or a lot of people, really want to see like a hideout equivalent where you can kind of like display things and that sort of thing.
like in Tarkov, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think no matter what, our plan is to definitely allow the player to commemorate a season. I can't tell you what form that's going to take yet, but I know it's important to the team. And so even if something like that isn't there at launch, it's something we're really passionate about as well. So we want to have something like that, even if it's not a space you walk around in, which it could be. I just don't know. I'm not trying to be wishy-washy. It's that the feature is being worked on and thought about, so I don't have exact answers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love to see that as well. And I'm excited to see. I know, obviously alpha, pre-alpha state, like there's still a lot to go, and I'm excited to see how a lot of this feedback is implemented. We go until 3:30, right?
No, say Scarrow, it's Malik. So we're doing 25 minutes just so we can give the devs a little 5-minute break in between the.
That is totally fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Lars, for your time. We really appreciate it, and congratulations once again. This was really
Thank
cool.
you. I can't wait to. Hopefully, I can see you all in the alpha.
Yes. Oh, I'll be there. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, Camille, and Malik. Thank you for helping set everything up. Appreciate you. Cool. All righty.
I will talk to you later.
Yep. Have a good day. Okay. There's no safe pocket currently in the game. I didn't know that's what you guys meant by that. That's why I didn't ask. And we had a very limited amount of time, so I didn't want to spend time like clarifying what that was. No, currently there's no lockbox or safe pocket or anything like that. When you die, you lose everything. Yes, theoretically, Brother Virtue, every team could extract. Someone was asking what happens if you get a priority code and you're not North America. My understanding is you can still play the alpha. You just your queue pool won't be as big. So you might have like less PvP experience, or your matches might be a little bit higher ping, for instance. My understanding is you should still be able to play. There is storage. Yeah. So yeah. I can show you here. And I want to go over next I want to go over all the characters. I have a video going over all the characters, and I want to watch that next. This is your vault here. I go over the vault here. Where do I go over it? You have a vault. You can store stuff between runs. So like all of this loot behind me here, that's all loot that I'm saving for between runs. But if you queue into a map and you die, you lose everything on you, not in your vault, not on this side of the screen. You lose everything on that side of the screen, the far side of the screen. But everything in this box around me, you save that. It is very heavily PvE VP. Yes. Yes. How big is the stash? I don't know the exact number of spots. You can see I have 111 spots right now. I think we have almost the whole vault upgraded. You might start with like 40, and then it gets bigger over time. You do upgrade it through the faction system. Oh, I have a giveaway going? Did I totally forget? No, I DM'd him. I DM'd him during the interview. It was Nico KFS won it, and I DM'd him 7 minutes ago, it looks like. Thank you guys for that. That was fun. I've never interviewed a dev like that before. That was really fun. Thank you, Bungie, once again for all the opportunities here. Yeah, we're gonna do more. We know there's an anti-cheat. They told us the first time around, guys, this is on full dedicated servers. They have multiple like anti-cheat devices, Fog of War. So I believe like that means that no matter what, like people cannot like look up where you are on a map, even with cheats. I believe that's how that works. I could be totally wrong. This is not my area of expertise. They have a much larger dedicated security team to this that they put together specifically for Marathon. They know how integral that is to the experience, and they are going all in. And they've been telling us that for years. So, I don't know when alpha emails go out. Thank you everyone for joining. Sorry, I'm not used to having so many people around. It's been amazing. We still got more to go. Right now, I'm gonna be talking you guys through the 6 playable characters. You've heard about 4. I'm gonna tell you all of their abilities, and then I'm gonna tell you about the 2 other work in progress characters that almost no one else is gonna know about. So that's pretty much a Scarrow exclusive there. That's pretty exciting. If you want that cat badge next to your name in chat, make sure you, it's only on Twitch, make sure you subscribe or gift a subscription in the next 3 hours or so, because then it'll be gone forever. But if you get the cat badge, it is yours to keep forever across all of Twitch. It's pretty good. Make sure you follow for more Marathon stuff. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube for more Marathon stuff. Let's talk about all the characters. I get about Marathon has to do with the runners. Is this a hero shooter? What's going on with their abilities? How different are they? So we're gonna break down this. I kind of wish they broke down the characters more in the reveal too. It said alpha emails will go. Oh, and if you guys want to get into the Discord to register for the alpha, !alpha in chat. Yo, E, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Thief is one of the 2 characters that I have a little bit of an exclusive on because I've actually played her. And the other one doesn't really have a name. !alpha, click the link. Also, if you guys wouldn't mind, if you could give this video a view, since we're watching it on stream, if you could just give this video a view on a second monitor as we go through, help the SEO a little bit, that would mean a lot to me. But we're gonna break it down here on stream. Feel free to ask any questions, okay? 6 characters or runners that are coming to Marathon on launch, and I'm pretty excited to break it down because it's a pretty fun system. Now, earlier today, I released a video on my... do you know if we're supposed to get confirmation for the alpha? No, they said you would get it in a couple weeks. Overall review of Marathon, I'll have that down in the pinned comment below. I highly recommend you check that out. Also, please keep in mind that everything I say in this video is talking about an alpha or a pre-alpha build, so plenty of stuff may change before the game's full launch. We'll just have to wait and see. So there are 6 runners. You can switch them between matches. Most of your equipment can go on any runner. Looks like he's holding the Mighty Multi-Tool. That's because there's a gun in the game. That's pretty much the Mighty Multi-Tool.
Implants can go between.
And I'm gonna run another Twitch giveaway over the course of this video for an alpha key. And at the end of the video, I'll pull it and I'll DM someone. And all you have to do is be active in chat, so don't worry about it. Runners, there are a few that are characters. Are the runners customizable? We know that there are cosmetics. Oh, and the reason I was told specifically that we couldn't ask about cosmetics and stuff during that interview, which is why I didn't ask about cosmetics and stuff. We know there are cosmetics that are earned in-game. We know there's stuff for factions. We know there's stuff for probably seasonal stuff, if there's a battle pass or whatever. I don't really know. We know that there's stuff for like doing certain things in maybe those secret maps that we were talking about or whatever. We know that you can earn a lot of cosmetics for sure. We do know that there will likely be microtransactions. We have not been told literally a single word about it. I have no idea. I don't know what the price of the game is either. Pretty much anything with cost, they haven't talked to us about at all. And they might even still be settling it down. I mean, we're still, what, 5 months from launch? Are there pets? There were not pets in any of the builds I played. Okay, we're going to keep this going. Especially at the higher tiers of loot. Destination Tau Ceti. Tau Ceti is the solar system where Marathon takes place. But for the most part, everything... Oh, so I thought you only lose what items you picked up on that run, but also you brought in? Yes, that is correct. It's an extraction shooter through and through. So you load in, that's the risk. Like, you can take better stuff in the run to do harder stuff, but it's also a higher risk. So you can, if I bring in full blue and purple guns and shields and shit, I'll be more tanky and I'll be able to win more battles and I'll be able to do more like PvE crazy hard stuff and get better loot. But if I die, if I make a mistake or I just get outskilled, I lose all of it. It's definitely a risk reward type system. Can go between your different characters. Every character has 4 abilities. There's going to be... What about situations where you've had horrible runs and now you have no guns, no money to buy? No, so there's a really cool system in the game called welcome packages. I don't know if I show it in this footage, but essentially the different factions that you upgrade will sponsor your runs. So if you're out of everything, they'll give you a kit with a gun, with like a shield or a couple things in it. For being like a certain level with that faction. It's a really cool system. It's a really, really cool system. your prime ability, which is kind of like your super from Destiny, your tactical ability, which is something that's cool but usually not quite as good. I don't think it's hard to grind money in this game. The credit system I never once paid attention to, and I always had well over enough to buy stuff from the black market and whatever. You can't see it, it's underneath the title of the video. And then you have two passive abilities that really their credits are like the glimmer of this universe. That being said, a lot of the monetary stuff actually comes from like certain materials that you find around the map that you also need to buy in combination with credits, or you need to use in combination with credits to do upgrades or buy things from the black market. Yes, Blissa Kitty, yes. What happens to your loot if no one grabs it? Yep, it's gone forever. Once the map, originally this game was supposed to be persistent zones. It is no longer that. The map, when you queue in, you and everyone spawn at the exact same time. You have 25 minutes to loot, kill each other, do whatever, and extract. If you don't extract, you die. The map will kill you. And at the end of that 25 minutes, the map is gone. And then the game starts over. There are no persistent zones. So that means it's much more consistent on the looting front. And you know exactly when people are spawning with you. Are you familiar with calling a drill in Cycle Frontier? I have no idea what that means. Sorry. Shape the gameplay. What I would say is 85%. Were there any high value locked rooms I needed keys to unlock? Yes, there were. There are keys that you get from doing certain things or killing enemies, or you find them on, from when you're doing PvP or whatever. They unlock certain rooms around the map, and they have the absolute best loot. I'm a key room fiend, okay? And a lot of times, like, the keys you find on Marsh will actually be for, like, another map. And so you'll be encouraged to go to another map and loot those rooms and vice versa. That way you are, constantly going between different maps and stuff. In the Cycle Frontier, you could bring in something called a large drill, which you had to defend. Once it was done, you collect materials from it. Oh yeah, there are a ton of events like that. There are I talked about this in my other video, the looting video that I did. There are a lot of things where you can just straight up like steal supplies from USEC dropships and stuff, where you do certain things. You call down a USEC dropship, you like make them think you're you, and then you shoot down a crate and you like steal their loot. Yeah, that has things that can be sold for a lot of money. The purple mats and stuff for sure. What's the difference between getting code and registering the Discord server? I think they should function largely the same, but I don't know. There's no insurance on items. At least currently, it is an alpha build, but when you go in with something, if you die, you lose it. Is there any consequence to being fully dead and revived? Nope, there's not. Yeah, if you fully die, so if someone downs you and then they thirst you and you're dead, if your teammate wins that fight or whatever and they revive you, you're just back in the map. As far as I'm aware, there's no negatives to it. What's the coolest stuff you found in said rooms? I found a lot of my gold stuff in those rooms. Is there an auction house? Not that I'm aware of. No player trade or anything like that, but alpha build of the game. I don't know yet. Any wipes? I think the plan is to do wipes between seasons, but once again, still an alpha. They haven't really talked about it. There is no prone stance. Oh, can we ask them to add it? I mean, you can give them whatever feedback you want, for sure. Of Marathon. Dr. Lupo mentioned when mods are replaced to guns, you can added to guns, you can replace them. Yeah, this is one piece of feedback that I had for them as well that I'm not really a big fan of. Once you add an attachment to a gun, you can't take it off. The only thing you can do is like find a different attachment and replace it. But the first, like if I have like a blue mod on a gun and I find a purple, when I add the purple, the blue one just gets destroyed. So that means if you kill someone and they have a mod on their gun that you like, you can't just take the mod. You have to like take the entire gun. I don't like that. I think you should be able to strip attachments and stuff. I've given that feedback very heavily, and a lot of other people have as well. So I think people should give that feedback. There are high value targets. You saw us in the footage where it was me and Lupo and Xperia playing. We enter a red bubble. That's a high value target. Consequences for backing out of a run before dying. Yeah, if you back out of a run, you lose everything. Unless, like, if you extract properly, you get to keep everything. But if you, like, Alt F4, you lose everything. How rare are gold items? They feel like exotics. They feel like good like very good exotics. They make you very hard to kill. We'll talk about the 6th character soon. Gameplay is going to be pretty much... Oh, yeah, we've been talking for a while. I'm going to pull this. I'm going to pull this winner real quick. JXPXG. I'm going to pull you I'm going to DM you a code real quick. And then we'll start another giveaway. Sorry, I like to yap if you guys haven't fucking found that out yet. Okay. The same between all of your different characters. Valkyrie watched your stream for like 30 minutes and said you had beautiful hair. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Situations like how you approach gunfights, for instance, that are probably going to change based off of... Oh, and I'm going to start another giveaway. Same thing. Don't worry about saying anything specific. Just be active in chat. I'll pull it in like 10 minutes or something. Character you have. So let's start when it comes to runners. Can I use, let's say, glitch, hop in a different runner? Can I say let's use glitch, hop in a different runner? I don't know what you mean by that. Most equipment is character agnostic. So if I'm like on Blackbird and I run a couple matches and I gear up and then I switch over to glitch, most of it will still apply. My personal favorite character, I also think she's going to be the fan favorite, but we'll have to wait and see. Max time of an entire match is 25 minutes. This is going to be glitch. There will be 3 maps on launch with 1 coming soon right after. She is definitely one of the characters with the best movement, especially vertically. There are a lot of areas in the game that she can get that just... Glitch is the only character with a double jump. Her prime ability is called Amplify, and it pretty much just makes you super fast. When you sprint, you go faster, you have better weapon handling, and there's no oxygen system. I have no idea where that came from. Stamina, you just use it less. As long as I've been playing the game, there's never been an oxygen system. For longer. She also has this really cool arm cannon that you can shoot. Think about it like Mega Man. And when you hit someone, it knocks them multiple back hand and it cannons, does a little bit of damage, and you can also charge it to do more damage. No, it's not for squatting. If you want a solo queue, you can. Back further. So
But you will be
she
loaded
has some
against other
pretty
full
useful
maps.
Abilities for knocking people out from behind cover, getting to areas very quickly. She can also double jump. That's one of her passive.
You cannot change characters during a run, no.
Abilities.
The gunplay feels unbelievable, dude. And a lot of the movement does too. Like I said, I wish the game was a little faster at base. It gets there through upgrades and stuff. I wish at base it was a little faster, but the guns feel so goddamn good. And stuff like the slides and the double jumps and Locust. We'll talk about Locust. Locust has a super sprint, like in COD, like attack sprint, and has thrusters like Twilight Garrison. So Locust is the best horizontal movement character. They are so fucking fast. And Glitch, who I'm playing here, is the best vertical character.
And she's the only character I'm aware of that can
You have
do
every
that.
if you die
And
and
her
revive,
slide
as long as
is
you didn't get
further
looted, you
than
keep
all other
everything.
characters, but it does use a little bit more heat. So Glitch is just kind of like you're wearing Stompies all the time. She's awesome, and I love to use her to just go around different
abilities.
and
It's like
just
a minute and a
win
half for your
gunfights.
prime and like
The next
45
character
for
is
your other
going
one.
to be Void. This is the stealth character. If you decide to load solo into lobby,
This is good. If you want to like rat or be solo, like if you queue solo and you don't want to do any PvP, you just want to do PvE or do contracts and get out, Void is going to be your character. This character has 3 different ways to go invisible.
you're probably going to want to be Void, because keep in mind, there are no like solos only lobbies at this point. Everything
Vish, are the maps big? They're decently big. They vary from map to map. Marsh is pretty big though. Do you meet other players often? If you seek them out, yeah. There's probably 8 POIs, 9 POIs, and a max of 6 teams. So, you know, there's definitely other teams. You don't always have to engage with them though. If you don't want to do a lot of PvP, you definitely don't have to.
It's like teams of 3, but you can turn off matchmaking, so you can load in solo.
This player here, Forehead, this is 10s. We end up winning this. I didn't know it was 10s, but he almost gunnied us.
That's where Void comes in. Void is the invisibility.
Blackbird can go invis with some of her mods.
Smoke grenades as your prime ability. You just put down a line of smoke grenades.
But not at
and
base. She can't go
one of your
invisible.
Passive abilities makes it so anytime you are in smoke, you go invisible. And this does not only
I didn't see any
include, like,
time score
durability
stuff, but I'm not
smokes,
sure
there are
it's
actual, like,
still
smoke
alpha, right?
grenades that you can use as like equipment in the game that also
I
work
don't
with
think
this.
they're
That's pretty
skill-based
awesome.
matchmaking, no.
You can also just straight up go invisible for 15 seconds. In the final
Look at
passive
the
ability
invisibility.
is if
It's
you're, like,
fucking
jumping off of the
crazy,
building,
dude.
You can hit a special key. I think it's default V, and you will do a smoke dive, just like Hunters in Destiny. You'll essentially fall from whatever
knife is the
height you
only
are
melee
at.
option
You
I
won't
saw,
take fall damage.
but
You'll land.
alpha.
You'll hit the ground. A smoke cloud will
Why, look
pop,
at this, and you
you'll
can
be
do
invisible
this,
for a couple of seconds.
and
It's very
negate
useful
all-
for getting away very quickly.
no fall damage when you
especially
use
for
that, no
runners
matter
who
how high
can't
you use it
mitigate
from.
fall damage. So that's pretty cool. Locust is the third character. They are the tank, and contrary to what you might think about the tank,
This is
he
a
also
USEC shirt.
can close gaps super fast. He probably has the best horizontal, like on the ground.
It's definitely a
movement
little
of
easier
any
to see
character in the game
while
to
you're moving,
like
but-
a surprising degree. That's because one of his passive abilities allows you to double tap the jump
Look at
button
this strafe,
to
look at
do
this
a
strafe.
strafe in any direction. This is kind of like the Twilight Garrison Titan stuff from Destiny 1, where you can just like close gaps incredibly quickly. He can
Easily
also
the best
tactical
move in the game.
sprint, just like in Call of Duty, where if you double tap sprint, you run super fast. So
Oh,
this
there's
character is
teabagging.
very fast. Now, their prime ability is shoulder rockets.
It is a beautiful
And I'm
game.
gonna
It looks
apologize
so
real
good.
quick because the only footage I've got
Okay,
of this.
I'm saying this in the game, but I thought I was under the impression that when you pop your rockets, they all just went and they all came out. This functions very similar to that new the Titan chest piece in Destiny. There's no prone. The Titan chest piece where you activate it and then as you're shooting, more rockets come out.
And I'm gonna apologize real quick because
Hazardous propulsion. That's how they work. I did not think that's how it worked. And so I see this entire team here. I'm like, oh shit. I jump out and I hit the button and I expect them to go like, and instead my guy throws gang signs. I'm like, and I'm like, what the fuck was that? And so that's why I just jump out in the open and stand here.
Ability
Because
is
I
shoulder
really
rockets.
thought I was gonna throw
and
rockets.
I'm gonna apologize real quick because the
I was
only
like, what the-
footage I've got
what the
of
fuck is this?
was super bad. I was under the impression that you hit the button and a bunch of rockets come out, and so that's what I tried to do.
Oh, who
That
did
is,
slow
in
mode?
fact, not-
Who activated slow mode? Coward! Take slow mode off. How do I turn slow mode off? Yeah! Twitch chat spam! NDA icons! Spam them! No slow mode! Spam! And if you guys want the cat badge next to your name in chat, you only have a couple hours left. So make sure you sub or gift a sub in the next couple hours. That's right. That's right. Freed from the chains of slow mode. Do you think Mida would like slow mode? Absolutely not. Removing the light pinging from this ability when they're behind walls? No, that's part of it.
What happens? You hit the button.
John
and then
Marathon on
you
screen,
can
that's
lock
Dr.
on the
Lupo.
Targets, and as you shoot them,
Like, I just fucking
you
die
will
here, by the
also
way.
load rockets and hit them with additional
I
rockets.
did. So the rockets are cool because they overheat your enemies so they can't run away.
But instead, I kind of just jumped out and got melted. So I'm sorry about that. We didn't have a lot of time to get gameplay. And I
Watch
kinda
this,
messed that
though.
up, so my bad. Locust also has this really cool shield that you can pull out that can tank a ton.
Once
of
again, look at the void invisibility, man.
Locust also
Could you
has
tell
this
at all
really
there's a
cool
character there? There's a person there, man.
shield that you can pull out.
You cannot see void invisibility. It's crazy.
Locust also has this really cool shield that you can pull out that can tank a
And I'm just like, oh shit.
a ton of damage. And in the gameplay, for instance, you can see I pull it out to distract the enemies, so they shoot me while my teams flank around and kill them.
And then I throw
So,
the gang signs
very
again. I'm like,
useful
"Rockets,
character,
go!"
probably
And
my
then I'm
second
just
favorite
healing.
character in the game. The fourth and final character that we get to play in the
There
alpha
is aim
build
assist
is
and bullet magnetism
Blackbird,
for
which is
controllers.
kind of like the
That's a Destiny
reconnaissance
game or a
character.
Bungie game. You
so
would
you
expect
can
it to feel
Echo
like that.
Pulse as your prime ability. It shoots out
I'm gonna pull the Ollie won the code here. Ollie won the code here. I'll start another giveaway. Okay, I'll start another one.
And all you have to do is be in chat. Just talk in chat. Okay. 7 pulses, one every couple of seconds. And so there were teams running around with three locusts, dude. It was scary as fuck. It detects enemies through walls. So in the gameplay, you can see we've... Did you do a playtest without team comms? No, we were in a Steam voice chat the whole time. I 100% think, and there is in-game comms for your team. There's just no prox chat. I think there should be a prox chat. I'm 100% on board, and I think we should push for them to get added. 10 said there's aim assist on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of friction. It's not too crazy. You can see that in that sniper clip that I hit during the showcase. You can see it kind of slow down a little bit. It's not a ton though, but it's definitely there to help smooth out the experience a little bit. Down 2 enemies. We're running upstairs, and I'm trying to. Does Blackbird counter void? 100%. I show you that actually when I talk about Blackbird in the very next clip. The final enemy. So I pop it, and then they ping through the wall. So we immediately know where the final person on that team is, and we can't be surprised. Very useful. You also get this really cool drone that when you throw it, it'll track enemies, run over to. Golds are super rare. Them explode on them and overheat them, so they can't sprint away. It's pretty toxic. My favorite is Glitch. Okay, watch this. Watch Blackbird counter void here, okay? They temporarily leave behind a little trace so you can kind of follow them around corners and stuff. See, like, the aim assist isn't that much. You see how I lead this person too much. They stop moving, and the aim assist doesn't... Watch. This is mouse and keyboard. Behind a little trace so you can kind of... There's a little bit of friction, but it's not like... It doesn't give you kills. Follow them around corners and stuff. And then probably the most powerful ability is if you finish a downed enemy, it'll ping their team. Watch this. This is why Blackbird counters void. Mates, no matter where I showed this earlier in the stream, but watch. So you can pretty much just like bloodhound them out, and it is very... So one of the passive abilities for Blackbird is when you finish an enemy, it pings their entire team. So you can see the person I downed before there, I'm getting a second ping as if there's an enemy there, but I can't. Now we're gonna talk about... There's no enemy there. Just like... You might be able to turn off in settings, I don't know, I didn't look. Very good. Now we're gonna talk about the 2 characters that are not in this build. I have varying degrees of playtime with them, and I don't think they're finalized. So the first one is Thief. This is one that Joe Ziegler talked about a little bit in his like December update. Okay, I have been asked to qualify this by like 3 different people. I am going to say some of the abilities that this character had when I played them last, and the same thing with the next character. They were works in progresses. Thief is not the final name. These are code names that I use for these characters. The abilities are not final at all. They are super subject to change. The fantasies are Thief steals loot, and the other one is a medic character, okay? This is kind of like a looting character. And I don't have footage for these characters, but I have played on them a lot. They're going to have a grappling hook that allows you to get around the map. They also have a drone that you can drive around and steal loot for. Now, unfortunately, I don't have footage of this one because they weren't in this build. And sorry, Bungie, if I'm spilling company secrets here. Don't hate me. But when we played this character, it was still a work in progress. And the drone was a fallen pike. It wasn't finished, but you could like remote control this fallen pike around and try to steal people's loot. It was actually like super hilarious, and I hope they put out some footage of that at some point. So yeah, one of her abilities, she has a grappling hook, and the other one is you can put out a drone, work in progress, put out a drone and like steal loot from people's like pockets. And it's supposed to be like a little drone, but when we played, it was a full-sized, untextured fallen pike. So you'd sit in the corner and you pop the little pad and you were just driving this giant fucking pike around the map, dude. But grappling hook, yeah. And I believe one of her passives allows you to see like the highest rarity item within a chest. So if you like look at a chest, it'll glow like purple or whatever if there's a purple item in there. But that may have changed. The Mythical Fishbowl, thank you for the sub. Doesn't really have a solid name that I can share right now. I believe... I personally... I was on mouse and keyboard, and I never felt like fighting someone with controller was oppressive. believe the code name was Lifeline. I might have
No, a
completely
pike like
made
in
that up,
Destiny,
so
like a
I'm sorry
fallen
if
pike.
that's wrong. And they are essentially the medic.
Medic character.
They have a little drone that you can send out. It heals your allies. If
I
they're
wanna tell a
close
little
to
story
you.
about the medic
I think
character.
it also did something like made you heal a little faster, or like made your
But you have a
medicine,
healing drone that
like
kinda
heal
follows you around and
more
heals.
or something. Just the medic character that you would fully expect. So let me know what character you're most excited for down in the comment section
No,
below.
Lupo
Like I
hit
said,
some
Glitch
clips,
is
dude.
super good. but I
Lupo,
think
me, and this is Luke Hidden Xperia. We were a fucking goated team, dude. We
Locust
were
is
really
gonna
good.
be a
We
sleeper
all
favorite
hit
for sure,
insane
just because of
clips.
how freaking fast he is. Make sure you subscribe for more marathon content. I love your faces, and I'll.
So I've been talking about how they have been taking a lot of our feedback and like directly implementing it. So and I want to try to be a little vague here, but when the first time I got to playtest in October, they were showing us the character designs and they were like, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about this? And we loved them all, except for the medic character. No one liked what the medic character looked like. And in fact, I disliked it so much that when I got home, one of the devs messaged me and he was like, yo, I heard you were hating on the medic character. Why don't you like it? And what I made a meme and I sent it to them that where I was like, this is what this character looks like. Which was it was at the time a test dummy with a green hat, essentially. And I was like, it doesn't look, I can't take it seriously. So now that character has been completely redesigned and looks way cooler. Way cooler. I can't wait for you guys to see that character because I think it is now one of the coolest looking characters. So now anytime like I'm in a playtest and I kill a dev, I will DM them on Discord with that meme. But the character looks way better now. Way better. So they are taking feedback very seriously. I can promise you that. There are so many things between the first time I played and the last time I played that are direct feedbacks. The contracts being on screen. They weren't on the screen. The contract system was aligned to factions, but it was just random. There was no like faction reputation system. All of that is feedback. In my first feedback session that I did for Marathon, I literally said, you should treat the factions in the Marathon universe like the factions in Destiny 1. You should be able to rank them up, should be able to really identify with the faction, get cosmetics, and that's exactly what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They truly care about feedback. I cannot stress enough. If you want things like prox chat, if you want other things like a firing range or whatever, make sure they know. They have a feedback place in the Discord, !alpha in chat to get into that Discord where you can get feedback. They're very active on Twitter. They're going to actually be having conversations with the community in the Discord. Let them know. They are listening. I promise you they are listening. The ping system is awesome. The ping system is awesome. In Destiny 1. Yeah, the faction system in Destiny 2 has always been garbage. In Destiny 1, it's always been way better. And that's what it feels like in this game. You pick contracts for a specific faction. When you complete them, it gives you a ton of really awesome lore. Like, the way you discover initially about like what's happening on Tau Ceti is by doing contracts for factions, and then they are discovering what's happening on Tau Ceti, and like you're discovering it at the same time. It's awesome. It's awesome. So it has completely changed in 6 months. It has completely changed, and now is a huge fundamental part of the core game. There are going to be faction cosmetics. You are going to identify, if the Discord is any indication, with specific factions. It is a huge part of the game, and that is directly based off of creator feedback. The fog is not here to stay. There's dynamic weather, so not every match has fog. Sometimes it's raining a shit ton. Sometimes it's sunny. Any talks regarding Tiltfire modes? No, there hasn't been anything like that. But if you, I don't know how easy it is to add something like that, but if you want that, give feedback. See you very soon. See ya. So yeah, if you don't mind,
once again, if you have like a second screen or something, if you could just give this video a couple views, that would be really sick. Help out the algorithm a little bit. And we already looked at my my full review for Marathon, so if you could give that a couple of views as well. I want to talk about how loot works in Marathon next. That's the next thing we're going to be looking at here. Does anyone have any questions? If you want the cat badge next to your name in chat, you have 3 hours, I think 2 or 3 hours. 2 or 3 hours to get this cat badge next to your name in Twitch chat. It's forever. It lasts across all of Twitch, but you have to gift a sub or sub to the channel in the next 3 hours. Here, yeah, I'll go ahead and pull the giveaway here. Thrasher 10253 just won the giveaway here. I think I have 2 or 3 more to give out. So we'll keep doing giveaways, don't you worry. One. There we go. I'm gonna do that. One, 2, 3, 4, and I think I gave away 2 of the top ones here. And I would bet there are going to be more playtests than just the 2. Let me check my whispers. I think I... Just checking how many codes I have left. Do I have... All right, I have 2 more. Okay. Okay, let's watch the looting video. The looting video. Yo, Psycho, what's up? Once again, if you could give this a view, I would really appreciate it. Just on a second screen or something. Help out the algorithm a little bit. I'm really proud of all the thumbnails I made for today. I thought this one was pretty good as well, where I have the runner and I show the different pieces of loot. I thought that was pretty cool. Personally, thought I kind of cooked.
The looting system in Marathon is pretty...
Oh yeah, I'll start another giveaway. It's literally just be in chat. Just be in Twitch chat. I'm going to do everything on Twitch because it's just so much easier than YouTube. Sorry. So if you're on YouTube, hop over and you want a chance for the alpha, just hop over to Twitch. I'm sorry. No keywords or anything. Just be active in chat. I'll pull it like in 10 minutes.
Unique, and I wouldn't call it like overtly complex, but there are definitely...
Yeah, the priority codes that I'm giving away, it's not only... So you'll get into the alpha and then you can invite 2 of your friends as well. I don't know about the ones in the Discord, but that's how the ones I was given work.
A lot of nuances to it that the game doesn't directly spell out, at least currently. So I wanted to make a video kind of breaking down the entire loot system.
Yes, thank you, Psycho.
And kind of just give you an overview.
There's no player market as far as I'm aware.
Into a game of Marathon.
Thief and the meta character, they are not in any of my videos. Because we were not able to capture footage with them. They're not in the alpha build.
I've already put out a video on my general review of Marathon, so you can find that in the pinned comment down below. And my latest video broke down all 6 of the different runners and everything we currently know about them, and showed some gameplay of 4 of them that you can find in the alpha build. So make sure to check that out.
And if you're excited for Marathon, please make sure to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. I'm going to be playing the shit out of this game. I'm going to be covering it all the way up until release. I'm excited. I mean, I have almost 100 hours in the game and I'm still this excited. That's got to tell you guys something, right? Like, come on.
Well,
If you are interested in more marathon content, make sure to subscribe. I'd also like to preface this video by saying everything
I kinda hope
talk
so,
about
Gamer
is from
Logic,
the
but I don't
alpha
know.
version of the game. Everything is subject to change based.
You could not toggle motion blur in the build of the game we were playing. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Based off of community feedback, or just if Bungie thinks
All right,
something
if
should
you could, I
change,
couldn't find
and
it.
work a little differently in the final version of the game. So
There will be a
looting.
toggle.
Where to even
But-
begin? This is, of course, an extraction shooter, so loot is really interesting in the
There
fact
will be a
that
toggle.
You kill people and you get to steal their loot permanently, but if you die, you lose everything on you. The only way to keep what you get within a run is to successfully extract or exfil, which you can do
It's good. What's up?
around the map. This system makes
There's no worm
loot
class. There
very
should be, though.
valuable in this game. It is pretty much
How many
the
guns are
main
there? I
currency.
mean, there's probably like 16 to 20 guns. There's a lot of guns. There's about 2 of every archetype. So there's like 2 auto rifles, 2 SMG, 2 sniper. There might be a couple more. But I think
Though
it's
there
16
are
to
a
20.
couple
There's a
other
ton.
currencies, like credits. So how do you like go about getting loot? So when you load into a game of Marathon,
there were
there's
about
all
2 or
sorts
3
of
like
different
marked
ways to
or
get
flare
loot.
rooms
You can
per
find it in
game. There were a ton.
containers, You can find it like on the ground.
Look how
you can
stacked
kill
this was.
people.
This was 10s after we killed them. Just fucking purple loot. This is the best payday of my
Still
life.
There are also special.
Is there damage
events
by
around
body part? Not really. Sometimes you'll get shot and it's like, oh, yeah, you have like a damaged hand, so you heal a little slower. But it's never anything other than like that. It's nothing crazy.
That you can do to get certain types of loot. Loot kind of drops as you would expect in a Bungie game.
I
or
think
a
we were the
game
only people
like
to kill 10s all
this.
day.
There are different rarities.
Savage.
You start at gray,
Thank you so much for the gifted
green,
sub.
blue, purple, and you
The
cap
countdown
out
for the
at
extract's top
gold.
right. Or top
Gold
left.
and some
You can
purple,
see it's
equipment
21
at this
minutes.
point
It's
in time
25 when you
give
start the
like
game.
Special effects. So, for instance, if you find a gold mod for your gun, it completely changes the gun. If I have a shotgun that shoots full auto when it is gray or green, a gold.
Look, I don't want to say I'm cracked at the game or anything, but I've been part of 3 playtests, and at every playtest in the internal leaderboards, I've been among the top.
mod, for instance, might
Favorite
make
POI? I love starting field maintenance, going through algae ponds, and going to greenhouse. Because you start field maintenance, that gives you a good chance to find a lot of guns. And then as you go through algae ponds and greenhouse, it gives you a really good chance to find flares, the dropship, and there's a ton that's right through the middle of the map, so there's a ton of PvP.
fire a very, very rapid 5-round burst.
I'm pretty good at the game, okay?
and
There's a
auto
reason they
holster
chose to use my
reload
footage.
from your reserves as well.
Do you see those
So
snipes, man?
They are game changing. The gold items in this game are going to be absolutely coveted. They're very rare. For instance,
No
there are
oxygen
gold
system.
backpacks
Nothing like
make
that.
You go completely invisible while you are looting. So generally, the higher rarity
But
stuff you
also, I've always been really good at learning maps very quicker than most people, or learning games quicker than most people. So I locked in really fast. But I give it 2 weeks, and you guys fucking being on the game, I'll be shit again. I'm good when I can utilize my game knowledge. As soon as that's wiped out, I'm fucked. Okay.
harder you are to kill.
Did you try no PvP run? In the second playtest I did, there weren't enough people for PvP. You would like maybe once every 3 or 4 matches you loaded in with anyone on the map. And I did all of that PvE only pretty much, and it was still a lot of fun. That was on a different map though. That was mostly on the perimeter map, but it was still very fun. For Glitch, how accurate were they? Were while in the air? Not bad, not bad. I didn't feel aerial effectiveness or anything like that.
But the more dangerous a run is because people are going to be gunning for your loot. And
We
if
don't
you
know how
lose
much it'll
it's
cost.
It's going to suck that much more. There's, of course, all sorts of different types of items that you can find in the game. There are different weapons.
I would say you are at a disadvantage if you're solo. I mean, inherently, because the game is trios. Everything's trios. You can load in solo and turn off matchmaking, but it's still going to match you against trios. A lot of people have very heavily given feedback against that they want a solos mode. I would recommend you give feedback against that if you want a solos mode on the Discord, !alpha, in the Discord or on Twitter. But if you're playing as Void and like you're solo, you can avoid combat pretty well. I don't think your success rate's gonna be 100. You know, it might be closer to like 50 or something. Depending on how good of a character, you know, how good you are at like avoiding and ratting and stuff. But I think you could play solo. You are definitely at a disadvantage, of course. But the one the big negative would be when you go to extract, when you hit the extraction, you have to stand there for a minute.
and there's just a giant blue laser all the way up to the sky. And so like that is like, you have pretty much all of the classic
There's no
weapons
friendly
that you
fire.
would expect. You have general equipment like grenades, chem-like grenades, smoke grenades.
There are a ton of extraction zones. So when you load in, you have an extraction zone, and then there's an extraction zone that's kind of like guarded, and you go to it and you activate it, and then a bunch of enemies spawn. So you have at least 2. There's a final extraction zone I think that they're working on, where if you miss the timer, you have 5 extra minutes to go to a final extraction zone. But there are plenty of opportunities.
Have materials. These are really important because they help you upgrade your character.
They said there's currently no they said they want to make a way for you to memorialize like all the different seasons and your runs and stuff, but they couldn't talk. Lars said he didn't want to talk on it right now. It's super obvious you're extracting. The blue laser in the sky in the trailer is extract. Like you have so it's 45 seconds. You activate it 45 seconds for the countdown to start. The countdown is 30 seconds, but if your entire team's within like close to the pole, then it goes down to 10. So minimum is 55 seconds, maximum is 125 seconds. And the entire map knows you're extracting. Now you can probably make it from like 1 POI over. I'd say you can make it if you're within a third of the map, you can make it there. So we have, but also if someone like downs you and the extraction goes off, you get extracted. But if they down you and then permakill you, you don't get extracted. So
unlock upgrades by completing contracts for different.
It's not easy to camp extracts because I don't think you're supposed to be able to see other people's extracts. You can a little bit in the footage that I show, but I don't think you're supposed to be able to.
And certain factions give you
dollar amounts are how much you can sell everything for at the black market.
Upgrades. But in order to buy the upgrades, you need certain materials, which can only be found on certain locations on the different maps. And these are generally things that you'll just find kind of like either in chests or laying around. So whether it's like fungal growths that you can find in algae ponds, or
fungal growth is a real
that you
material,
can
by the
find
way.
near the greenhouse, or polymer wire that you can find near field maintenance.
There's
or
every POI has
microprocess.
secure secure containers. Like you get to save stuff if you die. No, you have a vault where you can store loot between runs. So like you can have like if you die, you have backup loot. But anything you take into a run with you, you lose if you die.
Or whatever, there are a ton of.
I hope there's some
different
sort of
materials
hideout
in the game
on
that you can find
shooting
at
range as
specific
well.
Locations or in specific loot sources that are very important to hang on to because they unlock permanent.
It looks so
upgrades
good, man.
on
I
your
love
account.
the
When you
graphics of this
upgrade
game.
These factions, they don't go away when you die or.
Can you compare this to Helldivers? I only played a little bit of Helldivers.
For at least the
Look,
duration.
in my opinion, it's a way better game because it's not third person. I did the tutorial of Helldivers and I was like, yeah, it feels awful and I didn't want to play it. I do not like third person games. This game feels great.
Of a season. I believe season to season they're going to reset like your whole character and do like a hard wipe.
I think there's teammate collision, but there's not friendly
As
fire.
you progress through the upgrades for the different factions, you'll also unlock different things from the black market. The black market's kind of like this shop in the inventory
no.
screen
PvE enemies
that you can
generally,
buy different stuff from. We're really early games.
They're
so it
not
doesn't
really that
have
aggressive
anything
if
that
you're
good right
extracting.
now.
I mean, if they're near
But
you, they'll
in
attack
late
you, but
game,
they
they'll
don't
have
like
all sorts
turn
of
around and
offers for
rush you.
where you can exchange credits and materials in order to buy weapons, shields, implants, cores, etc. There are also valuables
And they've done
that
a lot of work on this screen already, and I think they're going to do a lot more.
you can find around the map.
Why
These
don't you
are
like third-person games? I think third-person games almost always just feel like very bad compared to first-person games. Like the best third-person feeling, the best feeling third-person game will never feel as good as the best feeling first-person game, in my opinion. Some people don't have that opinion. That's totally fine. But for me, I love the feel of first-person games, and I'm just not really a big fan of most third-person game, like how they feel.
automatically sold when you
If this game was a third-person game, I would not be playing it.
But
it is a first-person game, and it feels fucking butter because it's Bungie gun stuff. So of course it does.
Give you a ton of vendor.
There is special loot to extract. Like this, actually. This is a great time. Anything that says valuable on it, when you extract, you automatically get credits. But see, you can see upon exfil, auto sells for Cyber Acme reputation. So like this stuff will give you a shit ton of vendor rep as well. Which is arguably more important than the credits.
Reputation.
Do you do different faction missions?
So
yeah, you
there are
can
certain
bounce
ones
around
that
factions
give
all
you
you
a ton
want.
of Mida rep,
Trumpet, thank you for the Prime
and
sub.
That can be very important as well for progressing.
Hammy, might be a dumb question. New to extraction shooters, I was curious how spawning works. Does it separate 18 players? No, like your team will spawn together, so it'll be like 6 teams spawn kind of equidistant around the map.
storyline through these different factions.
Like
And a lot
reverse
of
Hunger
things like
Games.
upgrades and cosmetics. There are also
Spawn on the-
cores
kind of the
and
outside, not the
implants
inside.
and shields that you can pick up. Shields are really
The factions in the game, so there are 3 factions, Cyber Acme, Traxxas, Nuclearic are the 3 that you can level up in the beta, or in the alpha, and then there are 3 more, Setaguchi, Arachne, which no one knows anything about Arachne, because they're not in the lore up to this point, so no one knows what they are, and maybe Mida, I don't remember what the other one is, that you'll be able to unlock at a different, like, as you progress through the game. Interesting, because not only do they have like the standard rarity, where when you don't have a shield, I believe you have 1. Did I not? No,
barred
Nuclearic's
shield.
one of the
Green
3.
Shield will give you 2. Blue gives you 3.
Okay,
purple
so
gives you
Midas
4,
one of the
and
3
gold
that you can't
also
level
gives
up
you
yet.
4 with like additional effects that the different shields give you. But then you also
See,
have the
good. Thank God there's not fucking team damage, or else I would have fucking destroyed Lupo there.
That the different shields give you. But then you also have the nuance of normal shields versus reinforced shields, where reinforced
Nikita, thank you for the
shields
sub.
take half damage. So if you have a reinforced green shield,
Oh
it's
yeah,
kind
I'll go ahead and give away another code. Sorry, it's been like 10 minutes. Mr. IOLYO, thank you for participating, my friend. Oh, you have blocked whispers on. Okay, Mr. IOLYO, I will give you 5 minutes to turn on whispers. And if you don't turn it on, I have to give it away. Because I have to give him away during this stream, so. I will pull again if he doesn't activate their blocked whispers from strangers.
like you have 4 bars of shield and not just 2 because it takes half damage. So
I'll
that's
give
an
him
extra
5
nuance
minutes.
You have to be looking for when you are, farming this different gear. Cores and implants modify your character. Cores are more like general gameplay things. Your pings last longer. When you loot, it'll ping a nearby container. Killing an AI gives you a small
Friendly
amount of
Fire
health,
would be
that
nice to
sort
see
of
again in
thing.
games. As
Whereas
someone who
implants are more
shoots
like
first and asks questions
general
later, I
stat
disagree.
modifiers, like you take reduced damage, or you
So in each of my playtests, we only got to play like a total of like 10. Well, that's not really true. Like upwards of 20 hours. A little bit more in the second playtest. Like most of my playtime is in the second playtest, but the first and the third is around like 15 hours. And you didn't make too much progress with the factions, but also the system is pretty drastically changed all 3 times that I played with it. So it's not dialed in. So I can't really speak to how long it's going to take. It is the primary way that you absorb the lore, especially early on though. So I don't think they'll want it to be too slow.
You get faster revives and things like that. So you're going to have to keep your eyes out for those. And of course, as the rarity increases, they do more and more cool stuff and have better effects. And then there's different backpacks. So you can, of course, have green backpacks. Blue backpacks hold more than that. Purple backpacks hold even
All right, this
more.
person hasn't activated their whispers, so I'm going to give it to another person. Okay, a Pathai. Congratulations. Please have your whispers open. They do. They do, in fact, have their whispers open. There you go, my friend. And I have one more to give away. One more to give away! I'm doing it on Twitch. I'm going to go ahead and roll it. All you have to do, you have 10 minutes to just talk in Twitch chat. That's all you have to do. Just vibe. Be a cool person. Don't be a bot. And the giveaway starts now.
But also there are different varieties of backpacks. So not only is there like a
Brandon, the subscribe cat is on Twitch only. And speaking of that, if you want this badge next to your name in chat, you have like 2 hours to get it. And then it's gone forever. But if you get it, you get to keep it forever. And you get it by either subbing to the channel or gifting a sub to the channel. And you will get this cat next to your name in chat, just like all these beautiful people that you can see. And you'll get to flex it until the end of time.
blue backpack, but then there will also
So
be
make
like
sure
an
you sub
ammo variety of
on
backpack,
Twitch.
which allows you to hold more ammo, or a medical backpack, which causes you to heal faster.
I love that the different backpacks do different things. I
while
think it's
you are
really
wearing
cool.
it. So there's a lot of nuance to the types of loot that you can pick up within this game. It's pretty cool. Now, one thing that the game doesn't really explain to you, unless you look around specifically on the map, is that different points of interest, or
And
like,
that's the one thing I like, is you can really farm specific stuff. I don't know if the other extraction shooters do that, but if you just want shields, load in, go to complex, loot, exfil. Load in, go to complex, loot, exfil. And I love
on
that there's
each
a
map
farming aspect to
give you
this.
specific loot, or have a higher chance for specific loot to spawn. So for instance, on Dire Marsh, the main map that we're going to be playing during the alpha, field maintenance will spawn a ton of weapon lockers, which of course have weapons in them. If you are looking specifically for a shield, you'll want to go to complex. Different areas have different things. And this actually,
And you don't have to interact with the game that way. That's just an option on how to interact with the game, and I like that a lot.
The different mini looting events on the map as well. For instance, sometimes you'll be walking around the map and you'll see one of these landing pads. And if you activate it, eventually a dropship will drop down and drop 4 chests for you to loot. And these actually have a much higher chance to give you weapon parts or like different, magazines, sights, barrels, or mods for your weapons, helping you to upgrade those. There are also locked chests around the world where at different POIs you'll have to find a key and then you can unlock a chest. And then there is also...
I'm excited for this game. I don't play games like this. I can't stress enough how I think the combination of the secrets and the lore and the world building and some of the live events and stuff, I think they are going to pull in a lot more people. A lot of people would not have considered themselves PvPers before Fortnite, and that game did a lot to pull in people who played less PvP. I think this game has the opportunity, to do something very similar. There is so much extra stuff in this game that is not just PvP.
These little flare rooms where you'll come across a flare, and somewhere nearby there will be a room with a ton of loot. I believe these also give you a ton of weapons and backpacks. And then the best loot that I'm aware of comes from key rooms. Occasionally you will find a special key that will tell you
So someone said, do you think this will be Fortnite to Tarkov's PUBG? I don't it's so hard to make statements like that because the gaming industry is like 80% luck, right? Who the fuck knows what's gonna pop off? What I will say is I have a lot of faith that the foundation of this game is good enough to make something like that able to happen. I don't want to say this will be the next biggest game ever because I don't know. I would never put my reputation on that bet. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of potential with this game, and I think they have something very special here, and I can't wait to see how they take advantage of that. It's hard, but it's hard to say. I think plenty of great games don't get the recognition they deserve, and I think a lot of games that maybe I don't consider to be quite as good fucking blow up. So who knows?
The location of a room that says oh, you need to go towards complex shed to use this key. When you go to these rooms, they have the highest chance for high rarity loot. Blue keys obviously being worse than purple keys, and I believe there's even gold keys in the game, which will unlock rooms that give you the absolute top tier loot that you can get within Marathon. When you are done looting, you can extract. This is pretty interesting. You activate an extraction point. I believe you have to wait 45 seconds. Then a bubble will spawn and there will be a 30-second countdown. But if your entire team is within the ring, that 30-second countdown will cut down to 10 seconds, and then you will successfully exfil as long as you are not killed during the process. The giant blue light in the sky does let
I never look at it, but you can see it from across the map.
Currently exfilling, and that they have a very short amount of time to come.
We don't know the price of it. We have no idea.
But once you get it out, some things are automatically sold, some things are automatically put into your stash, and you are
exfil is the only way to keep your loot.
Able to hoard a limited amount of items that you can keep just in case you die on your next run. So it's pretty nice. There are also certain upgrades that you can get to upgrade your stash size.
Is the build crafting in depth or just a lot of stat bonuses? Some of the higher end build crafting adds extra abilities and nuances and stuff for sure. It is very in depth. It gets pretty insane, and a lot of the abilities play off of the guns, and the guns play back into the abilities and the equipment and stuff. The build crafting is very, very deep. I want to at some point have a conversation with Kevin Yanis, because he is probably the fucking craziest person when it comes to build crafting in this game. Every time I talk to him, he's like, oh my god, I was just thinking you can do this and this and this and this and this, and you have this core and this thing, and it's going to and yesterday I was playing with and it's so interesting because I feel like he approaches the game as a roguelike type experience where he'll load in on a character he barely plays or whatever. Well, I mean, he's a dev, so he plays on them all, but you know what I mean. He'll pick a random character, he'll load in, and the first piece of loot he finds, he's like, I can build craft with this, and then he just build crafts right into that thing. Every time I talk to him, he's got 20 different builds that he wants me to try, and it's amazing. He is so
fucking passionate about build crafting in this game. It is amazing. I'm gonna try to reach out to them and see if I can get them to sit down for a talk at some point. Maybe once we get further along in the game cycle. If there's a beta, I have no idea, or in the launch, I want to talk to him through it because man, he's so good at it. He's so good at it. And we've given a lot of feedback. Everyone in the squad can pick the same character, yes. Build crafting, how different is it from Destiny? I mean, they're two different games, right? Like, your characters don't have anywhere near as many abilities in this game as they do in Destiny. Like, in Destiny, the gameplay is quite different from Hunter, Titan, Warlock. In this game, at base, the game's not super different if you're Locust or Glitch or Blackbird. Like, there are things that change, but most of the core game loop and feel is pretty similar. Until you get into those like more specific build crafting scenarios. And even then, like, some of the build crafting is like, hey, I want to go all knife. You can do that on any character. You know, it's probably best to do it on Void since you can go invisible, but you don't have to do it on Void. So the base size should probably be a little bit bigger. So I'm interested to see how everyone feels about that during the... And this is another thing I don't talk about. Maybe I do talk about this. There are different shields. So there are shields and then there are reinforced shields that take half damage, and they have the same rarities. So you can get a green shield, which gives you 2 shield bars, or you can get a reinforced green shield, which gives you 2 shield bars, but essentially is like 4 shield bars because it takes half damage. And so there are times where you have to make a decision. Do I use this blue shield or this reinforced green shield? It's pretty cool. Alpha and how Bungie approaches that in the future. So if you have... Yeah, right there. I just showed a reinforced shield right there. And the reinforced ones are obviously rarer, but you can see, reinforces your base shields, reinforced shields take half damage. So if you have any more questions regarding loot, please let me know down below. It's not that difficult of a system. I'm still really sad I missed that shot. All of the different nuances and like learning specifically, oh, I need to go exactly here and do this. Are the spawns fixed? I think there are like many spawns and you randomize between certain ones. But there are like, it's not like random per se. Like you can't spawn anywhere. I love the fun movement, man. If any fun movement, if I do knife only cut, slip in time, get someone from behind, yes, I would think Locust would do that the best because Locust has like incredibly fast thrusters and they can super sprint. So yeah, items. It's quite fun. But also you could sneak in with Void, go invisible, knife, throw your grenade super, so you smoke grenade super and just leave as well. So like there are multiple ways you can approach that. Anyways, I hope you guys have a fantastic day. Once again, sub for more marathon content, and I'll see you very soon. See ya. So once again, I hope you guys enjoyed these 3 videos. I'd really appreciate if you could, if you all could give this a view on a side monitor or something. I'm really interested. I want to see other people's opinions of the game. So are there any people whose reviews you want me to watch and answer questions to? I would love to. I saw Luke did one. Did Lupo do a review? If Lupo did a review, I want to see Lupo's review. Yes, he did. Okay, good.
Hey, y'all. It's time. The embargo is lifted. The doors are open. It is true. I went to Bungie and I played some more Marathon.
Does this guy have 10 PCs in the background?
First off, this is not an ad. I just want to make sure it's super clear.
You're going to see a bunch of my gameplay here because I'm Dr. Crispy 93. Lupo, me and Luke, we were pretty good buds for a couple of days here.
I get to show you some of the highlighted moments of the footage that they let us capture, specifically on day 2 of this trip. And
you can even hear me talking in the background, probably.
I've been involved with this game over the course of like 5 or 6 trips now. Over the last 5 or 6 years, I think actually the first time that I had
that's crazy, by the way,
was 7 years ago. So take all that into account. Obviously, as a content creator, I can give my input and my responses and give opinions, but I'm not a developer. I don't know the ins and outs, the complexity of what they're doing, so just do me a favor, keep that in mind. Okay? Probably wondering, what is Marathon? It is Bungie's take on an extraction shooter in a futuristic setting, borrowed, reimagined.
Is spawn rushing a thing? Does gun damage change with rarity? Gun damage does not change with rarity as far as I'm aware. Can you talk more in depth about guns? Yeah, what do you want to know? What are the pros and cons of using LMGs? Same as in Destiny. LMGs, they slow you down. You'll build up heat faster, but they, you can mag dump. So there are definitely, like, if you are familiar with Destiny, and like the pros and cons of using an auto rifle and an SMG, it's very similar for a lot of those things. Spawn rushing is kind of a thing, but you really have to like just stay on the outskirts of the map and sprint. Usually what we do is run right to the middle of the map and wait for gunfire and then do that. So that's how you're gonna get into fights way faster. Does the game graphics translate to the video recording? Keep in mind, there were 40 of us in a room playing on like whatever PCs they could get together and recording. The game is like, this is not optimized, and it's still in alpha state. So like, this is, I don't even know if it's in 1440. I don't remember what we were playing in. I don't know what the frame rates were. The graphics were set up. We sat down and we played. So it's going to look, when I get like my hands on it and like can actually record myself and that sort of stuff, it's going to look better. I don't know if the HUD will change. I think it looks pretty nice now, though.
Rebooted from a 90s series of games, a trio of games that Bungie made.
Lupo's two-shotting a lot of people with that shotgun. Do you feel like the guns were balanced? I feel like some of them were definitely more powerful. I used the Bully SMG a lot, and honestly, I felt like the Bully SMG was better than any of the auto rifles at comparable range. So I think there's definitely some tuning to do. So like the long shot, I think, is way better than the other sniper. The other sniper had bullet drop, where this one didn't. I don't really know what the decision behind that was. It was a bolt action though. The other one's a bolt action, but had bullet drop. So I was like,
specifically for Mac at the time.
Oh, I do have, well, I'll call the last giveaway here. Out of a mana. Let's see if their whispers are open. Oh my God, they are. There we go. Exclamation point alpha to be, to go into the Discord and register for the alpha as well. Make sure everyone does that.
That was
with there only being about 5 rarities, about 16 weapons. It seemed like people have a lot of loot in the first week. Doesn't seem like people have a lot of the loot in the first week. There is a system in the game where weapons can only be transferred between people so many times before they just disintegrate. You can see that in when we killed Tense, he had a gold shield, but when I picked it up, it just turned into scrap, so we didn't actually get it. So that sort of thing is to stop loot accumulation, and they said they're still like tuning a lot of those systems, but they are very hyper aware of trying to balance the game economy when it comes to loot and really good end game loot.
I believe
that is something they are
created
keeping
was the first
their eyes on for sure.
FPS on PC to use a mouse to be able to aim. You used to have to use, I believe, the arrow keys back in my day because I'm old. But it is a futuristic version of the extraction shooter genre that has kind of exploded. So I think Bungie took an opportunity to say, we can do that too. Let's go ahead and try it. You play in a trio. There's PvE and PvP elements across the entire game.
Is there any reason Death looks different than the OG trailer? Because it was made 3 years ago.
For different factions. There are UESC AI mobs, the robots all over the place that are trying to keep you from digging into the leftovers of the colony from the Marathon ship. And there's going to be a ton of lore that they, I'm sure when release happens, that will be all over the game because that's kind of what Bungie does.
He's going to show a lot different weapons than I did too, which is nice.
Hero shooter as well. In the alpha that we played,
because I was using my sniper for long range and a faster weapon for close range, and he was using shotgun for close range and a faster weapon for long range. So
there are 4 different
runners. Oh, that sounds insane, Haunter. Fuck, that sounds so good.
Each runner has different.
It's a vibrant palette, not hard on the eyes. No, it's not so bad.
Of other games
I never once was like,
played. I got strong
it feels
Delta
good.
Force combined with Apex vibes from the way that the game handles and plays. The other side of that, though, is this game comes with a bunch of different
So say like I get a great gun in extract. If I use that gun in the next run and not extract, do I lose it? Yeah. If you die, you lose everything on your character.
Modifiers.
Wipes are confirmed. What do you think about it? I'm interested to see how they play into the lore because I think things are supposed to change quite drastically, but we'll see. I don't really know what the live service game they've been kind of cryptic about. I really am curious about how that plays in. Mezokiru, sorry, I butchered the shit out of that. I very much apologize. I have to ask, for someone like me who rarely plays PvP games and usually gravitates toward PvE games, do you think I might enjoy this? I played all of Marathon's, Halo's, Destiny games, so I rarely played PvP games. This is definitely going to be more PvP heavy than that. I think there are things that are going to keep people pulled into this. I think the lore is insanely compelling. It's a beautiful game. The secret stuff that I keep talking about, there is PvP components to that, but there are certain aspects of the game where the secrets and solving those puzzles come first and foremost, and PvP is just something you have to do to get there. So I think there's going to be, like, obviously, no one exists on the true scale of all PvE or all PvP. It's a sliding scale of how much of either are you willing to deal with to get what you want to do. You know what I mean? And everyone has a little spectrum that they exist in. I say this a lot, like before Fortnite, I don't think a lot of people of those, like Fortnite mains, consider themselves necessarily PvP only people or whatever, but that game kind of activated that for them. And I think this has a lot of potential to push people a little bit more towards PvP, for sure. But it is also avoidable. Like you don't only have to do only PvP all the time. Like there's always the opportunity there because you load in with other people. But if you play certain characters or play styles or go to certain locations or do whatever, you can avoid that to some extent. So
for the
PvE in this game would be great. I don't think they want, like, remember the whole point of doing Marathon is so they extend their audience. They don't want to cannibalize the Destiny audience. And so I don't think they want a second PvE live game because they already have that. I think it's very deliberate that they chose a PvP focused game, and very deliberate they picked an extraction shooter. Same reason I think the other incubations Bungie was doing, Gummy Bears being like a third person fight 'em MOBA game, and Payback being a narrative driven like RPG fucking hero game. Like everything that they were doing, they were working on was very deliberately set to expand their audience size, not cannibalize the audiences of their existing games. There's probably going to be a cosmetic store. I think there is going to be, but they didn't talk to us about it at all.
That your runner will handle. You have a shield, you've got cores, you have implants.
What's the point of extracting with great loot if you can just lose it the next run? No lock a permanent save for loot? No, that's the thing is like you gear, you get better, you get better, you get better to tackle higher challenges. Or harder maps, or do harder contracts. That's the point of an extraction shooter. You gear up, you go and you risk losing it all, but the higher loot you have, the better encounters you can, or the harder encounters you can do, and the better loot you can get, and you push yourself higher and higher. But if you get like a really rare gun that you don't want to risk, you can put it in your vault. You don't have to take it in. You can put that shit over here and not touch it until you're ready. So a lot of what we did early on in the playtest, we would do all gray guns, and nothing else. Load in, kill people, steal their stuff, put it in the vault. And then all gray guns, kill people, steal their stuff, put it in the vault. And we would gear up until we were like fucking warlords, and then we would take everything in and just mow people down. I know anti-cheat is a huge focus for them, Kagami, but obviously I can't speak to it. I did all internal tests. But they have a huge dedicated team to it, so I hope so. What are your thoughts on Bungie focusing on Marathon over Destiny 2? That's just not a reality. That has never been a reality, and that is not a reality. And I don't think that's a reality that'll ever happen. There are more devs by like a significant margin working on Destiny. That has always been the case. That has always been the case. That will probably always be the case because Destiny makes them a fuck mother shit ton of money. Okay, there's this whole narrative that Marathon took everything from Destiny. It's just never been reality. It's just not true. Some people moved from Marathon from Destiny over to Marathon. Some people have moved the other way. That happens. Now, when the game launches, I expect some devs to move back over to Destiny because Marathon will require less resources since things like the UI have already been fleshed out. But it's just never been the reality. Can you turn off cross-platform? I have no idea. I played in-house, so I don't know. Are there any contracts that require you to choose between factions? All contracts are faction specific. I don't think anything locks you into one though. I don't know, Apolly. I think they're iterating on it pretty heavily. I feel like there are a lot of doomers around this, and it's kind of annoying. Like, I get it though. Like, I'm a Destiny guy for 10 years. I understand. Like, Destiny feels like a lot of times it's gone progressively worse. Although Into the Light, Final Shape were fucking awesome. This last season was fucking awesome. But I get it. Like, when you see them working on something else, and it's also like, oh, this isn't doing well. I get the like why you jump to those conclusions, but it's just not reality. I think Glitch is going to be the fan favorite personally because she's fast. People are movement kids, man. Is her best faction? Mida. Hey, can we get some Mida emotes spam in chat, please? Spam those Mida emotes.
The way that your character moves.
What do you think are the 3 most unique aspects of Marathon compared to other extraction shooters? The lore and universe is fucking insane. The aesthetic is fucking insane, and the secrets and how they're gonna play into those with different maps and like seasonal models and stuff are fucking insane. Those 3 things are what make Marathon special. That is the secret sauce of Marathon.
Moves and how long they can do certain things like sprint and stuff like that, and you have a backpack that you can expand. But you also have a mod system for all of the weapons that you find that does change the rarity of the weapon as you put better and better mods in. There are mods that change the way the weapons fire. At a certain point, the first day, we found a railgun mod.
I was talking about
that
this.
Shot the railgun in a 2 bursts instead of single shot, which was pretty nasty. I believe partway through, I have a mod on a double barrel shotgun that I'm running.
I found that for him, by the way.
Every time.
So we stole this from Dan Miller. Yes, that Dan Miller. And I contemplated putting it in, but I killed him and then I teabagged him. I was like, I'll be nice. I won't include that footage.
You do damage with it. I get a little bit of a speed boost for a little bit.
Look, I love the Borderlands series. I have thousands of hours in Borderlands. I am personally, at this point in time, much more excited for Marathon.
Time, which does make gap closing pretty easy.
Oh, he included you in that footage? Wait, really?
There's a lot of different things that go into this. It is going to seem overwhelming.
And this also has dedicated servers, so everything feels a lot like more connected than Destiny.
First, do yourself a favor, slow it down. A lot of it you can probably figure out pretty easily.
Do you think there will be any permanent cosmetic stuff to show how goated you are? I would think so. I do think there will be that associated with certain secrets, associated with certain factions, and associated with the ranked play.
As you watch.
Did you get any insight into how narrative progression is going to work in the OG Viaduct to talk about team solving a puzzle? I think a lot of that will be there. We just talked with Lars about this a couple hours ago. I think a lot of that will be there. Community-driven shit, and then like seasonal stuff, faction stuff. I think the lore is going to be integral to this experience, like very important to the Marathon experience.
I'll do my best to kind of explain and talk over certain things as we go through. And my hope here is that you just enjoy the video. I've got high
this is where I kill him.
for the potential of this game. I think that if Bungie sticks to what they do best while still embracing the hardcore nature of what extraction shooters or the player base for extraction shooters typically look for, I think they have a hit on their hands, and they definitely have a different aesthetic.
Locust is so fucking fast, man. I might have to switch to Locust, man.
Right now. I mean, when you
Locust
see it
is
yourself,
so
they have
goddamn
an
fast.
identity that I think stands out in a big way, and I had a ton of fun. Granted,
wait, what did you say?
Than I think any other extraction shooter out right now. I mean, when you see it yourself, they have an identity that I think stands out in a big way, and I had a ton of fun. Granted, it was just a day and a half roughly this time around. Only got really maybe 10 hours of playtime. I could see the vision that they have, and I desperately hope that it does well. Just like any other game that I'm given.
No, I don't think it'll take away from Destiny. They want to have 2 fully thriving IPs at the same time. That has always been the goal, and that is still the goal.
For that opportunity. But anyway, the story or lore follows.
No, there will not be
the
pay to win.
Marathon Infinity, in which you are.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna keep this playing just so there's something. I'll rewind it. I'm on a podcast in 15 minutes, so we're gonna be doing that. We're gonna be talking more about Marathon. Feel free to ask questions during that as well. But I'm gonna rewind this a couple seconds.
I think they
I'm
have
gonna
a hit
play
on
it. I will be right back. Lupo, love you. Be right back.
They definitely have a different aesthetic than I think any other extraction shooter out right now. I mean, when you see it yourself, they have an identity that I think stands out in a big way. And I had a ton of fun. Granted, it was just a day and a half roughly this time around. I only got really maybe 10 hours of playtime. I could see the vision that they have, and I desperately hope that it does well. Just like any other game that I'm given the opportunity to go out and go check out. So thank you, Bungie, for that opportunity. But anyway, the story or lore follows the end of Marathon Infinity, in which you are a runner sent down to try and scrap anything that is left from the colony on Tau Ceti 4, with the Marathon ship in orbit smashed through the moon. But you are down there scrapping together anything you can, and the UESC is trying to stop you. That's the AI robots you see us fighting all over the place. They're basically like security that's trying to keep us out. The runner idea of being offloaded from your consciousness into the cloud, so to say, and then reprinted if you die is actually pretty sick. And some of the stuff they showed us, some of the stuff you probably just saw in the reveal a little while ago, they do a decent job of giving life and some emotion to what you
All right, sorry.
I
I'm
went
back.
into originally thinking was like soulless husks of androids, and they're really not. They did a good job with giving you the feeling like you are actually someone. You're just being downloaded into
And once again, you only have 2 hours to get this cat badge next to your name in Twitch. If you want the cat badge next to your name in Twitch, either subscribe or gift a subscription. It will be across all of Twitch. Like, once you get the badge, you can use it across all of Twitch. You can show it off in any chat, but you have to earn it in the next 2 hours.
body temporarily. So I understood what they were trying to get at. The weapon system in the game is actually quite interesting. So it seems like everything starts at gray, and as you put mods into into the mod slots on each weapon, some of them I think have 3 slots, some have 4. You're not only adjusting the way that the gun handles, looks, and feels, or like the ability to zoom, but you're also increasing the rarity and adjusting the stats. And I do want to point out, if at any point during the video you do see me pull up the stats,
Prime
for
subs
a
don't
gun,
count. Sorry.
like
Thank
the
you everyone for
range
the subs.
is literally just that's the range. It's
You
not
can
like
you can
Destiny
replace
where
mods. You
have to
cannot
look at
remove them.
the
Once they're on
weapon
your
type
gun,
and then the
you either have to
frame,
destroy them
and
or
then
keep
know
them.
what that stat range.
I hope that
what does
changes.
100 range mean for a shotgun versus 100 range for a sniper? They're 2 different things. In this, it felt like they were giving you just a direct, this is the number. I think the only caveat to that, so the guns do that, but if you look at the bottom left below the picture, there are stats down there that are adjusting like speed and your regen for your heat or your stamina, that kind of thing. Those numbers are a little less specific. I equate them very similarly to the Destiny stats. Is you kind of have to just know. I don't know if there's breakpoints like there is in Destiny, like every 10. It didn't feel.
Can you touch on aim assist quickly? Both inputs have aim assist. Some, mice and keyboard have a little bit of friction. It's not too much though. I felt like they were pretty even as we were playing. I got ran by some controller players. I ran some controller players. I ran some keyboard people. So it's kind of all over the place. I think it feels good though. I think it's balanced very well.
Feel like it.
Ranked was mentioned in some of the trailers. Can you give any details on that? So I've played a couple iterations of the ranked mode. They were not happy with it, and it is going back for a complete rework. So I don't know what it exists as currently within Bungie. It won't be in the alpha build, but they do plan on having a prestigious ranked mode in the game.
It felt just like it was, raw numbers.
The mouse and keyboard friction is so small.
But you do kind of have to pay attention to what's going on down there. But the weapon system I thought was kind of sick, with one exception.
I think it's just to bring it into
during the
parity with
alpha
controllers, but it's like
that we
I
played,
still
you could
miss a
not
ton of
remove
snipes in the gameplay that
you
you
could
guys saw.
overwrite them, but if you got
You think
couple or a
that will
ghost,
split the player base too much? What do you mean?
and you slapped it in a gun, if you wanted to keep that, you had to keep the gun. So at no point during that, and I did make a suggestion to say, hey, the toss-up that they're looking for is they don't want the economy to just snowball into bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger all the time.
Yep.
Tarkov has durability, and if you lose a thing and it wasn't insured, it's just gone, right? In this,
Thanks. How did it compare to COD rotational aim assist strength? I have no idea. I don't play controller, and I don't think COD has mouse and keyboard anything. And I assume you can turn friction off, but I don't know.
so somebody,
What faction did I join? Chat, what faction did I join? Let the Let the emotes rain! My fellow pregnant Mida people! Let it, come on, I better see those Mida emotes. Let it rain!
If somebody picks your gun up and gets out with it, it just stays forever.
We don't know
So
how much this will
there's
cost.
Two kind of things going on. One is if a weapon switches hands enough times, gets marked as scrap, and when you go to loot it from somebody that you may have killed, you just get the value in credits instead. It breaks it. The other thing that I had suggested was let us pull one mod off of a gun. Let's say I find a shotgun and a purple mod, and I want to stick like a chip like the chip that I have on my double barrel in this video. Make it so I can rip the chip out.
Yes.
But it destroys the gun and everything else on it. Something
I'm
to
fine with
give
that
the
too.
player,
So if you loot someone with a goated gun, you don't want the gun, you just want one of the attachments. You can't take all 4 goated attachments. You can just take one. I'm fine. If that's the compromise they want to go with, Ben made that suggestion while we were in a feedback session. I'm fine with that. I just think you should be able to recoup something. It feels bad not being able to recoup anything from guns.
An opportunity for choice when it comes to looting stuff from other players. If I see some,
I know it's early, but we can expect your streaming schedule to be juggling both games. Destiny will always be the priority for 100%. But I would imagine, we still don't have any information with this, but with the release in September and that sort of stuff, it seems pretty obvious that they don't want Destiny and Marathon to clash and overlap if they don't have to make that happen. But Destiny will always take priority for me in my channel.
with a with like a blue scope, and I want that, but they also have a purple that I already have. Maybe at that point I'm trying to choose: do I take a copy of the purple mod that I already have, but it's going to break everything else, including the scope I want? Do I take the scope and chuck the purple mod, knowing that I just want the scope? That kind of thing, I think, gives the player an opportunity for complex choice instead of just gun have purple or gold, keep. That felt not as good.
Yeah.
They very much do. They lean into the 2-weapon system, primary, secondary. I was running a DMR and a double barrel shotgun on Locust, which seemed to feel real good. But there were all sorts of.
Oh my God, he
different weapon
shit on
setups
that
at
guy.
work.
Oh,
The
that's
other thing you
Brian.
have to keep in mind too is when you start getting gold mods, which I didn't see any during either day, weapon mods specifically. But when you do get a gold,
18, so 6 teams of 3 people max per lobby. Different maps have different teams. So Perimeter was the other map we played. I think it only had 4 teams on it, I think. Some of the other maps have more or less. So Marsh so far is the biggest map, and you can have up to currently 6 teams of 3 people.
The way that was described to us was this will change the way that the gun operates in a meaningful, positive way.
Just shit on
and that
him,
you're
by the way.
going
That was
to want
crazy.
to probably run that, and it might change the build you run. You might change runners if you get out with it because it leans more towards maybe you play Void and you want to go stealth. Maybe you play Glitch and you're the double jump, being able to get on top of buildings and use it. Maybe it's a sniper mod or something like that. Or maybe you want to play a freight train and you play Locust and you just fly people.
And it's PvP heavy. How often did you run into people? We were the team that ran towards the bullets. We heard people shooting and we ran towards them. So we definitely PvP'd more than pretty much any other team. Maybe Drewski's and Ten's team was up there with us. But you can avoid it if you want to. But it's definitely like, there were definitely games. So a game's 25 minutes. There were games where we killed all 5 of the other teams on the map.
I very much enjoyed. The weapon system is complicated and customizable in a way that I expect builds to be set up around them. I think
you can, so the matches will always be teams of 3. You can solo queue and turn off build, so you will load in solo, but you will be facing teams of 3. I think that's some of the biggest feedback that they've heard, that we want a solo mode. So I think you should continue to give that feedback if a solos mode is something you want to see. But at this point, that's how it is.
they need to make the mods removable. At a cost is fine. If it's destroy the gun, something like that, I think it's still worth it.
I think they said alpha invites in a couple weeks. I never played an extraction shooter, but it looks like you're mainly focused on looting, build crafting. Marathon, you're also playing very heavily into the in-game universe and secrets and stuff as well.
Because as is right now, you're getting pigeonholed into one weapon if you get a good mod on it. You're like, well, I don't really want to run the shotgun anymore, but it does have the gold, and that's pretty sick. I was going to go long range, but I guess I'll keep this thing. And that doesn't feel as good, in my opinion. But we'll see. The game has a number of consumables. There's, shield and health regen, just like Apex, where there's heals and segments and stuff like that. But there's also some modifiers that come with little buff items. There was one that makes it harder to target, and it kind of scrambles the visuals around you. I like that one a lot. There are a couple that remove debuffs and give you temporary buffs to the stats that mitigate those. There is a self-res. There is the Phoenix Kit style item where you full heal your HP. And
There's a
shield.
self-res, and it's pretty fast. You cannot tap it, though. Like in COD, if you start self-resing, a teammate can finish the rest. You can't do that here.
They also have modifiers for...
I'm gonna have to see more gameplay, but it's not as PvP as I want. If you want PvP, Junior, you can make the PvP happen.
Debuffs and... buff items that you're going to end up seeing. If you get a cardio kick, you can run for so long.
Cardio kick is how the base game should feel. I've said that 100 times. Cardio kick makes your heat build up slower, so you can sprint and jump and shit and slide way more. Cardio kick is how the base game should feel. How hard was it to make sense of all the loot? Pretty easy. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I think they should change some stuff. I've been pretty vocal. So like these icons have gone through a couple iterations. Just give me a second to wrap up this thing I'm doing, and then once we can, I'll be right back.
No worries.
Oh, hi. By the way, sorry. So my brain's wired. Hi. How are you doing, buddy?
Good.
Good. Okay. I will be back in like, I'm just going to deafen. I'll be back in a couple minutes. So like these icons, your shields and your implants, they all used to look completely different and very identifiable. You could just look at an inventory and know that they had one. Now it's kind of confusing. You don't know what goes where. I've made that feedback and I think they're going to be changing some of them. So movement wise, things are a bit slower. You start slower, but through the upgrade and mod system, it gets pretty fast. I don't know if this is the final UI. They've done a lot of iterations. I don't know if it's final or not.
I like that one a lot. There are a couple that remove debuffs and give you temporary buffs to the stats that mitigate those. There is a self-res. There is the Phoenix Kit style item where you full heal your HP and shield. They also have...
I think it's safe to say nothing is final yet. This alpha is heavily feedback oriented. That is why it is a closed alpha and they're not letting us like share gameplay and stuff. This alpha exists to stress test servers and to collect mass community feedback. 1 billion %. I promise you, they are listening. Let your feedback be known on Twitter. Let it be known through the Discord. !alpha in chat, everyone. !alpha. Let your feedback be known because they are changing things for the better.
Modifiers.
That is Abontis. We're going to be doing the last word here in a couple minutes.
And buff items that you're going to end up seeing. If you get a cardio kick, you can run for so long. There are some very good, very reliable buff consumables that when this bad boy comes out and during alpha playtest, you're going to see me abusing a lot because they're really good. Contract system, the game, there are going to be 6 factions, each with a priority contract slot. Priority contracts are like...
would anyone else be interested in standard 8v8, TDM style, or... I don't know if they could even do that. I have no idea how that works for them.
The story missions that drive...
Be kind and clear with your feedback, 100%. Thank you.
Hopefully...
Just want to say, as a long-time follower of your streams, I'm very happy for you this year. This last year and this year to come, it seems like your channel's growing. You're getting the exposure you deserve. I appreciate that. It's been so awesome to be part of this. Bungie's put a lot of faith in me, and it's been pretty unreal for that sort of stuff. And once again, like, that is because of you all supporting me throughout the years, and it's been awesome, and I'm very grateful for these types of opportunities. It's been nothing short of fucking incredible. So thank you all. I know it's scary once again, like, you know, it's co-streaming to Twitch. Now we're going to be adding Marathon to the content schedule and stuff. But like, Destiny is still the focus, I promise. Destiny will take priority over Marathon, but I'm very excited for this game. I'm super fucking excited for this game. And I'm really excited. So thank you all. How long does it take across the whole map? It's a wider map than it is. So from like north to south, probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. 3 minutes. From side to side, probably closer to 5.
There is a narrative that is ever present for the player, even if you skip past every intro video, because each faction has like an AI that is assigned to it that you communicate with, and they do introduce each of them as if they have their own identity, which I thought was pretty cool. But as you're running these contracts, the priority ones are story missions. The additional ones, the secondary contracts, are picked up by exfilling.
Yes. Okay. He shows the Traxxas AI. Please, the Traxxas AI is so fucking cool.
Item from a run, and then it opens.
Wait, is it gonna show
adds
it?
one of
It
those
has a fucking lion, dude. It has a lion.
to whatever faction it belongs to, like New Caloric or Traxxas, that kind of thing. And then you can choose to do those instead of a priority contract if you don't have.
Yes,
any,
Nico,
just
that's
wanna
correct.
grind
Thank you.
rep for a certain faction, you can do that.
Is the emblem for Destiny over? The emblem for Destiny might have just been during the reveal.
And as you level the rep up, it unlocks additional.
Hey, if you guys want this cat badge next to your name on Twitch for the end of time, until the end of time, forever, you have to either subscribe or gift a sub in the next 2 hours. It's the only way to get it. It's almost gone forever, but once you get it, you get to keep it forever across all of Twitch. So either subscribe on Twitch or gift a sub.
Black market pieces.
I think all of our loot
potential
is getting
upgrades
reset
that
at the
you
end of
can
the seasons,
buy
I
by
believe,
turning
but
in,
they haven't
we'll
really
call them barter items
they haven't
and credits.
nailed that down yet.
You are buying things like the ability to buy green backpacks, expanded backpack from a vendor. So in order to get access to those, you do priority contracts to move the story forward, and you do the secondary contracts to basically buff your faction.
We didn't really get to see any cosmetics, Jay. So I don't really know what that's going to look like in the final
Currently,
game.
In the alpha that we played, only have one contract at a time.
I hope that changes to
we're-
3.
Right now, I have probably 500 tasks to do. You pick one and you kind of just focus on that. Is that good or bad? I don't know. It does focus down the.
I hope we can
the
do
player's
3.
attention
In
to
a previous
just
build, we
one
got to
thing
do
at a
3,
time,
and I thought it was better.
which I think will result in more runs. Which is
I don't know if there will
probably
be
their
like
goal,
emblems
is
or
get
name
you
cards or
in and
anything.
out
We don't know
of
anything about
runs
cosmetics. No, we
more
didn't get to play
often.
with any cosmetics at
Which
all.
maybe that's good. I don't know yet. We'll see. The look and feel of the game. It has its own identity by a landslide. It is not a gritty mill sim. It is not ultra realism. The term that they use in development that they told us about was graphic realism, and you can see from the visuals.
They used a
every
lot of
material
words
is
in
either
addition to that
matte
too. It's really fun. Oh my
or
god, dude.
super
I'm gonna have to
glossy.
be a fucking
There
locust
really
man.
isn't an in-between.
Jesus, he closes the
a
gap
lot
so
of the
fast.
buildings, the vehicles, the guns feel like they are,
They confirmed it in Cross's interview. There will be trophies, collectibles, and keepsakes that you keep achieved from previous wipes. So let's go. That's fucking sick.
basic shapes with
That's
futuristic
sick.
decals slapped on them.
But
And
wipes will
admittedly,
happen. Cool.
I
cool,
love
cool.
it. I actually think it looks really good because it's unique, because it's different. It's not going to be for everybody, and that's totally okay. But I see that they're going for an aesthetic that stands apart from every other game that's out, from Tarkov, from ABI, from Delta Force. I think they nailed it. I think
There
they
are
did a very good
VIPs and
job
stuff.
of
There's
giving
going to be
you
more
something that
advanced
just
enemies in
feels-
Marathon. I can't really
it's
say
almost
much, but
jarringly different.
the
in a
secret stuff
way
I'm
that
talking
I
about
enjoy.
culminates
But
and stuff.
to each their own.
Where's your
I will say
podcast stream
this,
on? It'll be
there
here. I'll
are
stream it here.
Also, some very natural things that stand out: trees, grass, the water, all that. There's the same natural warning system that is built into a number of other extraction shooters right now. The birds flying away. Those are there to give information. If you hear the birds go off, you are going to know that there's people there. If you see the blue laser go up into the sky, that's someone exfilling.
I see, but starting over every season doesn't sound fun. You'll be starting over a lot more than that because you'll be dying a lot.
There are indicators for gameplay events on top of what is.
These poison rooms are cool. You get to decontaminate them, and then you have like 20 seconds to loot them.
One
And
of
they hit you pretty hard.
I think one of the systems that's going to keep this game alive longer than other extraction shooters have attempted to do, and that is both randomized and player-driven in-raid events. There's a number of different times that we're running around, we're pushing buttons.
Blackbird emote, that's sick. I can add the different runner emotes.
It's got a number on it. It's going to scan.
It is on a
all the
modified
other
Tiger engine.
terminals
It's not
in
the
area
exact same
and mark
thing.
them for you. You go and you find the same.
All right, I think they're ready. I'm gonna hop in. I'm gonna have to disable my stuff real quick, but I will make this work.
So crispy.
Hi,
sounding
fellas.
Delicious.
Hell
Hey, bro.
How are we
Yeah.
doing?
Yeah.
Sorry for the weird stuff. I don't like to make things difficult, but you know, it's been
What's
a
up,
weird
Scarecrow.
It's been a weird day. Hey, Marathon buddy, how are you doing, Travis?
And Scarrow's live, so everybody just to be aware of that.
To be
Yes, I am live. Travis, I couldn't help but notice you weren't in the showcase at all. What's up with that?
Yeah, I'm not a paid shill, so I don't show up every time. Crazy.
This guy.
Crazy, dude.
Oh
This guy
man.
here.
Oh, okay.
You know what's so funny?
There we go.
You know what? I'll tell it when we're on the air. I
Yeah?
have a funny story about. I have a funny story about Scarrow. It's
Let's
Scarrow
go!
the building.
shamelessness.
Alright, what's a good funny story, eh?
Yeah, no, it's a good funny story. Oh,
Good.
sorry. Let me remove the blur on my background so you can do your thing.
No, I mean you're good. You're good.
Chat,
Yeah, we good.
No,
we're gonna
it
be
must
talking
make it
about
harder to do
we're
the
gonna be
thing, right?
talking about Marathon.
There we go.
A little bit.
We're gonna be
there you go.
so me and Travis works for
I'm trying to
IGN.
make sure you fit.
Travis works for IGN. He
Yeah,
got the
you're muted,
playtest as
Scarrow,
well.
Just so you know.
Yeah, I was talking to chat.
Oh, you're
Sorry.
good.
It's on purpose, dude. You doesn't want to fuck you,
Update title? No, title's fine. We're gonna be talking about Marathon.
Would we on the air? Uh-oh.
Yes.
Well, Scarrow
We are.
is.
Sorry, I know, I'm
we
making
might have
things
been on
difficult.
his. We might have been on his, but now we're gonna switch over, and I'm gonna turn on audio over here. So
Mhm,
now
mhm, mhm,
my side can hear it, but I think Scarrow's wasn't muted, so I was just trying to make sure everybody was aware. I am just trying to key out your screen real quick. How does it? Why don't you want to do it?
Key.
Oh, we're done. Oh, I see what you mean. We are done with the alpha giveaways. We've done all the alpha code giveaways.
Let's just jump in. No
Yeah,
pre-show. Jump
No
in.
pre-show, straight to it.
Otherwise, I'm gonna say a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
sooner
you
than I wanna
got.
say it. I wanna
You the boys. I dying to pick your brains. See where
wanna
you
say
at.
some stuff.
You got stuff to be said. Oh, he got stuff to be said.
Your review's live, right, Travis? I haven't checked it out yet.
Preview. Yeah.
Preview, okay.
Oh, it's live. It's live. It's live.
It's live. It went live right after the stream at 11 o'clock.
Nice. That sound like them NBA boys.
I'm gonna have to read that tonight. And be like, oh yeah, that's my fault. I teabagged him, and he said there shouldn't be teabagging in this game.
That's the source of the L's. The source of the L's.
No. I actually want to. I tried so. I don't want to say this before we're live. I'm gonna wait until we're live.
You never killed us, did you? I don't think you. Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
Okay,
we never ran into each other.
Yeah,
I
yeah, we
tried
did
to
it.
find you
Yeah,
so many
yeah.
times. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I was going to say live. I truly wanted to kill you so badly. We did get 10s though, which was cool.
Nice. Oh, I see it right now. I got your article up there.
All right, we're about to start. Hey, Scarrow, I've never played Extraction Shooters. Wondering, does everyone load into an unlooted map? Yes, that one. Everyone loads in at the same time to unloaded map. Yes, we're gonna be talking about Marathon. They haven't
cannot
played.
take
Top two, Lord
I
Cog
cannot
and E
take his
haven't
green
played.
screen out. If you want to take your green screen down, Scarrow, you can just take it down.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's doing it
Unless
for the
you're
other one.
using it.
Unless you're using it for the
Well, I'm
for the
not- I'm
Bungie
not-
sponsored
I'm
stream.
not green screening it on my on mine. So
Just joking.
yeah, let me. Sorry, my cat's shit's all like not like literal, but like all of her toys and stuff are all over my office. So
No, you're good. You're good. It's probably an HDR thing messing with me or whatever.
Okay. Does that look good? All right, let me lock my door too, so Victoria doesn't lock it.
You good, bro?
So much extra space.
It's kind of nice, right?
Big old bonus room you got up there. It
Yeah,
looks
we,
like.
Check yo, damn!
This house had 2 masters, and we didn't need to. So
I like how
Just
you
living-
do. You
living in
see
a
the
city,
flex?
I can't even imagine
This
the
house.
level of-
You gotta catch that right there, y'all. That's when you. That
Dog,
was the flex right there.
I live in the South. My mortgage is less than like fucking a 2-bedroom rent where fucking
Exactly.
some people live.
That's
you
my
know?
point. Like the space, if you don't
The
live
space,
in a,
look at
in a city,
Yeah.
is unbelievable. We can't even
What are we
imagine
doing?
it.
What are we doing? Chad, what are we doing?
I mean, have you lived in one of those places though? It's pretty brutal.
In college.
You get the space, but it's
Oh, sorry. I thought
San
you meant a
Francisco and New
smaller-
York ain't
okay.
got. San Francisco and New York
no.
ain't got nothing. No,
Like,
that level of space.
I've lived in places that aren't San Francisco, and you enjoy the space, and then you realize it really is empty space, and you're like, man,
Yeah, it's pretty small.
It's a sad.
Pretty small.
I feel you. Let me get the
All right,
tweets.
I
Travis,
think everything should
Are
be
we?
good.
Is
Everybody
our
should.
audio on? Can people
Audio
hear us?
should be
Yes,
on.
you can-
Everybody should
everyone
be
can hear
hearing
you,
us.
yeah.
Everybody should be good. Hello to
Chat, is everything
Scarrow's
good?
chat, by the way.
Everything
Hopefully you
good,
guys
chat?
are having an awesome day. A lot of love to Scarrow. Please
Yeah,
keep it going.
salute.
But outside of that, thanks for having us and let us invade your stream, Sir Scarrow.
No,
And,
let me. Thanks for letting me do this. I hate being like a diva, but it's been fucking.
He's got the long hair even to go with the diva now. So
someone in
it's just like
chat said
Scarrow
that.
the diva.
Someone in chat said that Valkyrie watched my stream for like 30 minutes and commented that I had very nice hair. So it's kind of. It's
There we go. You're getting big time, getting noticed by the big
Big
numbers.
time.
There you go.
There we go.
So
yeah, we may as well just get this thing going. So silence on the set in 5, 4.
All right. And we are live. That special edition Saturday. Last word campfire. We about to run a marathon with the boys right quick. Let's get right into it. How we going? My co-host Kobos. What's up, E? How we doing?
Been busy, even had an appliance delivered today, but all the adulting is out of the way, and we are here to talk to our wonderful guests and talk about Marathon, which technically now exists to the public, which is kind of nice to know.
Finally.
But yeah, I've been playing a lot of games. I will tell anybody, first Berserker Kazan's amazing, and Blueprints is also, so far, quite amazing, but breaking my brain at the same time. And there's another game I'm playing that is also something to look forward to, but I can't tell you what that is yet. So, been busy, adulting is done, but we're here.
Hi, got Travis fresh off that IGN. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing good, man. I just finished my GDC hustle, which included Marathon, which we're going to talk about here. I'm doing a review of the drug making game Schedule 1 right now.
Okay, I wondered about that.
Of course, I'm doing that game. Of course.
Yes, of course you are. That does
No,
fit.
Junior, you don't have
yeah,
to do
I'm
it.
on that, and then I'm doing some other stuff I can't talk about. But yeah, I'm very excited to talk about Marathon and all that I have played. So let's invite our guest here, Scarrow, who really isn't much of a guest. He's been on the show, I think, more than any other.
He's the regular now.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah,
Teddy is
Teddy
the
might
guest.
be in trouble. Yeah, Teddy might be in trouble. And of course, we got to introduce this gentleman who was on our Bungie feeds today. It was kind of
Yes, so the man who had
JC
his
backfired with the
gameplay
sub, what the
shown,
hell?
who got rated by Bungie, who has the locks commented on by Valkyrie today,
JC, I love
and
you, dude.
also an amazing gentleman I got to meet and hang out with at GCX previously. So, thank your wife for letting probably you vanish for the entire day, but the
No,
one and
dog,
only
it's been
Scarrow has joined
tough.
us.
It has been a tough week for Victoria for sure, man. Just between like me being gone at Bungie, then the ARG, and then the other ARG, and then reveal. It has been. I cannot praise her enough because I have been
Pretty much you've been
completely
living
absent.
in that room, and she handled the house, right?
Yeah, it's been pretty brutal, dude. So
yeah, give us the breakdown of how all of this happened. If you can say like how long you've been playing, how much you've been playing, and we'll start jumping in just kind of straight into Marathon. So I think you were the one who solved the very first ARG, if I remember correctly.
I got the final
part
solve.
of the team.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, so you were part of the team.
There were probably 10 or so of us in a VC putting things together. I just happened to be the guy that had a dumb idea and it ended up being right to get the final solve, unlock the Vidoc. And I was talking with some Bungie people about that at GCX, and I'm pretty certain that's why I got invited to play.
Nice.
And then because like why would they pick me? I'm small peanuts compared to like most people that were there, you know. And then in October last year, I flew up for a week and played for the first time. And then I've done an extended playtest in the middle there that I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to talk about. And then I got played the last time with Travis. So all in all, I have about 75-ish hours in the game, give or take.
Wow.
Nice. And so I play in over 3 different builds too. So I'm like pretty familiar with a lot of what's happened over the last year with it. So.
Let's get it, E. Let's get right into it. Obviously, the stream went down, and we have questions. I can only give my perspective from not playing anything, but we're not here for that. We're here for our guest, right? So who should we start first?
We're going to
with?
be asking the questions, and you guys get to try and answer them if you can.
Yes,
Let's do it.
So you want to set it off, or you want?
No, you had us going. You get
Well,
started.
look,
man.
yeah, I mean, look, for me, obviously I'm coming in blind. Obviously, Bungie, this is the big game, PvP extraction shooter. A lot of questions. There's been, a lot of hype behind the game, as well as, the reveal that just happened today, and now you guys can talk about it. So before I let you guys start, for me coming in, this is what I would say what the consensus is from people watching it. There's stuff that looks cool, but I felt like, man, they were doing a lot of talking and not enough showing. So that's why I'm here to be like, okay, what's the gameplay loop? What's it like? Like, what's going on with loot? Do I take loot out? Do I come? Like, I got questions.
Like how much
guys.
PvE? How much PvP? Like,
yeah,
there's so much I think for you guys just to like probably info
Yeah.
dump right now. So
Yeah,
just
I,
bounce
w-
it.
I
Yeah.
wish they showed more as well. I don't know. It didn't feel quite as. It's weird because the ARG felt like very deliberate and polished, and it was probably the craziest ARG I've ever seen ever. And then yeah, it was I don't know. Like I like the informal dev chat thing, but I kind of like it as like an after the show type thing. You know what I mean? It's weird because I uploaded 3 videos today, and then we watched them with chat, and I just found myself saying like, "Man, I wish they talked about this. Man, I wish they talked about this." Like it's odd, and I mean, I think
it's a hard game to show. I think
that is true.
The reason that they didn't show a lot of it because a lot of the game is like you just like. Have you guys ever seen a good showcase of a battle royale? Because I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because a lot of it's like in the moment, your own thing. Like, are you waiting?
It's like in the
all that
moment
stuff.
stuff. This is extraction shooter. It's very much like a battle royale in that the gameplay loop is the crazy stuff that happens with your friends that you're then talking about in chat like afterward, right? And so I think they have an inherent obstacle in showing this game. It is one of those ones you kind of have to see it to believe it. You have to play with a crew and then come away with stories. And so I do think that is a challenge. But your question, Cog, which is like, what is this game, PvE to PvP, etc. So this is an extraction shooter. If you've played Escape from Tarkov, this is very, very much in the same vein. And the way I have been thinking about this game is, you guys remember in the early Battle Royale days where it was PUBG, and PUBG was like a really great idea, but everybody knew that it was janky as hell, and we were all just waiting. We were waiting for an incarnation, right? We were waiting for somebody to say, "This is a cool idea. How do we beef it up with like a AAA budget and make it better, right?" And then Fortnite came, and it is now PUBG is sort of almost irrelevant because Fortnite is so successful. I think that Escape from I'm saying
Can you
that
turn
Escape
your
from
audio up just a
Tarkov-
little, Travis?
Me? Yeah, one sec.
Yep.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, so I think that Escape from Tarkov is successful enough that there's now a race to see who can become the Fortnite of the extraction shooter genre. And I think this is Bungie's bid at doing that. And it's very clear in the game design, it's clear in the way that they talk about the game, they reference Escape from Tarkov, they talk about the extraction shooter and this genre that's kind of in its infancy. And so if you have not played Escape from Tarkov and have no idea what I'm talking about, great, perfect. The premise is you get dropped into a world with a group of your friends, and the goal is to find better loot and get the heck out. And you can do that in a few ways. One way is you can just take on PvE activities. You can fight enemies. You can loot them. You can complete little mini. I wouldn't call them puzzles. They're sort of just like little activities you can do on the map. Think of like you doing a lost sector or doing a public event or something like on that scale in Destiny. It's sort of like that. And then you get the loot, and then you go to an extraction point and you try to get out of there. The twist is that you're dropped in with several other groups, and depending on which map you're on, it can be a small amount of other groups or it can be a large amount of other groups. It kind of scales depending on how big the map is.
Okay.
And then
What
you
was
can
the
run into other
range?
players.
Because
The
they
range was, I
said-
think, the smallest was 3 and the biggest was 8 or 10, but we did not get to play that map. It's their post launch map.
The most
So
teams,
the main-
Travis?
Yeah, the most teams.
I
Most
think
teams,
Marsh
I
has
think,
the
is
most
8.
at 6, but maybe I
They
could.
told
Yeah, they said
me-
18
I-
on that
they
one.
they told me that the map that's coming out post launch that nobody has seen. which
Okay.
I think we're allowed to mention it is the largest.
Okay,
group.
that must have changed since the last time I played. That's interesting. That's
Because
really
today
cool.
on stream they said 18 max players, but not they alluded to like not every map has that
Correct.
Yeah.
The other
Team
thing is
spirit.
that
They're not trying to
the
do
other-
like 100. It sounds like
The
for
other
sure.
thing is matchmaking is not compulsory, and so you could drop in by yourself, and
Yeah.
then that gives weird situations where there's like multiple groups, but there's still the same amount of players. Because if everyone was solo queuing, technically you could have 18 separate groups
I'd
that were
actually
all
love to see
against
it.
each other. But the standard is everybody drops in with 3, and then you have like a certain amount of groups. But
Yeah.
the twist is, you're dropping in, and your sole goal is to maybe complete some mini objectives and bounties that you have that help you progress in the meta or the story. But the main thing you're trying to do is you're just trying to get better loot and get out. The twist is the other players can attack you. You can also go in with the explicit desire of, I'm not even going to worry about PvE. I'm just going to find other players to kill because that's where the good loot is, or I'm going to let them
Right.
do the work for me. And because the extraction process takes quite a while, it shoots a giant beam in the air and it lets everybody else know. that you're
Everybody
trying to
know
take
this man's
off.
going down.
So
Reminds me of
people
like
come
kind of
at
the
you.
Division extraction.
Like Division
So,
Dark Zone, a little bit.
Very well. Escape from Tarkov, I believe, was like inspired by or based off of the Darkness Zone in the Division, and so it is very much that you're doing PvE, but you're constantly on alert of PvP, and sometimes you're going in with the explicit desire of doing PvP. Most of what I did was just, hey, let's find other groups and kill them and take their stuff, because I was with some sweat lords, as I think Scarrow was as well. But doing the PvE stuff is certainly fun. The headline is this is Bungie's most hardcore game that they've made.
Yeah.
And when I say hardcore, I mean like it's meant for a hardcore audience. They have sort of hedged their bets. When I interviewed them and talked to them over this week, like they've said like, yeah, well, we don't think it's actually that hardcore, or we think that most players are more hardcore than you might think, etc. Pointing at the numbers of players that play Battle Royale, which is sort of a sweaty game mode. So I take that, I understand it, but it's very sweaty. It is extremely sweaty. It's stressful to play as because you're constantly on alert of like, am I going to get sniped? You can get downed really quickly. You can get steamrolled if you just are not good at shooting, and that I'll get into my main concerns about this game later. But it is an extremely sweaty, hardcore PvE PvP mode, and that's the summary of it. I don't know if you have anything to add, Scarrow.
Scarrow, where do you land on this thing? What's your elevator pitch to somebody?
Yeah, I think
you've probably been doing it all day long.
I think the stuff that sets Marathon apart are some of the things they didn't talk about that much. A lot of this game is going to be world building through the factions, or learning what happened between the original Marathon games and now. That's going to seems like it'll play very heavily into the seasonal live service aspect of this game a lot. And there are aspects of the game that I've been kind of dancing around all day that I wish they would tease a little bit, but are definitely going to be I think one of the big driving forces behind getting people interested
So
in this.
I know what you're alluding to, and I can say this because they have not shown me anything that I'm not allowed to talk about, right? But
Yeah.
You're talking about like the secrets that Bungie tends to put into its games.
100%.
So I was anticipating this. You guys may recall on the show, I predicted that this game was secretly just a game about like finding secrets and community events and that sort of stuff. And the reason I thought that is because all of their marketing has been ARG. They've had like these crazy kind of stunts. I asked the game director and the I don't remember who the other person was, the sandbox designer, I think, something like that,
Lars
about
or
this
Keith?
point blank. Not Lars, it was it doesn't matter. Anyway, I asked people at the top. I was like, look, is this game about secrets and exploration and that sort of stuff? And they basically told me, in no uncertain terms, that this was basically just how they were marketing the game and that the game is different. So, Scarrow, I'm sure you've seen more than I have
I
of
mean,
that,
I've
but-
played things that's not true.
So I also saw some stuff in the game where there's like clearly stuff you can discover, but I'm wondering how much of that is the meat of the game and how much of the game is just you going in and shooting other players and that sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
not to
their
draw this
answer
comparison.
to me was basically like, no, like it's just marketing. It's how we're marketing the game. We think ARG is fun, and the secrets are going to be in the game, or they might get added, but it's really not our focus for the game. Was the answer that the game director gave me?
Yeah. I would. The way I think about this is, it's kind of similar to how I would say raids are not the focus of Destiny at any point, and they're not the meat of the game. They're not the core of the game at all, but they are the thing that keeps a lot of people coming back and like put Destiny on the map. I think there are very similar things in Marathon to that.
Activity.
interesting to see
You
that.
feel activity-wise, maybe.
No. I mean, all the activities are
No.
no.
Well, some
The
things that I
activities are pretty
like,
straightforward. He's talking about like an extra layer that only the hardcore of the most hardcore
Okay.
pursue, and that it's sort of like a thing to just generate hype. But
And
most
it
players
helps
aren't gonna do it.
change maybe the landscape of the game a little bit.
So I
The
hope you're
one thing
right.
that I-
They told
Go
me
ahead.
no. They told me straight up no. That's not what they're going for. They could be lying to me. Sometimes they do that for PR reasons, right?
Yeah.
And perhaps they are. I will say the other thing I sort of disagree with Scarrow is their interest in the story, right? The story
that was a
is
question of
something
mine.
that they touched on. They have a team that's dedicated to it. We met the team while we were there.
Mhm,
But
mhm.
one of the red flags for me was that they basically said that they're not following the canon of the original Marathon trilogy. They said that they're going to follow some of it, but that they're taking liberties with it. And some of the stuff that I've seen or heard people allude to definitely decanonizes some of the stuff that happens in the Marathon trilogy. And so I'm a little concerned that story is an afterthought. I think that that was the case. With
I disagree
Destiny.
with all of this. That is
Became
not.
more
This
of
has
a-
not been my impression at all.
I'm just basing it off
See,
of how
this
much...
is why I actually wanted.
I
both
love
of
this.
you.
That's why I love both of
I know,
them. I
this is
love
good.
both of them.
Happen.
It's great
And
perspectives
look,
from both sides. Yeah.
Scarrow, just to be clear where we stand, Scarrow is a paid shill, right? He's
Oh
paid
my
by
God.
Bungie
Do
to
that to
say
the
good
boy.
things about the game.
That's not true.
I'm part of the media, and I don't have any affiliation with them. Just to be clear where we stand.
And you both have access.
Yeah. Well, we have access, but I mean, they kind of have to.
And
give
and
access.
just for the chats, just
I don't
I
have
have
access.
to
I do
clarify this because
Get 'em.
because people are gonna freak out. I have not been
They
paid
gonna kill 'em.
to cover this game in any social aspect at all.
Check.
I was paid
Any
to
social aspect.
any like through I have not been paid to talk about this game in a positive or negative light. I'm allowed to do both. I have not been compensated other than giving alpha codes to give away to chat today in any way.
You ain't got a Ferrari
I
outside
was
with the
I was
Marathon logo?
paid to fly out to Bungie, playtest the game,
Yeah,
and
you're
give
paid for your
brutal
playtest,
feedback.
not the prize.
And that's it. There was no social aspect to that at all.
Ah, damn, I want to
Very
start
cool.
the scandal.
Just
I will
want to. I
say-
just want to focus. I want to. I want to share that for
throw a
chat.
little bit more shit at
Finish.
Scarrow before we continue.
Oh
because
my
it's
God.
fun. Because it's fun.
Trying to be
Right.
reasonable to his like massive stream
We-
right now, so be
No,
reasonable.
this
about
this
it.
is for fun. Hey, if you're part of Scarrow team, hi, I'm Travis. I work for IGN. You already hate me, so it doesn't really
That
matter
is
what
probably
I
a
say.
valid
I'm
point,
just
yeah.
saying this for fun. So Scarrow shows up, right? He tells me he's played 65 hours. I've played 0. Right, so we're gonna play together, and I go, okay, cool. Maybe we can get on the same team. And he goes, actually, they already put me on a team with a bunch of other streamers who have also already paid 65 hours, and we're going to be playing against the people who have 0 playtime. And I said, oh, that sounds fair. So then I go over to Bungie Rep and I go, why did you put all the Sweat Lords on the same team together? The people
I
who have the
guess?
most. I
'Cause
was
that's
like,
like
should-
my
wait,
newbie
hold on,
butt
hold on.
walking in against him.
I was like, shouldn't you split them up so that they can kind of teach some of the players who are newer, some of the secrets and that sort of stuff? And they said, well, we're using their footage to make a commercial.
And they
I
did.
said, oh, I said, oh, so you want them footage of destroying players who have 0 play experience and then use it as a fun commercial? That's what you think is a good
And it was a
idea for your
baller
playtest.
trailer. If you saw it today, it was really good. It worked.
All I'll
the
say
thing-
is that
the-
there were some people in the session that were like, dude, this is not fun. We're playing against these teams and they are just shitting on us the entire time. And this is our first experience with the game. So all
That'd
I'll
be like
say
me
is,
walking to Destiny 2 PvP, and then Scarrow walks around the corner with like a exotic heavy machine gun and an exotic armor,
to
dashing
be
side to
clear,
side.
just to state my bona fides, I was not one of the teams getting destroyed. Okay, we did great.
Did
We
you guys get a
crushed it.
dev day 2? A lot of the teams got devs day 2.
The day 2, everybody got a dev. We had a dev on our team partway through because
Just
at the beginning
conveniently
of
leaving
our-
that out, huh? Travis.
Okay, what does that matter? Just because they're a dev doesn't mean they're good. All right. Well, we actually, our guy was good, but yeah, it was me, the writer at Polygon, who also is like a Destiny player who has a lot of experience, and then somebody on their dev team. We did great, but I was sitting next to people who were not having a good time. Like they were just getting destroyed. And I was like, I'm sorry. My footage was great. If you go and watch my IGN preview, it's like mostly me clapping cheeks. But it was you know, that's how it was set up. So I feel sorry for some of the teams that were there, and that does lead into one of my main complaints, but we'll get to that later. I want to talk about the stuff that I love about this game.
hold on. I want
Get
Scarrow to
Scarrow.
have a
You gotta
chance
get-
here.
gotta get his
'cause,
ball back.
like,
I don't even know
yeah, like-
what am I responding to?
Yeah, what is he
I just want to
responding
get.
to?
I just
I
know.
was just
I
talking
kind of just
shit.
want to get your like how has like I want to get your interactions with like your initial play tests and how the
Mhm.
progression has been through your 65 hours. Because I mean, before even Travis got there, like how was your week? Like what did and what you can share and can't share. Totally understand if you
Yeah.
gotta respect the game,
Well,
but just
Tra-
how has it
yeah.
been going through like. How has the build been progression? How have things felt like? What has your experience been like from day one to when you left right before all this week of chaos and ARGs happened? How has that progression even been for you? Leaving out the stuff you can't tell, how has
Yeah.
that been?
Yeah, for this week, Travis and I, or last week, Travis and I got there at the same time. Like, all press and everyone got there at the same time. So the only difference between our experiences is they pulled me out for like a couple side interviews or whatever for Bungie Foundation and what you saw on the thing today. But other than that, our experiences were pretty. Other than me being on a team with my friends. Sorry, Travis, that you don't want people to play with their friends.
With a lot more playtime. It's fine. We did great. So I'm not even, I'm not
One thing I will say, and I've been talking about this throughout the day, is like it's been pretty incredible to see between every playtest. Like, so the way the playtests work, in so many words, is like we'll play for a bit of time, we'll go into a conference room, and they'll ask us questions, and then we'll play, and it's just focused feedback, right? And every time I've played in every subsequent build, there you can see things that they have changed directly based off of our feedback. So like the way the faction and contract system and all of that works now, that is directly based off the feedback we gave in October, 100%. Like none of that existed back then. Similar.
That's a huge part of the game. So
It's
I'm glad
a
that's
huge
in there.
part of the game. Yeah. Some of the, there's one of the 6 characters that, so they showed off 4 characters today. There's 2 more that we played with in October.
And these are classes, just to be.
They're
or
runners.
these
Like a
are-
shell. Yeah,
they're
like
runners. They're just a shell.
They're more like hero shooter characters, like in
Okay.
Overwatch. That's how I would think of them.
Got it. But no, just for clarity.
Yeah.
Again, ignorant, don't know.
Yeah.
Distinction, because again, they mention like glitch. They mention some like
Void.
hunter-like thing, void.
Void, yeah.
So
Shells
again,
you wear.
those are the shells. They don't have any specific individual abilities that are separate from the others.
No,
Because
well, they
basically
do.
the shells
They
all.
do.
So
They do.
it's-
They do.
it's-
Oh, okay.
The shells are like your hero in a hero shooter. The idea being that every time you die, it's just your shell, and you are some amorphous consciousness that's been shoved into different bodies, and
Yeah.
those bodies have different abilities. And
So they
each
do. Okay,
body-
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so each body has separate abilities. So if you jump into Locust, he is like the guy with the shield, the guy
Right,
who
very
can
Titan-like.
dash places, and the guy who shoots missiles when he uses his prime
thinking
ability. They're
Eno
not
that
called
one, yes.
supers; they're called prime abilities. And then if you're that versus Glitch, the one whose powers is that they get to go hella
They go
fast,
fast,
and double
yeah.
jump and stuff like that. They have very
Okay.
different play styles, which is
Got
which
it.
is
Okay.
awesome.
Thank
I
you.
will.
Thank you for
I
that.
at
Continue,
least
Scarrow. Sorry.
in my perspective, how we approach the game, I would say upwards of 80% of the game plays exactly the same, no matter what character you're on. It's there are it's mostly how you approach combat changes. But like one of the characters has a double jump and the others don't. One of the characters has a super sprint, like attack sprint, and the others don't. But like the gunplay feels about the same. The how you traverse the map for the most part feels about the same, with the exception of the double jump, obviously. But it's like I would say when people hear hero shooter, I think they think Overwatch or they think Marvel Rivals. It's much less than that, in my opinion. It has much less impact on the game as a whole than those characters do.
I'll say they do play more similarly than you might think of when you think of hero shooter. That is a fair point,
They're not-
especially Marvel Rivals. But I'll say it is very different experience when you're playing as a Void, whose power is that they can turn invisible, and that anytime they create smoke, they can go inside and become invisible, and then they're invisible like for the 5 seconds after they leave smoke. And so that allows you to like dive bomb into the ground to escape fall damage. It allows you to, instead of stocking up frag grenades or acid grenades, you're going to put smoke grenades because they give you ability to just create smoke and invisibility. So like I had to mentally shift playing one character versus the other, and it definitely influenced how I did combat, because smoke is really not that useful if you're not playing as Void, but if you're playing as Void, it's like the most important.
It's good for
thing.
exfils.
So, yeah, it's great for exfiltrations. It's also great for escaping. I had a time where both of my teammates got downed and I couldn't fight them 1v3. So I dove off a building and did the dive bomb and landed on the ground, made me immune to fall damage, turned me invisible in the smoke, because when you do a dive bomb, it creates smoke around you. And then I ran off into the woods, and then I waited until those guys were looting the corpses, and then shot them from the window and took them all out, right? And so it allows you to like get away and do things that the other classes can't, and the other classes couldn't follow me because none of them were my character class, right? And so it does have very distinct interactions, but I think what Fallout or what Scaro's talking about is just like the gunplay does not feel different in the same way that it feels different when you're playing like a Titan versus a hunter in Destiny.
Also,
It's
like
kind of certainly not that
95% of the loot is class agnostic. Like almost everything is.
True.
Some of the
Basically
higher
everything, yeah.
end implants and stuff there are mods. So like there's a gold mod that gives a glitch a triple jump instead of a double jump. So like stuff like that.
Yeah.
Got it.
But like the vast majority of loot is class agnostic, which is really nice because that means if you want to switch between runs, you can, and it's completely painless, which is cool.
Yeah.
Before, but I gotta ask. Let me finish. I got like a question. I'm dying because I'm gonna kill me. The one that I have to know, because again, don't play extraction shooters. So help me understand the loop. Now, you guys, I love this idea of like, okay, guys are down. You're getting the loot. Now there's that beam that goes up. Everyone kind of knows on the map. It's time to extract. The question I have is the loot that's extracted on a successful run. When you start the next game, you come back with that loop. Like, how does it?
Your loot goes into your inventory. You can keep it into your vault, or you can take it with you into the next game in your loadout. But if you bring it with you in your loadout, it is now up for grabs. If you get killed in that mission, your loot is gone.
So
and other
that's
people
the
will take
risk.
it.
Got it.
That's
So
the
that's
risk.
the high stakes.
Yeah.
That's why it's so hardcore. When I say this is their most hardcore game, it's because if you are not good at the game, you are going to naturally lose all your loot and then enter the fight with worse loot than the tryhards who are already better than you, and they have better equipment, right? And
That's
so
kinda
they're going
fire.
in with like golds and purples, and they're just absolutely destroying you. And you've got these white common weapons, and you have basically no chance of getting better weapons unless you're able to. There's a couple strategies. One, you can just try to avoid PvP and get an exfiltration, which is totally possible, and just grab some loot from the PvE world and then jump out of there. The other option is you can just follow groups around and get lucky. They'll get into an engagement with another sweaty group, and you can third party them and take them down and then make off with some loot. But it is a very tough climb, and Destiny has already been criticized for the rich get richer, poor get poorer, right? Because if you have better equipment, it's easier to get the higher activities and get better stuff. And if you don't have good equipment, it's harder to do that. This is like the epitome of that. Like the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. That's like this as a game. So it is like pretty crazy. But if you're into PvP, that's awesome. I like that. I love the risk. I love going in and being like, look, I'm going in with my gold backpack, which
could risk it all, bro. Like that.
Its power is anytime you interact with a container or loot item, you become completely invisible. And so that's a crazy power, right?
Yeah.
But I'm going in, and if I get killed while I have it on, something goes wrong, I get sniped, bad luck or whatever, it's gone. It's out of my loadout, and it goes into somebody else's loadout. I will say one thing that they really have to change, and I gave this feedback, is that weapons have a degradation every time they change player hands. So like if you get killed and they take your purple backpack, and then that happens 4 times, and there's like a chain. Eventually, one of the times you'll go in to get that item from the backpack, and it will just disappear when you grab it. It happened to Scaro, and it tells you
with a
zero
golden
information
shield
in the UI.
Yeah,
it was a golden shield.
If you
right.
hover over
tells
it,
you
it does. It's not obvious, but it says that it's scrapped.
It's not obvious.
Yeah, it's
So
not obvious
my
at all.
theory is that when somebody dies and then gets looted, it should just delete that item before the other player sees it, because then it. But yeah, your point is it does show. I forget what the wording is called, but it
Scrapped.
shows that it's getting worse. Scraps.
Yeah,
there
yeah,
you go. But it is like a very bad feeling when you kill a player with a gold shield, and then you go over to loot their shield, and right when you click take, it just disappears from the inventory because it ran out of durability. Really, really bad player experience and UI experience that they definitely need to work on.
They said the idea with that is so they didn't try to like flood the game economy with a bunch of golds and purples.
I asked the question in the interview. Yeah.
I get that, and it's cool. It doesn't feel great though, right? It's like, especially with the golden shield, especially with that, because that's probably the biggest difference I would say for most like engagements is shield type. You know, it makes more of a difference than backpack. It makes more than a difference than most implants or guns. It's gonna be shield type, and so like you can visually see it when you shoot someone. You see the color of their shield. So when you shoot someone and you're like, oh, they have a gold shield, I'm gonna like hunt them the fuck down, and then you finally you overcome odds, you kill them, and then it disappears. It's like, well,
yep.
Oh, sorry. I forgot I'm not allowed to cuss. Sorry.
Long done and gone. You're good.
Okay.
We're good. Fast forward, we're good.
So,
yeah, it does feel really bad. And
Yeah.
I will say, the fun thing about this small group that we played as, which I'm sure we're never going to be able to experience something like this again, is that,
Yeah.
you know, if you get downed and you lose an item, and then in a later match you see that same player, you're like, dude, I'm going to get my item back.
It's so
Which is
exciting.
very funny. It's very funny to
Recognize
be
the
like,
name,
I'm
yeah.
going to get it back.
Scarrow,
'Cause
nah,
you
the
took it
robbed
and
me,
what-
man. Scarrow robbed me for my shield, bro. I
exactly.
gotta get him.
I will say, Scarrow and I never encountered
Never
other in the
encountered each
game,
other.
which was very disappointing because I was on the hunt for him, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna show you. Like, I don't care. You got 65 hours on me, and I never ran into him, which is unfortunate. But it was still fun. It was fun.
I'm sorry, Sky. I interrupted your whole experience.
I don't
Please
even
continue your
remember.
experience.
Oh, I was doing the
I know,
experience.
I just had to ask the
No,
Luke
you're
questions.
fine. You're
I'll be
fine.
there. Yeah.
So the one thing I was talking about was
Podcast of detours.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I mean, it's exciting though, right? There's a lot to talk
hype.
about, and especially when they didn't like show as much as I wish they did. It's exciting to talk about this sort of thing.
Letting
one-
us show it via the previews
Bro,
today.
you guys
Yeah.
are saving us. The stream, they terrible. I'm sorry. I'm learning so much from you guys. Continue.
The one of the other I think best examples of feedback that they took into consideration and like really quickly changed it is one of the two characters that they haven't shown, which is a medic character. Very alpha early on. They don't want me to talk too much about them, but they in one of the first focus groups they pull this into a room and they're like, what do you feel about all these character designs? And we loved all of them, and they're all the same as they are now, except for the medic. And everyone hated it. I got home, I made a meme about the medic guy. I sent it to all my Bungie friends. I was like, this is awful. You got to change this. It has now been completely revamped from the ground up. It looks way better now.
Nice.
Way better now. And that was like in a couple of months that change was made. So, I mean, they are like more now than ever.
I bet the original design gets sold as a cosmetic later on.
Maybe, especially if my meme takes off. I mean, at some point it's going to be. I showed it on stream today. I think it'll be in the wild somewhere. But, yeah, I think like more than they ever have. They are like very deliberately paying attention to feedback. And like, I mean, the main way they're communicating with this game isn't through Twims or This Week in Marathon. It's through a Discord server where devs are going to talk to people, and there are multiple feedback sections there to leave. I keep telling people, and this goes for your guys' chats as well. Like, if as we go through the alpha or this reveal today or creators' videos, and there are things that you think should change, you think they should add a proximity chat, you think they should make a solo mode. Yeah. You make that known now.
I talked about proximity chat already. Yeah.
Thank you, Travis. Oh,
make that known. And most of that feedback's been expressed by us. But if you have the community in a nice way giving feedback that's important,
yes.
I have seen them like completely like pivot and change stuff in a big way.
I'm sorry, I don't think you're gonna get a solo mode. But
I don't think you're gonna get it.
Use solo, which I think is fair. It's like, look, if you think you're that good, if you think you're that sweaty, go and solo.
Not the good. It would be more.
I have,
just
I
like
have no doubt that there's going to be a streamer thing where people go in with nothing but their knife. They just don't.
100%. Knife and void for sure, dude.
Knife and void. That's for sure going to be a playthrough.
Yeah.
God Emperor
lobby
Sofa
with
King
silence.
asks, will they be adding new heroes as the game progresses? They're called runners, and yes, they're going to be added as the game progresses. This is a live service game. They're doing a live service model. They would not tell me what their monetization model looks like. I'm sure they know more about what it looks like than they were willing to let me know. But the game is going to be adding new maps, adding new loot. Every season, you're also going to reset, which I'm sure you guys are going to have thoughts about that. And they're adding new runners as well.
They do that, yeah.
Yeah, they're following the Diablo model of you lose everything at the end of every season.
I think Tarkov does that too, right? With wipes?
Yeah, Tarkov does, wipes, Diablo. I mean, it's kind of a point to where it's like, if you get to the point where the rich are so rich, then anybody who tries to just like, I haven't played in like a month, let me pick it back up, or let me try Marathon for the first time, there never seems like a good time to start if they don't ever clear the slate.
What I will say to this point, and maybe this is a me thing, and I don't know if this will change based off of like skill gap or whatever. But at least where I am now, I don't feel like anything in the game is so powerful where if someone has it, I can't kill them. It's harder to kill them, but the TTK is in a really interesting place where, well, especially with snipers and stuff, where you can definitely like
low.
it's very low. It's pretty low.
Yeah,
And
low.
it's not
Like,
as
you
low as
can- you can
Tarkov.
two-tap people with the rifle. Like people were with purple shields. I found like this purple rifle, and I was just able to two-tap them from across, you know, a very long distance.
For the most part, I'd say it's like pretty similar to Destiny nowadays. That kind of in that same TTK spot, and it's like if someone has a gold shield, they're definitely easier, or they're definitely harder to kill. If you don't have a gold shield, then you're like same range, same gun shooting. But this game has such a high like movement and like map knowledge skill gap, I think, that it is, you can definitely
If
beat
you
people.
can really get the jump on somebody,
That's the
it feels like
problem,
you get a
though,
pretty good
right?
shot.
It's no problem for you, Scarrow, if you're running up against somebody with a gold shield. But if you're the type of player who is never going to get a gold shield on your own unless you get it from PvE, and you
Mhm.
run into a player that has one and you don't, that it gives an extra margin of error for the player that already is more skilled, and that is sort of my main like worry about this game. I have no doubt this game's going to be good. I've played enough already to know that like the shooting is great, the progression was really fun, the maps are well designed, et cetera, like all the stuff that I was really worried about. Bungie has delivered, and I'm more hopeful about this game than I was a year ago, right? Like by a lot. But the thing I'm worried about is not, is the game going to be good, but is the game going to be successful? I have no idea if it's going to be successful, because this is a very hardcore game. It's made for people like me. Scarrow obviously loves it, but he's like the 1% of players, right? He's the guy
100%.
who's going to stream it. The average person like you, Cog, I could see you getting absolutely destroyed and then logging off after 2 or 3 hours and never turning it on. And I think that that might be a large percentage of the people who try this game, which scares me, obviously, because I want it to be good.
Mhm.
But I saw the other side of it on the players that were on the teams next to me, where they were going in and they didn't really understand the mechanics, and they were running into people who had a lot more experience, and those people were just smashing them. And then they 2 hours later were just like, well, this doesn't feel good, right? Now they were forced to keep playing, and when they came back and we did a second day of it, they ended up liking it more in the second day. But I think a lot of players won't get that far, because those first 2 to 3 hours, I mean, a lot of people make their decision on whether they're going to continue to play a game or not in that time. And so my worry is those first 2 to 3 hours are not going to feel good. And there are resets, which is great because it kind of solves the rich get richer, poor get poorer. But you get rich quick in this game, at
Yeah.
least in the current build. Which means if you don't log on the first day of a new season, you're going to come in and run into people with purple shields and gold items and stuff. It's just going to happen. And so, you know, there's also that thing of like the hardcore people are going to be on at reset, but those who are more casual, who are already probably less skilled, they log in a day late or even 6 hours late, and they're already behind when they're already behind because of their skill gap. And so my concerns of this game are just that maybe it's too hardcore. It's for me, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to capture a lot of the Destiny audience. I think it's a little too hardcore.
I
for
do
Destiny
think that's the
audience,
point,
especially those.
though. I
Yeah.
was like,
Well,
I
I
think
think
it's
so
meant for a
too.
different
I don't
audience.
think they're going for the Destiny audience, but I do think that there's two worlds where they're successful. They do something so different and so good that it attracts a completely different audience, or they get a lot of the people who already like Destiny or some combination thereof. I don't see the Destiny group helping them a whole lot. And then the question is, can they find that audience? Can they get the Tarkov people to play this game? I think probably. This game's actually even more hardcore than Tarkov, by the way, because in Tarkov you get something called a Kappa case, which you can put some of your items in, and then if you die, you get to keep those. This game doesn't have that.
Yeah, currently there's
and I
nothing
asked
like
them,
that.
"Are you going?"
I was like, so
"Are
when
you gonna
you're
put
when you're
something in
on
that?" And
like
they're like,
when you're
"No."
on your run, there's no like mid save. I got a little bit and I can take it with
No,
me.
if you
No,
die, you lose
all
everything.
or nothing, whatever you
If you
extract.
die, you're done. If you,
Now, the
if you
one
even
thing
if
I will-
even if you don't die, if you don't make it to an exfiltration point before you run out of time, you lose all your stuff. You just get left behind.
Yeah.
'Cause there's a timer too, which one time we were in this really long fight with a group, and it ended like 20 seconds before the last exfil, and we ran and we got into the exfils just seconds before it blew out of there. We could have won that encounter and then lost everything, and we already didn't get any of the loot from that group that we fought because we looked at the timer and we were like, we don't have time to loot these guys because it's near the end. So there's these decisions you make that are really important. But yeah, if you lose your stuff, it's gone, and there's really no mercy rule for the team that got destroyed. The only thing that helps you is there is a meta progression where you're completing objectives for the factions, and you can complete those and then die and still get the progress. And then they do alleviate some of the pains because you can unlock, like, for example, green backpacks and green shields, which are higher level than the standard. You can unlock those to buy in the black market, which you have access to in between games. And so there is a little bit of padding where it's like, okay, well, I got destroyed and all my great stuff got taken, but at least I'm not coming in with the worst items in the game. I have like slightly better items. I think that that's super cool. The problem is you don't unlock those until several hours into the game. And again, I think a lot of people aren't going to last that long. And so that's my big concern. It really does have to capture that Tarkov battle royale, extraction shooter audience that does exist. And I also have questions about how big that audience is, the extraction shooter audience. So those are my main concerns about the game in terms of its hardcoreness.
So the thing for me that I heard, at least, and then I'll have a couple questions for you guys. One is about the welcome kits, which sound like a nice
Sponsor
thing
package.
for sponsor package. Sorry, I heard
Yeah.
a couple different names and I probably got them crossed. So it sounds like the different factions. You got the USMC and all, like who I don't know all the factions. I've seen you guys talk about Mida and other people, so I know there's more going on.
Mida emote spam in chat. Mida on top.
Yeah. For those of you who didn't know, Mida actually comes from Marathon, so we're bringing it back.
Destiny.
Yep.
Now,
Traxxas was in Destiny 1 as
brought it
well.
from Marathon.
Traxxas was a gun manufacturer in Destiny 1, bringing that back too.
That's right. Yeah.
So the sponsor kits actually sound like a cool thing because I have not played Tarkov. I played some PUBG, played some others, but I didn't get the Tarkov and the extraction. I don't know how low your loot pool can go. Like if you're literally down to a knife and nothing, or a pistol, or
Correct.
what.
You can go down to that, and so the sponsor package is literally just to prevent that. But you do get crap loot. Like it's the worst loot you can get in the game.
I mean, I get that, but at least you have like something.
Yeah, and
One of
some
my
of our
biggest
feedback was
feedback-
making them more interesting and dynamic and stuff
Yeah.
too. Because like they
My
literally
suggestion
currently give you the
was-
worst gun in the game. It's like okay,
Exactly.
well you don't have to insult people like that. Like
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
And so
I guess when it comes to
one
feedback,
of my
piece
pieces
progression-
of feedback was basically you should have the ability to unlock better sponsorship
Yeah.
packages and pay for them, because the whole
That's
idea
what I
of a
was actually gonna
sponsorship
say, yeah.
package is that they're free, and so you literally get them for free. But like you could go in with a knife and find better loot than are in the sponsorship packages
in 5
like,
seconds.
In 5 seconds.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
in no time at all. And so really the point of the sponsorship package, I think, are more like it's a nice thought rather than actually useful. And so they need to rework that. And I gave that feedback. I'm sure other people gave that feedback of like, this doesn't really feel right.
I was
like
about to
there
say the
should
same
be
thing. So yeah.
some randomness. So yeah, I was not there. By the way, they keep referencing the sponsorship package as like this thing that's going to solve the sweatiness and the bad feeling of getting killed. And I'm like, dude, it's not. Like it
Yeah.
just doesn't. It's not the
So
same
do
thing. I
you
think the
think,
black
like-
market does a way better job of
I
that.
kind of want to ask you guys, like, do you think? So you're saying the black market, you'll earn some currencies you play through, whatever it is that you'll extract. At some point with that currency, you'll be able to, in the black market between runs, be able to kind of purchase stuff so you can decide, I'm going to keep this in the vault till I feel like I'm a little better equipped to use, or I can buy it and take it with me and maybe have a better start.
Mhm.
The question would be is like, so if the sponsor packs, I know you mentioned about making those better, do you think something like almost a progression throughout, say, a season, if it's season 1, almost more of a time that you put in? I don't want it to be in like a battle pass situation, but it's like, do you think the more time you put in, that potentially you could have those sponsor kits be a little bit better? Just find some way to make
Yeah.
those better, as you're saying, but like have an investment in those, whether it
That's-
is maybe a
that-
black market purchase that's a permanent upgrade or something.
That's how the black market works. As you upgrade vendors, you purchase upgrades that unlock different things to be sold in the black market. I think, and there are levels for different factions. So it's like, oh, I'm Cyber Acme level 1. I'm Cyber Acme level 2. I think it should, level 1 should give you a gray welcome kit or sponsor kit. 2 should give you green. 3 should give you blue. So that way, because you can still make progress on those upgrades and those contracts, even if you're dying 90% of the time. You exfil with some materials to get upgrades. You complete your contracts. You can still do that. And so it's even if you're dying most of the time and you're working for a faction and you're putting in the time, I think your starting loot should get progressively better as you, maybe not as fast as if you weren't dying, but it should still feel good to progress. And that was a lot of the feedback that we gave.
Okay, yeah, because that would be some of the reason for, because one thing I think they mentioned on stream too was the idea that there are contracts that you guys might go in and do, and if you go in and actually complete the contract, maybe it is you extracted data about some weather, I don't know, scan or
That's
something like
that's
that.
literally
Once
what you
it's
do in the game.
Yeah.
There's like PvE objectives where like you have a mission for a faction. It'll be like go
Okay.
do this thing, go loot 3 boxes in this area of the map, and if you do that, it completes it, and you unlock progress in the faction, even if you fail.
that was the key.
And
that
you
actually
get
sounded
loot
good to
from
me.
completing it too.
And you get loot from completing it. The problem is that in order to actually unlock the perks as you level up in the factions, you have to get specific items.
Yeah.
And so you'll have one that's like you need to go to this map and go in these areas to find this type of loot and get 5 of them. But you have to exfil those.
Mhm.
Right? And so you still do have to get exfiltrations done. Like you have to do it. And so again, it is sweaty, but so are battle royales. And battle royales are the most popular game type in the world right now, right? And so there is hope, I think, here in them just like doubling down and being like, look, we're just going to be unabashedly sweaty. We're going to make this a really competitive game, and that's okay. And I think that they could have success there, especially since the gameplay is so damn good. I mean, it's great, guys. Like, I would say the shooting in this game is better than Destiny.
See, that's what I was going to ask you. I wanted to get the feel of, because what I feel, again, I got to give you guys our stream reaction, and it was not good. It was very lukewarm. It was, hey, you guys are you from a developer standpoint, what you guys are describing sounds awesome, but in untypical Bungie fashion, when there are, we watch a Destiny trailer or
I feel like I'm watching a movie trailer when I watch a Destiny trailer because I get half the movie in the trailer. When it comes
Fair
to
enough.
Destiny, you can see a lot.
But
On
put
the
it
other
this
side,
way.
it sounds like Marathon went the other way.
Right, exactly,
They
right?
literally
Right.
showed a movie.
Right. So basically what happens is we have, the devs who are awesome. They're sitting there describing all this awesome gameplay, for a long extended time without showing any visual representation of what these cool things are. Then we finally get the stream with you guys for a little bit. We're like, okay, cool, but we can't get enough about how it feels, the extractions or just implementation. So the first thing is what you said, the game engine, right? I was like, how does it feel? How is it moving? I was like, is it 60? Is it like, what's going on with that? And then the second thing is, yeah, it better
60
be.
FPS, dedicated servers.
Nice.
Yeah, it
So
feels
dedicated
very
servers.
responsive.
The dedicated servers are super responsive, and it means if you have a disconnect, your character just stays there in world, and if you load back in and you can rejoin the match and your character will still be there, but your character also can get killed while you're gone. I do have some concerns about that, but I will say ability, not really a problem. All of the lags and like shooting people who already
Yeah.
crossed the corner and then them dying and that sort of stuff is not in this game.
I
which
didn't
is
ghost
part of the
melee a
reason-
single time. And in all of my gameplay, I've never ghost melee'd anything.
Nice.
I can log on
I
to
will say,
Destiny
I
and do it in
think
4
Melee
seconds.
does need melee needs a little tuning, I think.
You think it's too good?
Character
or not?
No, I think it's not good enough. Actually, specifically on PvE characters. I
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's not
That I
good.
agree with. In
Yeah,
PvP,
you
it's
kinda
pretty much
bounce
always
the
a 3
knife
knife
off the
down. And there's mods that where you inflict poison when you knife too. It's brutal.
Yeah, yeah. Knives are really good in PvP, but in
Yeah.
PvE, you like bounce the knife off of the robot's head, and you have to hit them like 12 times, and it's like, all right.
And
That
they
needs
can
to not be
2-punch you, dude. They are
Yeah, they can 2-punch you. Oh, by the way, that's another thing we should mention. The
The
PvE in this game,
That's what I
also
wanted to
not
get to,
easy.
yeah.
No,
not
it's
easy.
brutal.
Like, dude, if you are not playing super tactically and like standing on the corners and like shooting them one at a time and like entering the room, like it's not like Destiny where you can run in and just be like, I'm in the middle of 12 guys and they should all be afraid of me. No. If you're in the middle of 12 guys, you're already dead. Like they killed you a long time ago because they swarm you and they take you down real fast. So yeah.
That's okay. So that's what I wanted to. I remember this from the kind of stream, PvEVP, and I kind of listened to some of your stream today too, Scaros. You were talking about stuff. What is the balance between the PvE, the PvP, and how is that experience going to play for like the average session? Whether it's 1, 2, or 3 players, me and a buddy going in. How much is the focus on PvE? And like, how often do you see that versus how often you see other players? And then how would you compare the two experiences as well, like a PvP experience versus a PvE experience?
Yeah, a lot of that is going to be very player driven, and it depends what map you're on. So on Marsh is probably the biggest map. My team, we would straight out in the middle, or at the beginning of the game, we would run to the middle of the map. We'd listen for shots, and then we would go chase them. So our PvP to PvE ratio was like 10-1. But you can definitely like rat around the outsides of the map or underneath. Almost every POI has multiple layers. You can if you really do not like PvP, especially if you play like Void, you can probably go a lot of times without playing PvP. Maybe until you start to exfil. Exfil's the one part where you just can't avoid it. Really, if people want to rat and spawn camp your exfil, they can.
Yep.
So, but other than that, like there are plenty of opportunities to run away or get out of combat or get away from PvP. So it's very player driven, I think.
I'll say it is extremely player driven, and it sort of just depends on what you want. But like, if you are familiar with the map and you know where you spawned and you're like listening, you will immediately hear groups like run into their nearest point of interest or the area that they're near and start firing off shots. And if you happen to be near a group that's hunting for players, like they're going to come after you. And so it is a little hard to hide, because at some point you have to engage in the PvE, and if you're doing that, you're most likely shooting, and if you're shooting, other players are hearing you, and if they're thirsty players, they're going to come after you, right? And so like a lot of the matches I played, we spent like the first half of each match, which by the way, the matches are 25 minutes, and then you can extend that an additional 5 if you do the final exfiltration, which is a very funny mechanic where if you don't make it to your exfiltration point by the end of 25 minutes, there's a single exfil that you have to run to, but every player is assigned that. So
How many?
Get to the hatch.
So
Get to the escape pod.
if there's
filled-
6
we
teams,
did final exfil a bunch of times, but we basically spent the first half of the match just killing all the other teams, and then we were like, all right, now let's do some PvE.
Yeah.
with a clean map.
so it is. So it is like you spawn in, and if you die and get completely eliminated, you're out of that run.
Correct.
Yeah. If someone
You
on
can
your
go
team
in-
is
How
up,
many-
they can res you. But if your entire team gets killed, then you're out.
Yeah. So
You can
6
also get
teams.
self-res, but yeah.
Yep.
6 teams of 3, 18 on what's the
Marsh,
marsh name?
Dire
Black
Marsh.
the biggest.
Dire Marsh. How many exfil points for 6 teams?
You all have
Everybody
your own.
has their own, and then also
Oh.
there's some exfil points on the map called enforced exfil points, which are exfils that
PvE
summon
guarded?
enemies if you use them. They're not assigned to anybody, but you can decide to use them anyway, and then PvE enemies come and attack you. And so I will say, to the game's credit, there's a lot of ways to get off of the map. Even if somebody's babysitting, they find your exfil point and they just
Yeah.
babysit it. 'Cause they know you're gonna have to go there.
And you go
try to
use
camp on
theirs
you.
or something?
Just
Like
go, no, you can't go to theirs, but you can go to one of the enforced ones
okay.
and then kill the ads there, and then get exfil from a different route.
How many of
Or
those
can
did
just
you
do the
see?
Final
It's
exploration.
1 per game, and they're single use.
Oh.
Mm.
Okay.
And fun fact,
But you want to typically
Travis-
use yours.
Every map, though.
What was the fun fact, Scarrow?
Fun fact, well, only Travis will really get anything from this, but in an earlier version of the build, the key rooms, you could spawn a special exfil that spawned right
that's
next to
cool.
you and just get out. They took that out, but they are clearly playing with the idea of additional ways to get in and out. So
It's
Mm.
interesting.
Okay, so
Yeah,
the
I
PV
wouldn't be opposed to there being additional ways to get out, because I do think one of the big complaints for the people who just want to like go in and enjoy like the story here, just do the
Yeah.
PvE
You
activities.
gotta get into
The other
that.
thing that's annoying is like at some point I was like, all right, I've got 2 hours of me just killing other players. I need to do PvE stuff and record it for the preview, right? So I was like, I need to do some of that. So I went and hunting for one of the boss fights. They have these little boss encounters, which are
Oh.
interesting. They require you to
so like
require
a
you to have a
strike,
special
or is it like a
item.
public event?
It's like a public event,
Yeah.
like a public
Okay.
event boss. You need a special item injected in your character to enter the field to attack them. Otherwise, you die when you go in there. And so, like, it kind of creates like a little barrier. You have to get inside. And I was like, all right, let's go and do that. And then other players just, they got there and to a 3v3v3 fight, and it lasted like 15 minutes. And then I was like, all right, I guess we're gonna have to do this next run. So there is like a thing where, like, if you're just trying to do a specific activity, especially if it's for a mission, sometimes other players will just have other ideas for how you're going to spend that night.
And that's,
right?
that's how any PvEVP is gonna go. That's I mean,
Yeah,
from
exactly.
World of Warcraft to now, you're like, oh, I'm not.
So that is a little that can be a little frustrating to be like, all I need to do is get 3 batteries from this part of the map, and you run all the way to that part of the map, and then you end up in a massive gunfight that lasts the entire match. Even if you win, you're not able to accomplish the whole reason you started the match, and so that can be pretty brutal.
How much randomization is there to the maps? Are the enemies always in the same spot as the PvE? So every time you spawn in enemy, like the PvE enemies are going to be in the exact same spot, same
yeah,
grouping.
some of the public event type stuff has multiple
Yes.
spaces, but the POIs are generally always the same.
Yep,
Okay.
they're exactly the
Did
same.
you
So they'll-
guys?
they'll change certain components, like Scarra, correct me if I'm wrong, but sometimes like the toxic rooms were in different areas.
Yep.
and-
The flare rooms
Yeah,
move.
yeah, there's like little elements of each thing that changes, but like the bio room area or the medical hospital or whatever, they're always going to be exactly where they are, and they generally have the exact same layout with small room changes or loot in different places and
Yeah.
that sort of stuff.
So
And
after
enemies
like
are almost
60
always in the same
hours,
place.
60, 70 hours, Scarrow, how does that feel? Is it map mastery at that point, or is it like, I know this is over? Does it become old hat in a good way or a bad way?
That's a hard question because I've played on 3 of the 4 maps, and the maps have also changed every time I played them quite a bit.
That's fair. You've probably had a
but
lot
there,
of.
there are also a lot of things that do change. Like the contracts keep you going to different areas. The gunfights are almost always different. And then there's like a dynamic weather system. There are things that change the maps
Yeah,
quite a bit.
The storms are pretty cool.
The storms you can't see like more than 10 feet in front of you. They're brutal.
Completely screws up line of sight so that you basically sniper. If you brought a sniper with you, you are screwed. You better
Yeah.
switch to the SMG.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. So like I would say if people play a battle royale and they never get sick of the same map, it's similar to that sort of. Things do, but you learn the map knowledge is going to be a huge part of this game, 100%.
Yeah.
I do think that's why, like, I hope we're allowed to say this. They did say to us that like one of the things that they're looking at pretty strongly for the live game is like evolving maps. Things change, similar probably to something like Fortnite, but but yeah, things are. And I actually talked with Lars Bakken today, who's on the maps team. Who leads the maps
I
team.
saw Lars out there.
He was saying that he was asking, he's like, well, how much do you guys want to see changed? And chat was all like, change everything, time, like randomize and change things time to time. And he seemed to really take that feedback to heart. So I think there is going to be a lot of randomization, and a lot of the feedback between like the first time we played, all the events were static and there were like 2 of them. And now there are like 8. Sometimes they appear, sometimes they don't. They're moved around different places.
Sometimes the boss appears in one area versus another.
Exactly.
I think it's getting more randomized. And the other thing is that, he played 60 hours across like a 6-month period, almost like a year at this point. And I don't think the seasons are going to be that long, and they're going to change stuff every season. The metas are going to change, which weapons feel good. They're going to add new maps, add new hero runners, stuff like that. And so I think that there's opportunity for them to introduce variety over time so that you're not just playing the exact same stuff. But it is very static, I'll say. But then again, so are battle royales, so are all extraction shooters that we've had so far. And so I think they're following a blueprint very closely. The extraction shooter, like, it is just an extraction shooter, like every aspect of it. And they're just trying to make it a higher quality, bigger budget version of those that we've seen.
So the question I got for you guys is the loot and the backpack itself. Like, so you get in the backpack and then like the time spent to analyze and make that decision on what you're gonna pick, and then how differentiating, how cool was the loot that you bring in?
I'll take this one. All right, so a couple things about the loot system. One, it's based on which backpack you have equipped. And if you come into your very first game of Marathon, you have the worst backpack in the game, it needs to be bigger. I think it holds 6 squares, which can be like 2 items, right? It can be 6 tiny items or 2 like medium-sized items or 1 gun. And so literally we were dropping in, looting one area, we would all find a couple things we wanted. We'd be like, well, guess it's time to exfil. We have no reason to stay here because we can't carry anything. It was really bad feeling. But I think what they were trying to do with those is make you jump in and just be like, hey, let's show the loop on a micro scale. But like our first couple matches each lasted like 4 minutes just because we were like, well, we have no reason to stay here. Like, we're all maxed out on any loot that we would want. And there's also, they have you chasing certain items in some of these missions. They have you like, you need to go get this thing, and you're like, okay, I'm going to go get that thing, and then have absolutely no room. And so the game feels way better even when you get to just the green backpack. It starts to
100%.
feel like a real game. But like when you have the white one,
you can't
it's like
swap out even with the limited space and be like, hey, I want to replace this for this.
No, you can.
swap items, but like unless you find a better backpack in the level, you are like getting out of there because you just don't have a good enough backpack to hold.
Gotcha,
anything.
yeah. So
And
that's the
frankly,
PUBG aspect.
It's not really worth staying in a level on the hope that you'll find a better backpack, because at least in my experience, like they show up in certain areas with a higher propensity, or you have to kill another player, and it's just like, dude, I got the thing I wanted.
I got the thing I want. I'm out. Yeah, that's PUBG.
And then
Okay.
And then And then if you upgrade one of the factions, you start to be able to buy green backpacks in the black market, and then you never have to deal with that problem again. But again, the thing I'm worried about with this game is the first 2 to 3 hours, because those first 2 to 3 hours, you have the smallest backpack in the world. You're possibly getting destroyed by teams with better loot, etc. I'm worried about that. But we'll talk about the loot. So first of all, this game does something really cool, which is it has loot speed as a stat that you can rank up and you can build into. And what loot speed means is that if you kill a guy and he's got a purple backpack on with 100
got all the hotness
loot squares in it, when you click on his body, each item loads in one at a time. At first, I thought it was a glitch because I'm used to playing alpha versions of games where they're just not polished, but it's actually a stat in the game where it makes you wait for each item to reveal itself one at a time.
Wow.
In a random order, and you can improve that. So you can build into the loot speed stat so that when you loot a guy, it goes much faster. Or if you have I believe there's a gold item that makes it instant loot. So you click on the body and every item
Nimble
just pops in,
Fingers
right?
V4.
Oh, that's right. It's a mod. Yeah, it's a legendary mod. That's right.
How
Legendary
big
mod
can the
that just makes
backpack
everything
get?
loot.
What's the gold backpack
The
size?
gold backpack is pretty big.
Well,
It's-
I think
would
gold
say-
backpack is the same as purple, but it has additional stats on it. I think.
Yeah, additional stats.
How
Yeah,
many
it was
slots compared to
240 or something like that? But the thing is,
Jeez.
if you say 240 slots, it's not actually 240.
Yeah, a gun
items.
takes
It's
up like 10.
Squares.
A gun takes up 8 items, and the
Yeah.
cool thing
Got
about
it.
the game is you don't have
Like
to
Path
worry
of Exile
about
squares. I got you.
no, you actually don't have to worry about the Resident Evil suitcase packing part of it. If you grab an item, it automatically sorts it in the most efficient way. So if you have enough squares, it'll move items around and just put it in there, which is really
nice.
thank God for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to worry about that. You can go prone. Somebody's asking that. You can.
Oh,
go
you
prone.
can. Oh,
No,
wow.
you can't.
You can go forward. Yeah, you can. Wait, can't you?
No?
No.
Kind of a different-
They said no.
crouch.
Somebody said no prone. In
No
the
pro.
stream.
There's no pro. There's no pro.
no
Okay.
prone. Okay. What am I thinking of? I was playing a game where I was going prone a
Ah,
lot,
Nerf Rivals.
That's an inside joke. Who has
Inside joke.
Oh, sorry.
Nerf Legends?
Inside joke.
Dude, if you could go prone in Nerf Legends, I mean, would that even change anything? I don't know. Okay, so yeah, you can't go prone. My bad. For some reason I remember going prone. I must be thinking of a different game. Yeah, I played
You
a
can go
lot.
prone in Assassin's Creed Shadows now, of all things.
There you go. Good
Mhm.
times. Yeah. So
Loot.
yeah, the loot speed and then the actual loot.
Yes.
It's very good. This is Bungie does loot. They do two things. They do loot and they do gunplay, and both are amazing. Every time you kill a character and you open it up and they start populating their items once, you're just like, ooh. So excited to. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless you.
You're so excited to see what loads up, and if I found a purple, what is it called? The 2-tap rifle. What's that thing
The
called?
2-tap. Yeah.
Scarrow? The 2-tap. No, the twin rifle, something like that.
Oh, the twin tap. Twin tap. That's what
Twin
it is.
tap.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
called
yeah.
the twin
yeah,
tap.
yeah.
Thank you. So I found a purple twin tap, and it had a bunch of purple mods on it. I found it. I say found it. I killed somebody and took it. But they built
I
a
found
very
it.
nice gun.
They built a very nice gun that you use.
I mean, they
on a
weren't
corpse,
using
I'm
it. They were
sorry.
dead.
My point is, they crafted a very nice weapon for me, which I appreciated.
Or me.
And yeah, and it had all purple mods on it, including a really far scope, and it had super low recoil. And so I was able to just stand I was playing as a void and just going invisible and standing in the back, and my team would go forward, and if they ever got in trouble, I was just on Overwatch, just blap blap taking down enemies. A lot of this is my footage. You can see my team fighting, and it looks like I'm being a coward. That's just what I was doing. I found that rifle, and I was like, this is going to be my whole play style now. They would get into fights, and somebody would jump out with a shotgun, and I would just shoot them from far away and just let them deal with it up close. And so that sort of stuff is super awesome. And then when you find the legendaries are literally game changing. When we found the backpack that turned you invisible when you're looting, you could get into a firefight, run around a corner, and interact with a chest, and you're gone. You are not Hunter invisible in Destiny.
No, you are
fully
invisible.
Oh,
You're,
wow.
gone. And so literally you could just Harry Potter cloak of invisibility and just stand in the room with them, and they have a chance of not finding you unless they have a Blackbird, which is the most annoying character to play against in that game. But, yeah, Blackbird is a character who can ping at all enemies in an area. They send out pings. And so if you have that on the map, invisibility is
It's a
pretty
wrap.
rough. But
Yeah.
there's also ways to counter pinging. You can make yourself blurry, and it moves your hitboxes around and makes you holographic. Like they do a lot of really interesting stuff and stats in this game. But like, yeah, the loot is so game changing and good, which is why it makes your heart just pump out of your chest anytime you have to exfil with something, either something good you found or something good that you brought with you on the mission because you really wanted to use it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that's like, it is use it or lose it, man. It's like, you can keep a legendary in your vault, but like you're going to lose it at the end of the season anyway. So you might as well go in. And if you die, at least you're giving some good loot to some other person who's proven worthy. Right. And so, yeah,
I'm going to be hoarding a lot of that stuff for the stuff I can't talk about, but I would recommend people do the same. But
I mean, I'll talk about what because I'm